Chapter 5:14. Yao Hua and the others were already used to it. As soon as they entered the room, they threw themselves on the sofa and groaned one by one. They seemed to be quite comfortable. Shui Ge and the others were shocked, while Jining and the other girls were a little helpless. These guys were not young anymore, yet they were still acting like this. Oh! Even Yuanxi cheered as she dragged Shui Ge and Yufeng toward the sofa. Her personality as a sociable person was displayed to the fullest. Oh! Feng saw their actions. Mei Mao flapped her hands for a while and also cheered. However, before she could rush out, Yun Nuoxing quickly pulled her into his arms and rubbed her little head helplessly. He said, Feng, don't learn from them. Feng giggled and stuck out her little tongue. Then she burrowed into Yun Nuoxing's arms and rubbed against his clothes. The latter helplessly looked at the people rolling around on the sofa and shook his head, helplessly. He held Yixi's hand and walked into the room on the second floor. As he listened to Shui Ge and the others talk about the secret realm, Yun Nuoxing thought of the million stairs to heaven. As soon as he put the two girls on the bed, the door was gently pushed open. Xian walked in. With a wave of her hand, she put away her hat and windbreaker. Her purple clothes gently covered her delicate body, but it could not cover those perfect parts. What are you thinking about? Xian walked to the bed and directly lay down. She turned her head and looked at Yun Nuoxing. When she saw that he was slightly lost in thought, she could not help but ask. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He looked back at her helplessly and sat down on the other bed. When he saw her lying on the soft bed and revealing the curves of her delicate body, his heart inexplicably throbbed. After stealing a few glances, he turned his gaze away. When he saw her looking at him with a faint smile, he could not help but roll his eyes and say, I'm thinking, are you sleeping here tonight? Okay, I'll sleep here. Little Star can share a bed with Feng, and Xiaoxi. Xian smiled slightly, not guarding against Yun Nuoxing's somewhat dishonest gaze at all. Yun Nuoxing's eyebrows twitched, but she didn't say anything. In the past, when they went out, they would always stay in the same room to avoid any sudden approaching danger. After thinking about it, Yun Nuoxing blinked and said with a naughty smile, Don't you like to sleep in the same bed as me? Hearing this, Xian's pretty face turned red. She rolled her eyes and said, Nonsense! I had no choice but to do it, and I only slept with half my body. I didn't. Hearing that her voice was getting softer and softer, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh. He looked out the window. The window of this room was facing out, and he could see the mountain range and the hall at the top of the mountain, as well as the night sky that was waiting for an opportunity to make a move. After coming out of the room, Yun Nuoxing saw the malicious smiles on Shui Ge and the others as soon as he went down to the living room. He couldn't help but be startled as he looked at Shui Qing. The latter's beautiful eyes flickered with curiosity as she looked at him suspiciously. This made him even more suspicious. Star Lord Nuoxing, do you know where Yusin went? When Yun Nuoxing reached the last step of the staircase, Shui Ge suddenly laughed. When his words fell into Yun Nuoxing's ears, he stopped in his tracks and almost sprained his ankle when he took the last step. Turning around, he saw that Yao Hua and the others were pretending to be fine, but their faces were red and the hands holding the teacups were trembling. Yun Nuoxing immediately understood what had happened and fiercely glared at them. It must be this group of people who revealed that he was Yuxian. Do you want to know? Yun Nuoxing asked calmly. Now that he thought about it, he had slowly accepted that dark history. Even if he was questioned, he would just go down the dark path and say that he was interested in it. He already looked like a girl, so cross-dressing and whatnot. Let's just go with the flow. Shui Ge grinned and nodded gently. He looked at Yun Nuoxing with some curiosity and expectation. That green light in his eyes made him shudder. "Is this guy gay?" "Oh." Yun Nuoshing responded fiercely. Less than half a minute after he came down, he walked up the stairs angrily. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. Why did they hear the sound of him gnashing his teeth? Xian turned around and rolled her eyes at everyone before following him into the room. She had also guessed what Yun Nuoshing wanted to do. "The show is about to begin. The show is about to begin. Remember to engrave it in your mind. This might be the last time you see this scene in your life." Yao Hua said excitedly. He was so excited that he couldn't sit still. Qin Yan, Nightmare, Shui Ge, and the others all sat up straight with solemn expressions. Creak. Not long after, the soft sound of a wooden door closing could be heard from the stairs. Their expressions tensed up, and they all widened their eyes. They wanted to dig out their eyeballs and throw them over there to see. A moment later, a purple figure appeared on the stairs. Her purple dress bloomed like layers of lotus flowers. A pair of slender and round calves were faintly discernible under the thin dress. Her skin was smooth and creamy, and her steps were very elegant. Looking up, a black belt was tightly wrapped around her slender waist. Her long silver-purple hair cascaded down her back, past her hips, and landed on her thighs. Her slender hands, which were as white as ice crystals, gently held onto the armrest. Her slender fingers were free of impurities and even seemed to emit a faint coldness. It was like a fine piece of art, causing everyone's faces to turn red. Even Shui Qing, who was crowned as the Snow Fairy, felt that her hands were so perfect. A flirtatious face appeared in everyone's line of sight. The silver-purple Mei Mao gave off the aura of a fairy. Her slender eyebrows were naturally curved, and her sparkling and translucent face revealed a cute and spirited expression. It was as if she was born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The languid Mei Mao swept her gaze across everyone. Seeing that their mouths were so wide open that a pear could be stuffed in, her tender red lips parted slightly, forming an astonishingly charming arc. Suddenly, a demonic aura overflowed, and a voice that sounded like the cry of a phoenix slowly sounded out. "Gentlemen, is everything as you wish?" Yu Xian walked down the stairs, and Xian followed closely behind her. When the two walked together, their temperament and beauty were not inferior to each other. Instead, they made each other even more beautiful. After more than 10 years, the most suitable face that was transformed from Shui Yan's skin was just as Yuan had said back then. This was a girl's face. If it was said that they had some doubts back then, they couldn't even raise any doubts now. And as if in order to match Yun Nuoshing's bewitching handsome face, this face appeared even more bewitching. A slight smile was enough to turn all living things upside down. Xian was also dazzled by Mei Mao. She had seen Yu Xian's face before, but at that time, she saw Yun Nuoshing's true face. Now that there was a seal that sealed the primal chaos, he definitely couldn't reveal it. He could only use this most perfect face, and when he revealed it, even he himself was shocked. Seeing that everyone was so shocked that they couldn't speak, Yu Xian could only helplessly sigh. She touched the purple dress on her body. This was Xian's dress, and it was a bit tight. This girl was a bit too slim. She waved her hand twice, and the stunning beauty instantly changed back to that elegant and handsome face. Her clothes also instantly changed back to the iconic black clothes and black windbreaker. He didn't take them off in the first place, and directly put them on inside. Ah, my eyes. I'm blind, blind, blind. Deity King, Father, Mother, this child is unfilial. I might turn gay. After Yun Nuoshing instantly changed, Yao Hua and the group all howled. Shui Qing's pretty face also turned slightly red. She was actually a bit jealous of Yun Nuoshing just now. It was a pity that this face didn't grow on a girl's body. Otherwise, it would be another beauty that brought disaster to the world, like Xian. The night was like a painting. Two bright moons hung in the sky, sprinkling down mysterious and moving purple moonlight, making the entire world look very beautiful. At the foot of the mountain shrouded in purple, a black figure as tiny as a speck of dust stood at the foot of the million steps. He raised his head to look at the moonlight, revealing a devilishly handsome face. The purple moonlight fell on him, causing the temperature of the surrounding space to rise slightly. The cool night wind blew at his windbreaker. Yun Nuoxing walked all the way to the stairs at the foot of the mountain. There was no one else beside him, and he came alone. Furthermore, he purposely chose to come in the middle of the night, clearly not wanting to be discovered by others. Yun Nuoxing raised his head to look at the million steps and took a deep breath. He lowered his gaze and looked at the densely packed steps in front of him. Then, he raised his foot and landed on the first step. The million steps were white jade in color, clearly not made of ordinary materials. As soon as his foot landed on the steps, Yun Nuoxing felt a faint pressure enveloping him from the sky and descending on him. However, if one looked closely, they would notice that there were tiny light particles on the surface of his body that were hard to detect. The pressure would be repelled when it came into contact with the light particles, and it would be difficult to affect Yun Nuoxing. Pressure. Has the test begun? Yun Nuoxing clenched his fists, looked at the steps at the top, and raised his foot. Little star, before his foot landed, Yun Nuoxing heard a beautiful voice with a hint of mockery in it, causing him to suddenly stop in his tracks. He turned his head stiffly, and, as expected, he saw Xian standing on the first step, looking at him with a smile. Xian, why are you here? Yun Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat. He turned his eyes away in panic, as if he had been caught doing something naughty. Xian raised a slender finger in front of her delicate red lips. She closed her Mei Mao and looked at Yun Nuoxing mysteriously. Then she pointed behind her, asking him to turn his gaze. However, he saw that everyone had arrived at some point in time. They were all looking at him with mysterious smiles, but no one said anything. Yun Nuoxing's heart trembled slightly. He could not help but let out a bitter laugh as he nodded his head. With a wave of his hand, he directly took a second step. His foot stepped on the stairs, and like a black shadow, he walked towards an even higher place. Behind him, a group of people also closely followed. The group of disciples from the mountain sect said that the million steps were called the self-examination stairway, and the million steps were just a rough number. No one had counted how many steps there were. The speed at which Yun Nuoxing and the others climbed was extremely fast. The pressure on each step was slightly higher than the one below, but the effect of the pressure was the same. This way, it would be much easier for people of higher realms to climb the heart-seeking stairway. In less than an hour, Yun Nuoxing and the others had already climbed over a mountain. The group moved very quickly, and they had already reached the 100,000 steps. It was only now that they started to circulate the immortal energy in their bodies. Clearly, the pressure here was already a little difficult for them. Little Star, you guys go up first. We have to slow down and be careful. Yao Hua and the others transmitted their voices. Then, without waiting for Yun Nuoxing's reply, they stepped on the stairs, and their speed immediately slowed down. However, although it was a little slow, they were still climbing up the stairs step by step. Yun Nuoxing turned around and glanced at them. He nodded and continued to fly up. Xian, Shuego, and the others followed closely behind. Even now, they didn't release their auras. They could still withstand it with just their physical bodies. However, the 100,000 steps were still a little insignificant to the million steps. The pressure had gradually increased to the 5th level of the immortal rank. Yao Hua and the others had no choice but to slow down. Yun Nuoxing looked up at the palace at the top of the mountain in the distance. He leaped over 100 steps, but the palace seemed to still be in the same position. He couldn't see the end of the stairs. Boom! Yun Nuoxing had just crossed the 200,000 step. The sudden increase in pressure caused his body to tremble violently. However, it was only for an instant before he regained his senses. He did not use any kind of power. The strength of his physical body could still persist. However, while he was able to remain unscathed, it didn't mean that Ziyan and the others didn't react as well. Their figures suddenly trembled at the moment they stepped onto the 200,000 step. Xueqing actually didn't have the time to release her immortal qi to resist at that instant, and a strand of unparalleled pressure directly descended upon her, causing her blood and qi to surge. Her beautiful face turned slightly red as her delicate figure was suddenly blasted flying, and a trace of blood directly appeared at the corner of her mouth. Xue, Ge, and the others' expressions changed drastically. They had just turned around, but before they could rush out, a golden figure shot down like an arrow. He reached out his hands and pulled Xueqing into his arms. Chapter 5:15. Boom! Just as his palm came into contact with Xueqing, Yun Nuoxing felt the pressure on his body suddenly increase by more than one-fold. It was as if a huge mountain was crashing down on him, causing him to frown. With a soft shout, the power of the stars rushed out of his body and nailed the two figures in the air before landing on the stairs. Double the pressure. Yun Nuoxing frowned slightly and lowered his head to look at Xueqing in his arms. When he saw the blood at the corner of her mouth, he couldn't help but stretch out his finger and gently wipe it away. He asked gently, "Are you all right?" The two of them flew back dozens of steps, and the sudden drop in pressure caused Xueqing to regain her senses. Seeing that she was lying in Yun Nuoxing's arms, and their faces were so close, she couldn't help but blush. Under the moonlight, Yun Nuoxing's handsome face was even more charming, causing her to be dazed for a moment, especially when she saw the heartache and gentleness in his eyes. It caused her breathing to quicken. "I'm fine." Xueqing shook her head in a panic and used her jade-like hands to help him stand up. Her racing heart also slowed down under the effect of 2 deep breaths, but Mei Mao didn't dare to look at him again. That flight of stairs just now directly jumped from the peak of the immortal rank to the devil rank. It didn't even cross into the half-devil rank. Yun Nuoxing looked at the flight of stairs where Ziyan and the rest were, and said indifferently, "I felt a strange spiritual power that fused with elemental power." The fusion of elemental power and spiritual power was the symbol of a devil rank soul. A devil rank expert's elemental power, spiritual power, and spiritual power resonated, allowing them to mobilize the free elemental power in heaven and earth to attack and defend. It was a huge help, and this was also the reason why devil rank experts could unleash powerful elemental attacks, even if they were exhausted. Xueqing smiled and pushed Yun Nuoxing with her jade-like hands. She looked at Xue Ge and the rest and said with a smile, "Young Master Yun and Big Brother, you guys go up first. I'll walk slowly below and test my limits. Okay, be careful. If you can't do it, just give up. Safety first." Yun Nuoxing nodded and patted her shoulder. A dense wave of wood element surged into her body, slowly calming her surging blood energy. Only then did she continue to climb upwards. Seeing Yun Nuoxing come to their side, Yuan Shi, Qinyan, and Shuegu all nodded and said, "Little star, you go up first. We have to be careful." Yun Nuoxing nodded, after which he looked at Ziyan. The latter did not say anything. Instead, she smiled sweetly at him, causing the moonlight to lose its splendor in an instant. Understanding the meaning behind her smile, Yun Nuoxing let out a soft shout. The reincarnation disc between her eyebrows began to circulate quietly, releasing bits of soul power and mental power. He never thought that there would be soul pressure after reaching the 200,000 step. Moreover, it was a soul pressure that contained elemental power. This time, Yun Nuoxing slowed down. With Xue Qing's example, Yun Nuoxing could not fly up directly. His body was powerful, and his mental power was powerful. However, he did not know much about Xian's strength. He had only seen a sliver of stubbornness and tenacity in her eyes one day. However, he had never underestimated her. Time trickled by slowly. This seemingly endless climb was incomparably dull and tedious. In the blink of an eye, it seemed that 4 hours had passed. Slowly, the night grew longer, and gradually it was deep into the night. The surroundings were quiet, but there were two figures in the large mountain that seemed to be tireless as they climbed towards the top of the stairs. At this moment, the power of the stars in Yun Nuoxing's body finally began to circulate with a roar. The wheel between his eyebrows spun rapidly, and his soul power and mental power formed a barrier blocking the pressure from the outside world. She silently counted the approximate number in her heart. When she reached the 300,000 step, she finally stopped. The pressure here was already comparable to the pressure of a peak demon rank expert. The powerful pressure caused all the energy in Yun Nuoxing's body to surge. Her eyes flowed with gorgeous colors, and the elemental power around her surged, illuminating the night. Yun Nuoxing turned her head and glanced at Xian. However, she was slightly shocked. Xian was panting heavily. Her voluptuous chest heaved up and down rapidly. Sweat kept flowing down her white forehead, and her aura was even a little chaotic. With her strength, being able to withstand the pressure of a peak demon rank expert was enough to shock everyone. Yun Nuoxing opened his mouth, wanting her to give up. She was already forcing herself. The 200,000 step was not far away. Once she crossed the 200,000 step, she would directly use the power of a demon rank to blast Xue Qing out. Who knew if the 300,000 step would happen again? He was worried that Xian wouldn't be able to take it. No. Knowing what Yun Nuoxing was going to say, Ziyan's beautiful face slightly changed, and she quickly interrupted him. However, after yelling out those words, her breathing became even more ragged. Her jade-like hands supported her knees as she gasped for air. Her purple clothes were soaked in sweat and tightly stuck to her skin. This scene was filled with an extremely strong temptation. I want to follow behind Little Star. I just want to follow Little Star's footsteps closely. I beg you, don't say those two words. Only Little Star can't. Xian stubbornly raised her head. Her Mei Mao was filled with an extremely strong obsession, causing Yun Nuoxing to be greatly shocked. In particular, that sentence made his body tremble violently. Was she trying her best just to follow him closely? Yun Nuoxing suddenly felt that he had always underestimated this beautiful girl. He carefully protected her, didn't want her to be hurt, and hoped that she would be fine. But what was she thinking? Was she really willing to curl up under his 6 wings and accept his protection with peace of mind? Yun Nuoxing saw her answer at this moment and used her pair of bright eyes that were filled with determination to tell him the answer. Xian had the 5 elements body. It was one of the strongest bodies in the realm of the gods besides the divine body of the Naling god. She also had her own pride, but in front of the person she loved, she only wanted to express her pure self. There was nothing to be proud of, because the person she loved was incomparably powerful. She would rather give up all her glory and give it to him. Yun Nuoxing fell silent. He nodded seriously and didn't say anything. He couldn't say anything. He didn't know that at that time. He jokingly said, "When the five elements body is completed, I'll let Xian rest under the shade of a big tree." These words were deeply imprinted in Xian's mind. She fought desperately, fought hard when Yun Nuoxing couldn't see. She only hoped that one day she could really make these words become a reality. "Let's go," Yun Nuoxing said faintly. He clenched his fists and walked up the stairway step by step. His heart ached, but he couldn't say it. That would shatter her obsession. Xian saw this and licked her red lips with her little tongue. She revealed a very stunning smile. Then she took a strong step forward and followed closely behind Yun Nuoxing's footsteps. She didn't want to fall behind. Yun Nuoxing took a few deep breaths. There were a few times when he thought that he was about to reach the 300,000th step. He fiercely made his energy surge, but every time it was empty, it seemed that he hadn't reached the 300,000th step yet. It made him feel that he should have reached the 300,000th step. Boom! Finally, after a certain step, a loud sound suddenly exploded in his mind, causing Yun Nuoxing to feel a little dizzy. Fortunately, his spiritual power was strong enough. He only fainted for a moment before he recovered. He immediately turned his gaze behind him, only to find that Xian had disappeared. Yun Nuoxing's face turned pale. He was about to rush out when he suddenly realized that the spiritual, elemental, and power pressure that permeated his body had all disappeared. His strength was gone in an instant, and he only felt his body relax. What is a saint? What is a demon? Between a saint and a demon, who is good and who is evil? A dignified voice sounded in his mind. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. His brows furrowed tightly, but he asked doubtfully, "Everything in the world is divided into good and evil. How can it be good? What is evil?" As soon as Yun Nuoxing finished speaking, his vision blurred. Immediately he saw two images. These were two powerful characters who could look down on the 9 heavenly layers. One of the scenes was of a sacred palace. That person stood at the top of the palace, chanting sacred scriptures and oracular chants, causing the astral rivers to tremble. He had 3,000 generals under him and was in charge of an extremely large army. They fought in the astral rivers, sweeping everything before them with invincibility. That sacred army stepped across the galaxies and conquered many ancient planets. The lofty saint army was getting stronger and stronger. Their voices were getting louder and louder. They were revered by thousands of races and worshipped by countless people. The other image was of a powerful demon god. He didn't have a powerful army or a strong reputation. He directly descended on a planet with life, defeated and drove away the strongest expert, occupied that planet, and continued to occupy more planets with life. In the end, he formed a star field that was ruled by him. The people of the star field were very afraid of him, fearing his power. A saint and a demon. The saint was worshipped by thousands of races and revered by countless people, and the demon king was feared and feared by everyone. This scene was clearly seen by Yun Nuoxing, but he was a little confused in his heart. The saint who sacrificed countless lives to conquer a galaxy and was worshipped by thousands of races. The demon who used the most direct method to occupy a mountain and establish a prosperous galaxy was feared by everyone. There seemed to be no connection between the two, but they seemed to be telling something. What is a saint? What is a demon? Good and evil, who is a saint? Who is a demon? That voice echoed in his mind again, causing Yun Nuoxing to frown even more. This time, he even sounded a little impatient. It's just a way of doing things. It doesn't mean who is good and who is evil. How can things in the world be distinguished only by good and evil? After he finished speaking, the surroundings were quiet. There seemed to be the sound of insects chirping in the distance, but there was no other sound in his mind. Yun Nuoshing stood in place for a while, then continued to walk up step by step. He had already come this far, so how could he give up? After walking for a long time, Yun Nuoshing finally felt a little tired. He looked back and saw an endless flight of stairs. When he looked up, there was also a flight of stairs that led to an unknown place. He was tired, and there was no one beside him to talk to. He couldn't help but sit down to rest. His eyelids closed uncontrollably, and he wanted to sleep. He had a dream. In the dream, he stood among the stars and looked down at an incomparably vast continent. Although it was a little blurry, he still recognized it. It was the realm of the gods. Outside the realm of the gods, there was a huge continent. Demonic aura filled the sky, and even the ground of the entire continent was black. That was the demon world. One day, the demon world descended from the void and launched an attack on the realm of the gods. Wherever the demon army passed, they carried out a cruel massacre. They wiped out all the major forces. Countless forces were annihilated under the demon army's iron hooves. Millions of people, tens of millions of lives died, and the sky was dyed red with blood. The demon army was invincible, and they were tyrannical. Everyone who stood in their way was killed, and the people were plunged into misery and suffering, leaving behind a ruined city. Finally, the massacre of the demon army aroused the wrath of the realm of the gods. Many of the transcendent forces in the realm of the gods began to gather their strength. Armed with divine weapons and eternal divine weapons, they began to launch a counterattack against the demon army. In the face of the power of the transcendent forces in the realm of the gods, the demon army was as fragile as a piece of paper. They broke into the demon world, and an unusually vast and mighty war of destruction broke out. It was a one-sided war. The demon army kept retreating, and even half of the demon world was trampled into pieces. Nothing was left behind. The wrath of the realm of the gods poured down on the demon world. Yun Nuoshing could see that many innocent people were involved in the war. Even the ordinary cultivators were not spared. The people of the realm of the gods were unscrupulously purging the demon world. Many people didn't participate, and they directly rushed into the depths of the demon world. But even more people stayed behind to kill and plunder until the entire demon world was wiped clean. Nothing was left behind. Yun Nuoshing's expression didn't change. Seeing this scene, his heart turned cold, and it became colder and colder. When he saw the demon army slaughtering the people of the realm of the gods, he didn't feel much of a fluctuation in his heart. However, when he saw that the demon army didn't massacre the entire demon world, he was somewhat surprised, and he seemed somewhat relieved. When he saw the people of the realm of the gods using absolute power to purge the entire demon world, not even the ordinary people were spared, his heart was filled with anger. He wanted to stop them, but he was only a bystander. The scene changed again. It was unknown how many years had passed, but the demon world was still the same as before. The demon world descended from the sky. This time, the demon army was countless times stronger than the previous one. Once again, they came out in full force, aiming for the realm of the gods. This time, they ignored everything and wantonly slaughtered. Everything was the same as the realm of the gods last time. No matter what they encountered, they would be annihilated. And this time, the realm of the gods' counterattack was even more violent. When the two armies clashed, a large area was torn apart, and half of the demon world was destroyed. Even the starry sky was dark. This destructive war lasted for an unknown period of time. In this war, both the demon world and the realm of the gods suffered great losses, but they still didn't stop fighting. It seemed like they wouldn't stop until one side fell. Yun Nuoshing looked down from the nine-heaven star river, and his heart finally trembled a little. He saw the Yuan family being destroyed in this war. Yuan Shi and the others were mercilessly trampled by the demon army and died without an intact corpse. He saw the 9 shrines fighting to the death. He saw Jin Wang and the others fall one by one. He clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes seemed to spit fire. However, he could only watch quietly, and he couldn't do anything. In the end, he saw the 9 shrines collapse, and Yao Hua and the others were killed in battle. Their bodies were split into light particles and scattered on the shrines. Xian and the others were lucky to escape because of their beauty, but they were captured. When Yun Nuoxing saw this scene, his face suddenly turned pale, and his heart trembled violently. Enough! An angry roar that seemed to come from the 9 hells directly shattered the scene in front of him. His vision suddenly broke free, and he was still sitting quietly on the stairs. There was no war between the 2 worlds, no horrifying scene, and no heart-wrenching scene. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but sigh. The anger in his heart hadn't subsided. That scene really happened in front of him, and he couldn't pretend that he didn't see it. He was angry and even furious. He was in despair, and he couldn't wait to slaughter those people. He was helpless and could only watch from outside the battlefield. Especially when he saw the scene of his brothers and friends dying in battle, his fury reached the peak, and he became berserk. At this moment, he was immersed in the scene again. It was still the war that destroyed the 2 worlds. He was above the 9 heavens, overlooking the entire world, but Yun Nuoxing realized that this time he could move. He was no longer a bystander, but a powerful existence that could influence the situation of the war. Yun Nuoxing was at a loss. If it was in the past, he might have chosen to ignore it, but that scene was deeply engraved in his heart. This time, he resolutely stepped down, killed the high-ranking members of the Devil Army, and repelled the Devil Army back to the demon world. He also banished the demon world back to the void, and stopped the war with his strength alone. The scene collapsed, and everything was like a dream. Yun Nuoxing realized that the sun was about to set, and the sky was fiery red. A shadow appeared on the stairs in front of him, with his back facing him. Without looking at him, the shadow suddenly said, "Good and evil, saint and devil, who is right and who is wrong? Is it wrong or right? There is no right or wrong in this war. According to the standpoints of both sides, this war is inevitable, but it is also wrong. A thought to become a saint, a thought to become a demon, a thought to become a saint, and a thought to become a demon. I overlooked the entire war. How many heroes died in vain? How many innocents were mercilessly slaughtered by the flames of war? Countless stars with life were devoured by the flames before they could even react. I can't see the essence of the war, but I know it is necessary. The war will never end. Good and evil exist forever, and the cycle of reincarnation will never end, corroding each other. There is no escape, no destruction. Is it right? Is it wrong? The demon world is barren, and if the devil army wants to survive, they have to conquer and plunder the land. Is it wrong for the deity's world to counterattack? They don't know the demon world, and they don't agree with the devil race. Those who are not of our race will definitely have different hearts. Both sides are naturally at odds with each other, with different standpoints and different beliefs. What is right or wrong? I have drifted away from the world, unmoved by the world, but I still can't escape from the fate of being involved in this war. But if I could choose again, I would still choose to stand in the 9 heavens and watch this war quietly with my friends. Yun Nuoxing said quietly, as if he was talking to himself, but he was also talking to himself. You won't be able to protect them. One day, they will be devoured by the flames of war. As long as they live in this world of cultivation, they will never be able to escape. The shadow looked forward and said quietly, Then I will turn my body into a saint and become a demon. I will sweep away all the obstacles that dare to stand in my way. Chapter 5:16. It wasn't faith, nor was it willpower. It was just an unforgettable obsession, an obsession that was close to madness. It caused the figure to tremble slightly. After a long time, Yun Nuoshing finally calmed down and said those words. He didn't know why he was so agitated, but he said those words so impulsively, as if he was filled with righteous indignation, as if he was extremely righteous. The figure sighed, softly. With a slight sway, he disappeared from sight. Then, the image of the staircase disappeared as well. The endless staircase disappeared. In front of him, there were a few ancient trees inserted into the stone mountain. They grew tenaciously on the precipice. Not far away, there was an ethereal hall. Looking back, he realized that he had already reached the top. He didn't know when the 1,000,000 steps had ended. One day, he had used an entire day. He seemed to have forgotten about the test of the secret realm. However, in just one day, his state of mind seemed to have changed. Should it be said that he had improved, or that he had become more determined? "Little star, you're the slowest." A few giggles came from the front, causing Yun Nuoshing to pause slightly. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound. Then he saw that at the corner of the stone mountain, more than 10 people suddenly walked out in unison. They all made funny faces at him. "Brother, you're really slow. We've been waiting for 4 hours. The sky is already dark." Yuanshi laughed loudly. He walked forward and patted Yun Nuoshing's shoulder. Yun Nuoshing's gaze was a little absent-minded, looking at this handsome face. There was a touch of sadness between his brows. He didn't attract anyone's attention. Then he gently opened his arms and hugged Yuan Shi tightly. This sudden action shocked everyone. Yuan Shi was even more astonished. Then he hugged Yun Nuoshing gently, although he didn't know what had happened. After a while, Yun Nuoshing let go of Yuan Shi and walked towards Xian and the others. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, his heart was slightly shaken. Although he knew that everything that had happened was an illusion, he was still afraid. Yun Nuoshing fiercely pulled Xian into her embrace, causing her delicate body to slightly stiffen. She could feel his churning emotions. Although she did not know what he had experienced, it must have been very dangerous. "Little star," Yuan Shi and the others were a little confused. Looking at Yun Nuoshing's slightly dazed eyes, they were a little confused. Yun Nuoshing didn't respond. After letting go of Xian, she walked towards Yao Hua and the others and gave each of them a gentle hug. However, when they saw that pair of silver-purple eyes, they were a little stunned and scared. They didn't know what to say. "You're still alive. You're still alive." Yun Nuoshing gently stroked Xian's head and seemed to be smiling foolishly. They had all experienced their own illusions, but none of them had such a big reaction after coming out of it as Yun Nuoshing. They were curious about what he had experienced, but they didn't want to ask. However, they could all guess that it must have been a very scary illusion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a reaction. "Child, that was just an illusion. It wasn't a part of your real life. Don't immerse yourself in it. Chasing after those illusory memories will only make you lose yourself in the maze of memories." Suddenly, a gentle voice was transmitted over, causing everyone to hurriedly turn their heads and look towards the source of the voice, after which their gazes were uniformly fixed on the entrance of the large hall. At that spot, a pale yellow figure had unknowingly appeared. It was a middle-aged man in a light yellow robe. He looked at Yun Nuoshing and the others with a gentle gaze. It was just a lone figure, but it made them extremely vigilant. That person and that place didn't seem to exist. Even time and space seemed to be distorted and blurred. They knew what kind of expert this was because they also had experts at home. Senior Yun knew washing, and the others walked over and cupped their hands towards the yellow-clothed young man. No matter what, this was a super expert. Even if they were from an extraordinary background, they still had to show enough respect. The yellow-clothed man waved his hand, and a gentle breeze stopped their movements. Then he chuckled and looked at the group of young faces in front of him. He smiled and said, "It's been many years since anyone came up to play." Unexpectedly, such a large group of people appeared at once. This old man doesn't even know how to greet them. Then the yellow-clothed man looked at the stairs in the distance and said with a smile, "This stairway is called heart questioning. It doesn't test one's strength. That's not important. What's important is this place." The yellow-clothed young man patted his chest and said, "Only those who pass here can set foot on this mountain palace." Then his gaze paused and fell on Yun Nuwashing. His deep eyes penetrated Yun Nuwashing's eyes as if he wanted to see through him. However, there seemed to be a layer of fog in front of him that he couldn't tear apart no matter how hard he tried. Your heart is strange. Heart questioning is difficult. Your heart is strange. People who ask about their own hearts must stay true to their hearts and remain unmoved. Their state of mind is very good, and they can stay true to their hearts and break through the illusion. But from what I see, your heart seems to be wavering, but it also seems to be incomparably resolute. You shouldn't have been able to come here. Can you tell me why? The yellow-robed man's gaze was deep, as if he could see through everyone's heart. When Yun Nuwashing heard this, she was slightly startled. She thought for a while and organized her words before saying, "I don't have a heart as tenacious as others. I don't have any beliefs. I don't have any goals that I must achieve. In this world, I don't have any relatives that I need to protect. All I have is a group of stupid friends behind me. All I have is an undying obsession. It's just an obsession." When Zian and the others heard this, their hearts trembled slightly. "It's just an obsession?" The yellow-clothed man also fell silent. His gaze was fixed on Yun Nuwashing. The latter also looked straight at him, without any fear. After a long time, he seemed to be talking to himself. Heart and beliefs don't exist because all of this has been added to the obsession. If the obsession is deep enough, it will become the original intention of the heart. I understand. It's not surprising that you can come here. The yellow-clothed man nodded. Then he laughed again. He looked at the group of young people and said, "My name is Mountain. The outside world calls me the Mountain Monarch. Come in and have a seat. There's no rush for the secret territory." Everyone was stunned. Although they had some guesses when they saw this man, they couldn't help but feel a little surprised when their guesses were confirmed. The Mountain Monarch had come to receive them just because they had passed the heart-seeking stairway. How much importance did he have? In particular, this so-called monarch had already entered the Emperor God realm. That was even more unbelievable. Although most of them came from big forces and definitely had Emperor God experts in their families, it was rare to see them. They didn't expect to see an Emperor God expert just by walking around. Of course, they were just a little surprised. They had seen Emperor God experts before. Their identities weren't ordinary, so they didn't have to be so surprised. They just had to show enough respect. The Mountain Monarch seemed to know what they were thinking. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Do you think it's strange to see me here? The heart-seeking stairway treats everyone equally. When you reach your limit, it will question your heart. Of course, as long as you can step on the top of the demon stairway, it doesn't matter if you can continue or not. It will start to question your heart and send you to the cultivation pavilion of the corresponding level according to your answer. Although there are many people who have passed the heart-seeking stairway, there aren't many who can reach this level. At least, it's been 1,000 years since anyone has reached this level. The mountain monarch said indifferently, "Since you can come to the palace at the top of the mountain, you must be from a powerful emperor god realm force, or you must have had extraordinary encounters. This has nothing to do with your character. The heart-seeking stairway only questions your heart." The mountain monarch's sharp eyes calmed down. He pointed at them and said, "Obsession, protection, carefree, strength, unity, freedom, calmness. This is your heart." The order he pointed at was Yun Nuoxing, Zian, Yuan Shi, Qin Yan, Yao Hua's group of 9, Shui Gu, Shui Qin Yufeng, and Yu Jing. You guys can go in and cultivate yourselves. Pick whatever you want and learn as much as you can. Just don't smash it. Everything depends on fate. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. I'll be sitting inside. The mountain monarch flicked his robes and let out a long sigh. He then turned around and walked into the main hall. Yun Nuoxing and the others looked at each other. Then, Yuan Shi couldn't help but chuckle. It didn't seem wrong to say that he was carefree. This monarch is also carefree. He doesn't put on any airs at all. Everyone nodded and walked into the main hall. By the way, child, your obsession is too deep. Be careful not to go astray. Once you're done cultivating, come drink tea and play chess with me. Just as everyone entered the main hall, they heard another voice coming from afar, causing them to be stunned. Then, their gazes turned towards Yun Nuoxing in unison. Obsession, it should be referring to him. Okay. Yun Nuoxing nodded. There was a long corridor in the hall, and there were many large doors on both sides of the corridor. With a casual glance, they could see that there were countless books, scrolls, and other mystical items stored inside. Although they couldn't tell what grade these items were with their eyesight, they were definitely not ordinary items. However, what made them dizzy was that there were so many things. How long would it take for them to find something suitable for them? Everything depends on the word fate. Yun Nuoxing smiled and walked deeper into the corridor. He didn't even look at the doors on both sides. Seeing him like this, Yuan Shi and the others thought of something. They closed their eyes and carefully sensed for a while. Then, they walked in different directions. Zian glanced at Yun Nuoxing's back and chased after him. You didn't sense anything suitable for you? Hearing footsteps behind him, Yun Nuoxing turned around in surprise. When he saw Zian trotting to his side and walking beside him, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. "It's on the way." Zian smiled and stuck out her tongue. Yun Nuoxing shrugged, helplessly. When he turned back, he couldn't help but glance at her. Just now, the Earth Monarch said that this little girl's heart was to protect. Could it be because of that sentence? But he didn't say it out loud. If she didn't say it, he wouldn't ask, just like how she treated him. The two walked for a while and passed through a huge door at the end of the corridor. There was a long corridor on the other side of the door. The number of doors on both sides was obviously much fewer than in the first corridor. There were only 6 to 7 doors. Yun Nuoxing came to a halt and looked at the first door on the left. After hesitating for a while, he pushed the door open and walked in. Along with a loud bang, the red iron door opened slowly as though it hadn't been moved for thousands of years. It was so heavy that Yun Nuoxing used almost all of his strength to open it. After the iron door was pushed open to a gap large enough for a person to enter, it automatically retreated to both sides. Light illuminated the dark palace. The palace was very empty. One could see the end of it at a glance. There was nothing special placed in the palace. However, there were 5 huge statues in the palace. They were so lifelike that even their expressions were perfectly engraved. Chapter 517. Several lifelike statues stood in the hall with balls of light floating around them. They were sacred and inviolable. The moment they saw the statues, Yun Nuoshing and Xian felt a rampaging soul crash into their heads. It was as if the eyes of the statues were enough to make their souls tremble and submit. You want me to submit? Yun Nuoshing grabbed Xian and gently circulated the technique of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Strands of soul energy enveloped her, calming her soul down. Her body also stopped trembling. What terrifying soul energy! Xian's face paled slightly. She wiped the sweat off her forehead. She did not dare to look directly at the statues. She had only glanced at them, and the statues had already released a power that was enough to obliterate her soul. If Yun Nuoshing had not protected her in time, her soul probably would have directly shattered. Even so, she was still slightly affected. Yun Nuoshing did not look away at all. Instead, he raised his head and stared straight at the first statue. This time, he could feel an even greater pressure on his soul. It was as if a huge hand was gripping him tightly, trying to strangle him to death. I've personally faced a God Emperor before, and I've even faced the extreme pressure of a God Emperor. You want me to submit to a mere statue? Yun Nuoshing murmured calmly. The 6-colored wheel between his eyebrows began to spin rapidly, resisting the pressure on his soul. Break! With a shout, a huge storm of soul energy suddenly surged out and swept through the hall. The soul energy that was pressing down on Yun Nuoshing also suddenly dispersed, after the spiritual strength dissipated. The first statue also seemed to have become dull. Those light clusters that were revolving around the statue also slowly descended from the upper body of the statue and slowly rotated under its feet. If Yun Nuoshing walked over, he would be able to reach out and grab it. He only glanced at the balls of light once before looking away. Yun Nuoshing raised his head and looked at the statue again. The statue was hundreds of meters tall and was at the same height as the roof of the hall. It gave off an extremely powerful sense of majesty and vicissitudes. There was a huge blade stabbed into the ground beside its feet. Its face was filled with a will that looked down on the universe. Its bright eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the heavens and earth. There was a unique will that had existed with the statue for all eternity, never dissipating. Some of the weapons in Yun Nuoshing's body reacted instinctively when he saw the huge blade. They faintly wanted to fight back, yet they also seemed to desire something. The might of a god artifact constantly radiated from him. Yun Nuoshing raised his eyebrows and waved his hand. Immediately, broadswords and swords rushed out from his body and rushed towards the huge blade. They stopped in the void, but the might of a god artifact slowly radiated out. It was responding and resonating. This is similar to the might of a god artifact, the power of will. Are the god artifacts using the power of the statue's will to cleanse themselves? Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the god artifacts slowly becoming stronger. Of course, the god artifacts didn't respect the statue either. Looking at the way they resonated, it didn't seem like they were comprehending it. Instead, they were skimming over it and plundering the unique power that the statue radiated. Yun Nuoshing lowered his head and looked at the statue's name. Soul Saber, Great Emperor, roamed the god world with a soul saber that could sever the soul root. He didn't respect the heavens and earth, trampled through the 9 heavens and star rivers, and killed all his enemies. He looked down on the sea of stars. He once entered and exited the demon world 7 times alone and stirred up chaos in the demon world. His invincible soul saber light was respected by the 4 realms and was recognized by all races. Vigorous and powerful words were carved on the stone wall behind the soul saber Great Emperor. Even though many years had passed, the words were still emitting a terrifying light. Through the words, Yun Nuoshing could feel a terrifying power radiating out. It made his soul feel slightly uncomfortable. It was as if he was seeing the peerless great emperor of the past, one man and one saber, roaming the starry sky and the demon world alone. Soul saber. Huh? The soul saber. That's why it's so destructive to the soul. Even a wisp of the statue's power is so terrifying. Yin Nuoshing muttered to himself. The soul was the root of a cultivator. Nowadays, apart from some special heart sutras that could cultivate the soul, many people just let it grow with their cultivation. Even if stepping into the demon world required refining the soul power and connecting the elemental power with the soul power, that was all there was to it. Without special heart sutras, the speed of cultivating the soul was very slow. Xian, go and feel it. The remnant power of the soul saber has been erased. Now, the statue is no longer dangerous. Yun Nuoshing turned his head and looked at Xian. Xian nodded. He obeyed his words and walked to the statue. Mei Mao looked from the top of the statue to the bottom. Finally, she looked at the huge soul saber. Although Yun Nuoshing had offset the power of the soul saber, it still made her soul tremble slightly. Xian took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. He released his soul power and gently touched the statue of the soul saber great emperor. The latter also emitted a faint soul power. Yun Nuoshing was a little surprised when he saw the two of them responding so quickly. They entered the state too quickly. Yun Nuoshing walked to the side and looked at the second statue. It was a peerlessly beautiful woman. She was so beautiful that it made people's hearts tremble. One look at her, and they would be unable to extricate themselves. They would want to dig their eyes out and stick them to her. However, she had a fairy and sacred aura. Her statue had an indelible, noble, imperial aura that made it difficult for people to profane her. Fairy aura. It feels similar to little purple soul's aura. Yun Nuoshing didn't care about the statue. She only felt a slightly familiar aura. It was the fairy aura of little purple soul, great emperor-colored glaze. Why isn't there an introduction? Yun Nuoshing looked at the stone wall behind her and was stunned. There were only 4 big words on it, and there wasn't any introduction of the great empress below. Just as Yun Nuoshing was wondering why there wasn't an introduction, a fairy aura suddenly came from the front. It made Yun Nuoshing's breathing stagnate. It was obviously an extremely strong energy pressure, but it made him feel as if he was floating in the air. Huh! Yun Nuoshing stomped his foot on the ground. The aura of a peak 9th tier immortal suddenly rose from the ground. The blood in her body flowed rapidly, and at the same time, the light element flowed. She clenched her right hand in front of her, as if she was imagining herself holding a sword. Immediately, an ethereal aura with a sacred aura rushed out of her body and collided with the fairy aura. Bang! 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 When the 2 auras collided, there was a series of heavy thuds in the hall. Yun Nuoshing's body was rebounded by a huge force. Both of his feet stood on the ground, and he was forcefully pushed dozens of meters away before he could stabilize himself. F***CK, it's just a statue. Can it not be so abnormal? Seeing that he had been pushed back more than 10 meters, Yun Nuoshing's brows couldn't help but twitch. Then he laughed bitterly. In an instant, he had released his strongest state. He was confident that in that state, even a 3rd seal demon, rank expert, might not be able to push him back with a single punch. However, he had been pushed back by a statue from who knew how many years ago. However, after pushing him back, the Empress statue gradually calmed down. Those light balls also gradually floated down. Inside them were some extraordinary xian techniques, and mental cultivation methods. However, Yun Nuoxing wasn't in the mood to look at them. He didn't lack these things. What he needed was something substantial that could directly help him break through, increase his combat strength, or even increase the power of his heaven-grade weapons. However, with this thought in mind, Run Baqian still walked over curiously. When he saw the rolls of scrolls circulating around the Empress's feet, he felt a little greedy. These items that were usually not seen were placed here like cabbages. Who wouldn't be tempted? However, Yun Nuoxing still didn't pay attention to them. He looked at them a little reluctantly and walked to the next statue. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't take them all away, he would have already looted them. Raising his head to look at the third statue, Yun Nuoxing blinked his eyes. He felt that there was an inexplicably familiar power in this statue. It was very familiar. There were even light patterns flowing within the statue. This made the sense of familiarity in his heart rise to the peak. Emperor of 10,000 laws, the self-proclaimed weaver of 10,000 laws. He was extremely talented, unpredictable, and crazy. With a single thought, he could create 10,000 formations, break 10,000 Tao, and subdue 10,000 laws. He was a genius in formations since ancient times. When Yun Nuoxing saw this introduction, he finally felt a little excited. Emperor of 10,000 laws was actually an emperor-level formation master. With a single thought, he could create 10,000 formations. How terrifying would it be for a person of that level to set up a formation? Now that I have activated a demon-level formation, if I want to activate 10,000 formations, it will take me a long time at least. It will also be extremely difficult for me to control it with my spiritual power. As for a god-level formation, even if I am a level 4, it will be difficult for me to weave 10% of it. Yun Nuoxing's eyes flickered slightly. Although Yishi had been teaching him formations, he felt that his results were still a little too slow. However, when it came to formations, stability and quality were required, not speed. Unfortunately, there was such a stubborn person who wanted both stability and speed. While he was still deep in thought, a huge formation suddenly appeared in front of him. It was bigger than his entire body. When it appeared quietly in front of him, he was shocked. Just as he wanted to take a step back, the space around him trembled slightly. Layers of formations appeared in the void, and all of them were facing him. Then, a suppressive force swept towards Yun Nuoxing from all directions. Boom! The suppressive force landed directly on his body, causing the unprepared Yun Nuoxing to stomp a hole in the ground. His body was slightly bent. It actually wanted him to bow down. Bah! I won't bow. If you have the ability, why don't you jump out and bite me? Yun Nuoxing also felt the strength of the suppressive force and couldn't help but spit fiercely. His evil spirit eye opened in response. Layers of formations appeared in front of his eyes, then gathered and condensed into an extremely bright formation that floated in front of his eyes. Break, break, break. When the two formations appeared, Yun Nuoxing fiercely glared at the formations that were facing him. His spiritual power rapidly spread out and invaded the hundreds of formations. Those formations all disintegrated one by one. The suppressive force also quietly disappeared, allowing Yun Nuoxing to heave a sigh of relief. Amazing, cool, so powerful. Hundreds of formations were broken in a second. Just as Yun Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief, he heard two claps and a bold and unrestrained laughter. Yun Nuoxing turned his head and saw Xian looking at him with a smile. She was clapping lightly with her lily-white hands. He didn't know when she had finished comprehending. At the entrance, Nightmare was laughing loudly as he walked in. He clapped his hands vigorously and looked at Yun Nuoxing with a hint of fanaticism. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then he pointed to the 3 statues and whispered a few words. Nightmare understood what he meant. Xian also walked to the Empress's statue and started cultivating. Yun Nuoxing looked at the remaining 2 statues, then turned his head to look at the 3 statues that had already been dealt with. He hesitated for a while, then finally fixed his gaze on the statue of Emperor Wanfa. He smiled slightly and decided to cultivate the formations first. When he went out, he could also give Yi Shi a surprise. Chapter 5:18. Slowly closing his eyes, Yun Nuoxing seemed to have seen a soul-stirring scene. The 10,000 laws Imperial Emperor could create 10,000 formations with a single thought, enveloping the entire world. He seemed to be immersed in a sea of light. The profoundness of those incomparably huge formations was not something he could imagine. The Emperor of all laws weaves 10,000 formations. Yun Nuoxing stared fixedly at the figure standing in the ocean of light. He saw the figure reach out his hand and press down on the void. Formations appeared out of thin air and connected into a cluster of formations. Then, this cluster of formations connected with other formations. Gradually, a formation that was only 1,000 feet in size was perfectly connected by hundreds of formations to form a gigantic formation that was tens of thousands of feet in size. However, this was not the end. The formation that was tens of thousands of feet in size suddenly trembled. It was as if cells were splitting, and another formation that was exactly the same as the original formation was split. Over 1,000 formations formed 2 similar formation clusters and slowly rotated in midair. The terrifying energy was not as simple as 1 + 1. The energy was multiplied by many times. Above the 2 similar formation clusters, a gigantic formation that spanned hundreds of thousands of feet appeared and enveloped the 2 formation clusters. Then, this gigantic formation and the 2 formation clusters trembled again and split into another similar formation cluster. The dense light from the formation flooded the entire void. The strengthening power was multiplied by many times, causing Yun Nuoxing to feel a sense of fear. Such a violent method of weaving. Was he even human? Hundreds of formations are connected to form a whole, and this whole will be completely duplicated. Then, another even larger formation will connect these 2 parts to form a new whole. Then, it will be duplicated again and connected with an even larger formation. If this continues, in just a few times, the formation will cover an extremely vast area, and its power will increase exponentially. Yun Nuoxing casually calculated the data, then took in a breath of cold air, and suddenly covered his mouth. His eyes were even more frightened. This Emperor of 10,000 laws, I'm afraid he's crazier than me. I don't know how he came up with such a method. The duplication of the array, especially the duplication of the array group, consumes a lot of mental strength and soul power. Although it's possible to build an extremely terrifying array with a small array, the mental strength consumed. TSK, an astronomical figure. She raised her head and saw that the figure was still repeating the actions of replicating, combining, and replicating. The formation that was originally only 1,000 feet in size gradually expanded to cover an area of nearly 1,000,000 miles. Then it expanded to tens of millions of miles, hundreds of millions of miles. If the energy was focused on a single point and exploded, it would probably blast a huge hole in the origin region. Yun Nuoxing was shocked. He found that it was very easy for him to understand the formations here. It was as if he could easily see the structure of the entire formation, how the formations were connected together, and how they were replicated from each other. Yun Nuoxing's heart trembled. Her evil spirit, was operating at its fastest speed. There were even some scarlet runes floating around her eyes. Even her eyebrows and nose were dyed scarlet. She did not hesitate to circulate the soul-burning technique at 3 times the normal rate to support the power of the evil spirit eye. The hundreds of thousands of formations converged into a sea of information that roared and poured into her mind. However, the information regarding the formations had long been blocked by her. Only 1/10 of the information truly poured into her mind. Outside, Xian was alarmed by a huge energy storm. She hurriedly opened Mei Mao and turned her head. She saw formations floating around Yun Nuoxing's body. Her 6 wings were several dozen feet wide, and there was a faint and terrifying sound of wind and thunder whistling. Yun Nuoxing was merely observing myriad art imperial emperor playing with formations, and there was such a huge commotion. Boss has entered a state of deep comprehension. He is operating those eyes with all his might. He probably saw something very valuable inside, something that is worth comprehending with all his might. Terrifying, terrifying, very powerful. Nightmare could not help but exclaim. Then, a fanatical smile appeared on his face. That's right, it was like that. The more powerful Yun Nuoxing was, the more it could stimulate him and make him even more excited. Let's back off a little. Nightmare grinned. Xian saw the fanaticism in his eyes and could not help but feel a little apprehensive. This guy was also a madman. He became stronger when facing a strong opponent. This was probably one of the reasons why he had chosen to travel together. Indeed, a madman needed another madman to grind him down. They stood far away. Although Xian still wanted to cultivate for a while, she was not in a hurry to continue after Yun Nuoxing ended. In her current state, it was difficult to enter a state of deep comprehension. With a flip of her hand, 2 sparkling and translucent scrolls appeared in her hands. These were the scrolls that automatically flew into her hands when she was comprehending in the 2 statues. Xian pondered for a while, and also chose to cultivate later. When she was comprehending, she would automatically sense which scroll was suitable and automatically choose it. Then, she would directly cultivate inside. It's out! Nightmare shouted excitedly. Xian hurriedly lifted Mei Mao up and looked at Yun Nuoxing. Then, she saw that in front of the statue of Emperor of all laws, the brightest ball of light quietly left the group of light balls and flew toward Yun Nuoxing. Xian was relieved. She was worried that the inheritance would give up on Little Star. Now, it seemed that she had worried too much. The brightest one should be the most powerful inheritance of Emperor of all laws, Nightmare muttered. Mo Yen muttered. Then he looked down and waved it at Xian. Sister, what did you get? This is the low-level immortal grade, Heart Demon Soul Art. Wow, I can tell it's not anything good just by hearing its name. Xian could not help but chuckle when he heard Duan Ling Tian's ridicule. He lifted the 2 scrolls in his hand and said softly, "The heart-slaying soul sword and the celestial spirit technique are both Saint grade advanced. However, their grades are too high. I reckon they'll be difficult to cultivate, and they won't be able to unleash their full potential." After she finished speaking, she lightly shook her head. They were still only at the immortal rank. Although there were great benefits to cultivating high-grade profound techniques at such a young age, that was under the guidance of someone. With their own strength, being able to cultivate the 3 grades of profound techniques of the devil rank, superior grade, fine grade, and top grade was already extremely formidable. Jumping to the saint grade in an instant, even divine underworld experts would be envious of this. Wow, it's a whole level higher than mine. So powerful. As for cultivation, it's fine. There's also a freak who cultivates divine grade, divine grade, divine grade. Look at his Shen technique. It's so cool and gorgeous. Its power is so frightening. Later, when we enter the statue, We just have to hurry up and cultivate. Even if there's no one to guide us, we can still figure it out on our own. Saint Grade isn't that easy to cultivate. Sister, you have to be careful. Nightmare spoke very eloquently and quickly. Hearing this, Xian was stunned. Then she smiled bitterly. Little Star's cultivation was risking her life. Even if she did not want to, she did not have the ability to do so. In the sea of arrays, Yun Nuoxing's mind suddenly had an extra piece of information. It was so sudden that it caused his soul to tremble. His evil spirit eye was almost shattered. This is the great connection and mirror image replication of arrays. When Yun Nuoxing saw this extra piece of information, he took a light breath. Strictly speaking, this could not be considered a Xian technique or Xian technique. It was just the experience and comprehension of Myriad Art's Emperor Monarch when he was fiddling with arrays. It just so happened that the figure in front of him was operating the array limitlessly. It was countless times clearer than what he had comprehended himself. Myriad Art's Emperor Monarch is indeed a genius in arrays. Only a madman could think of this kind of amplification method. Yun Nuoxing scrutinized the information that was pouring into his mind. The information wasn't messy, it was very complete. It was the comprehension of the Myriad Art Imperial Emperor's cultivation arrays, as well as his comprehension during cultivation. This was definitely a priceless treasure. If it was put outside, many underworld emperors and even divine emperors would come to snatch it. Moreover, because the Myriad Art Imperial Emperor was a giant in the field of arrays, countless array masters would rush over madly. It could be said that if someone knew that Yun Nuoxing had this book, countless people would come to rob him. However, in the current realm of the gods, only a few families dared to provoke Yun Nuoxing. Most of the others did not dare to provoke this madman. Even emperor gods did not want to provoke an existence who could shatter an eternal divine weapon. There's more. Just as Yun Nuoxing was immersed in the comprehension of the cultivation book, Xian and Nightmare saw another extremely bright ball of light flying towards Yun Nuoxing. It circled around him and then landed in front of him. Little bits of information flowed towards Yun Nuoxing's glabella. There's more, there's more, there's more. Ziyan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She extended her jade-like finger and pointed at the statue. There were a few balls of light that were originally rotating at a moderate speed. Suddenly, they spun a little faster. However, they still didn't fly out. They seemed to be hesitant and didn't know if they should float towards Yun Nuo. Nightmare also saw this and hurriedly held his breath. His pitch-black eyes were so wide that they were about to fall out. The 4 and 5 balls of light spun faster and faster. They were so fast that their shadows were almost touching, but they refused to fly out. Buffed. At this moment, a few formations rapidly condensed in front of Yun Nuoxing, after which they combined together and quickly split into 2. Then they combined again and split again. Not long after, the hall was enveloped by a dense formation. The energy that permeated from it caused Ziyan and Yun Nuoxing to tremble in fear. At this moment, the hesitant balls of light suddenly turned and flew towards Yun Nuoxing. Moreover, there were more than 5 of them. The brightest balls of light basically all floated out. More than a dozen balls of light spun around Yun Nuoxing, fighting to be the first to merge into the latter's glabella. This scene caused Ziyan and Jian Wushuang to laugh bitterly without end. This fellow is really shocking. The 2 of us only took a single type of inheritance when we accepted the inheritance, yet he took over 10 as soon as he arrived. Moreover, because they were formations, their value was slightly higher than profound techniques. Yun Nuoxing also seemed to feel more than a dozen streams of information burrowing into his mind at once. His brows twitched, and he cursed in his heart. What the hell was this? Didn't the inheritances come one by one? Why did they have to come in groups? Such a huge amount of information rushed into his mind. Did they want him to cultivate or kill him? However, cursing was one thing. He quickly calmed his mind and sorted out the piles of information that rushed in. The energy of each piece of information had a unique aura, so he didn't have to worry about sorting it out wrongly. It just took a long time. In the outside world, Xian and Nightmare also breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that Yun Nuoxing was fine. In the huge loft, Yishi held a book that was even bigger than her and quietly read it. She glanced at the door and outside the window from time to time. She couldn't help but sigh softly, shake her head, and continue reading. Yishi, 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 little star is missing. Upstairs, Feng Er ran down in a panic and threw herself at Yishi. She picked her up and said anxiously, "You've already said it for the 89th time." Yishi shook her head helplessly and closed the book. Her small hand reached out from her long sleeve and rubbed Feng Er's head. She said, "He's only gone for a day. Perhaps he promised Big Brother and the others some opportunity. It's fine, trust me." Feng Er tilted her head and looked at Yishi. She slowly put her down and nodded as if she didn't fully understand. Then she jogged upstairs. Seeing this, Yishi flipped through the big book again and couldn't help but call her a little girl in her heart. 2 hours later, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the stairs again, making her smile bitterly and helplessly. She closed the book and opened her arms. Then she saw Feng Er anxiously pick her up and say anxiously, "Yishi, Yishi, little star is missing." Yishi just wanted to knock her head and faint. Then she could only mutter, "Big Brother Nuo, come back, quickly. Xiaoxi is going to be played to death by this girl." Chapter 5:19. Yun Nuoxing's body was surrounded by the terrifying light of the formation, which circulated endlessly according to a specific path. It made Yun Nuoxing look dazzling. There seemed to be an extremely terrifying power circulating in his body, which then overlapped and continued to circulate. Yun Nuoxing gradually calmed down. Seeing that his cultivation had gradually calmed down, and the 6 wings on his back were retracted like a screen, Ziyen and Ziyen sighed softly. They looked at each other and nodded. Then they hurriedly sat down in front of the statue and continued to cultivate. As soon as they sat down, they entered a deep state of meditation. If others were to see this, they would probably be so shocked that they would bite their tongues. Just how strong was his comprehension ability to enter a deep state of meditation after sitting down? In the scene that Yun Nuoxing saw, the scene of the formation splitting was extremely clear. That figure kept repeating this action endlessly. Rays of light circulated in this space of the formation. The boundless energy here condensed and dissipated again. 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, 4 turned into 8, until there were tens of thousands of formations hanging in the sky. Every time Yun Nuoxing felt that the energy of the formations was about to crash down, the boundless energy would silently dissipate. Yun Nuoxing lowered his head. In his hands were a dozen or so array formations arranged vertically. From afar, this array formation looked like a Vajra pestle. The array formations at the top and bottom were larger, while the array formation in the middle was 2 times smaller. Of course, Yun Nuoxing couldn't use all his strength to inscribe this large formation. If he did, he wouldn't be able to control the subsequent splits, and the energy would be depleted very quickly. Thus, the largest formation he was holding was only a foot in size. The scene that he saw just now kept repeating in his mind. The information was deeply imprinted in his mind. He knew what to do. His hand that was holding the dozen or so formations suddenly trembled. 1 divided into 2, 2 combined, 2 divided into 4, 4 divided into 4, 4 divided into 4, 4 divided into 8. Yun Nuoxing closed his eyes and quietly sensed the mysterious power in the formations. He constantly combined the formations, replicated them, and combined them. The formation in his hands quietly grew larger until it left his body and floated in front of him. His spiritual power and soul power perfectly controlled the two processes. Then it continued to split and combine. He didn't know how many times he repeated this action. The formation that was only a foot in size was finally covered by a formation that was 10,000 feet in size after countless rearrangements. If one looked carefully, they would discover that there were countless small formations under this formation. It was just that they were drowned by the sea of light, so it was difficult to notice them. The power of that small formation has been magnified by tens of thousands of times. Finally, when Yun Nuoxing's spiritual power was about to reach its limit, he finally stopped. He looked at the formation that was 10,000 feet in size and couldn't help but gulp. This small formation was probably disdained to be used by a mundane level formation master to practice. However, if its power was unleashed now, it would probably be terrifying. Let's modify it a little. Although each large formation that connects the two will look like an enlarged version of the original formation, it will still affect the formation or formation groups that are connected to each other, Yun Nuoxing thought, for a while. Although this was already done very well, he didn't want it to end like this. He felt that he could still make some changes. I can modify the formation groups and change them into a dozen or so different formations. As for the large formations that are used to connect after splitting, I'll use the one with the highest grade to combine them. Since it can be divided into 2, it can also be divided into 4, right? Then, the 4 can be divided into 16. The size of a formation could be expanded according to the thoughts of the formation master. If it could be expanded to 10,000 feet in size, it could also be expanded to 10 feet in size. Apart from some formations that had a basic size of more than 10,000 feet, the destructive formations couldn't be shrunk. However, the Myriad Art Emperor's method was different. If he expanded a 5th grade immortal level formation from 10 feet in size to 10,000 feet in size, its power might more or less change, but it wouldn't be much different. At most, it would have the power of a 6th grade or 7th grade immortal level formation. However, if he used the Myriad Art Emperor's combination splitting method, the power could be multiplied infinitely, allowing a 5th grade immortal level formation to unleash power that was close to a divine grade formation. In the true sense, 1 plus 1 was greater than 2. Just as Yun Nuoxing was tirelessly trying to split 1 into 4, 4, and 16, and modifying the formations as he wished, and trying out various combinations of formations, his mind suddenly trembled, causing his hand to tremble. Those formations all shattered in front of him. How? How is this? The intense pain caused Yun Nuoxing's handsome face to contort. The soul light ball between his eyebrows pulsed at a high frequency, and the 6-colored roulette also vibrated. Waves of chaotic soul aura rushed out from between his eyebrows, and the temples beside his forehead twitched. It's going to explode. There's something. Yun Nuoxing gritted his teeth, and his entire body lay on the ground. He held his head tightly with both hands, and his eyes were bloodshot. It seemed like something was about to rush out from his soul. It wasn't that something was pouring in, but something was coming out from his soul. In the formation world, and in front of the statue, Yun Nuoxing roared in pain at the same time. The roar was so loud that it spread throughout the entire hall, causing everyone to be shocked. They hurriedly exited their cultivation states and rushed in the direction of Yun Nuoxing and the others. Xian and Nightmare were scared out of their wits by this roar. They hurriedly raised their heads and saw Yun Nuoxing holding his head with both hands. His handsome face was filled with pain, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before falling straight to the ground. Little Star! Xian was so scared that her face turned pale. She couldn't care less about her cultivation. Her delicate body flashed, and she directly rushed behind Yun Nuoshing. She stretched out her arms, hugged him, and knelt down. Her jade-like hands trembled as she gently touched his forehead. Seeing Xian's unreasonable speed, Nightmare's face couldn't help but twitch, and he hurriedly rushed over. "What's wrong? What's wrong? Where's Little Star?" It was also at this moment that Yao Hua and the others rushed in through the door. The roar just now had directly interrupted everyone's cultivation. Their faces were slightly pale, but more than that, they were frightened. Especially after seeing Yun Nuoshing fall, they were a little uneasy. Before Xian could say anything, a blurry black figure appeared in front of her, causing Mei Mao to pause. When she saw who it was, she hurriedly called out, "Senior Mountain." The person who came was the Mountain King. He was just leisurely drinking tea when Yun Nuoshing's roar made him spit out his tea. He couldn't be bothered to clean up and hurriedly ran over. The Mountain King waved his hand, squatted down, and placed his palm on Yun Nuoshing's forehead. Chi. However, just as the Mountain King's palm touched Yun Nuoshing's forehead, a strange force rebounded and hit his palm directly, causing him to be stunned. Everyone was a little confused, not knowing what had happened. That flash of black energy just now seemed to be Little Star's stellar energy, right? The Mountain King's expression was strange, and he touched Yun Nuoshing's forehead again. However, before he could get even an inch closer, that mysterious force appeared again. And this time, he was sent flying. The Mountain King, who was sent flying, retreated dozens of meters before coming to a stop. His widened eyes seemed to tell everyone that he had seen a ghost. "Oh my God, it's a good thing that those old fellows aren't here. If they saw this old man being sent flying by an unconscious person, this embarrassing incident will be passed down through the ages." The Mountain King walked back to Yun Nuoshing's side, and his low whisper made everyone sweat. "Senior King, what happened to young Master Yun?" Qin Yan asked. "An overload of soul energy has formed a violent energy domain there. If you touch it casually, it will stimulate the violent soul energy and make it even more violent." The Mountain King shook his head and said with a strange expression, "But I've lived for a long time, and this old man has never seen such a strange thing. A soul that is comparable to the peak of the demonic rank can even send me flying after going berserk. Boom!" Before the Mountain King could finish his sentence, a burst of stellar energy exploded, and a golden figure flew into the depths of the grand hall. Everyone turned their gazes in a daze, and a moment later, they heard a blood-curdling scream coming from the depths of the grand hall. "Fly!" The Mountain King's cheeks trembled, and he finished the last word. "Don't touch this child's soul first. It doesn't look like there's a problem with her cultivation. It looks like, oh, right, it looks like something from the inside has rushed out and formed a repulsive effect with her soul. That's the so-called lost memory coming back." As the Mountain King spoke, everyone's expression changed slightly. Yun Nuoshing had lost her memory. Everyone knew this except for Shui Ge, Qin Yan, and Nightmare. However, why would she suddenly remember something when she was cultivating? "All right, continue with your cultivation. I'll look after this child." The Mountain King waved his hand and brought Yao Hua out from the depths of the grand hall, then urged everyone. Hearing this, Yao Hua and the rest hurriedly shook their heads while the others stood stubbornly. None of them left, causing the great Mountain Sovereign King to be stunned. He stared deeply at Yun Nuoshing. This little guy was the soul of this group. Naturally, he could tell that the worry and unease in the eyes of Yun Nuoshing and the others came from the bottom of their hearts. Of course, the Mountain King didn't want them to waste time. He said that if she didn't wake up in a day, Yao Hua and the others didn't need to keep watch anymore. They could continue with their cultivation. It was useless to worry and worry. Everyone nodded. They knew that it was useless to just keep watch, so they agreed. Around 4 hours later, the violent energy between Yun Nuoxing's brows quietly dissipated. When the Mountain King tried to probe again, he discovered that the soul had blocked his spiritual power from probing. This made him doubt his life. He had experienced being sent flying by a demonic soul and being blocked by a demonic soul in a day. He couldn't help but blush. 6 hours later, the sleeping Yun Nuoxing's eyelids trembled gently. Everyone saw that the 2 eyeballs seemed to be moving. They couldn't help but feel happy and quickly went over. Then they saw the eyelids tremble and slowly open. The pair of silver-purple eyes below still had some confusion and lingering pain. A moment later, the emptiness slowly faded away. Yun Nuoxing's eyes surged with life. Her vision slowly converged from its blurry state. Soon after, she saw joyful faces. There was even a beautiful face that was almost crying tears of joy. Her pale face flushed with color. "Girl, what did I do in the ghost aura forest a few years ago? Tell me the truth." When Yun Nuoxing woke up, the first thing she did wasn't ask about the time or what happened. Instead, she asked about the ghost aura forest a few years ago. Everyone was stunned. Xian and Mei Mao didn't dare to look at her. Everyone knew what happened that day. Anyone who survived the ghost aura forest knew. However, under Yun Nuoxing's calm gaze, she didn't dare to say it. No, she didn't want to say it. He placed his hand on Ziyan's arm and slowly slid it down to hold Ziyan's small hand. The warm feeling caused Ziyan's delicate body to tremble. When she saw Yun Nuoxing close his eyes, she clenched her teeth and slowly opened her mouth to recount the events that happened that day from beginning to end. Shuige and the others didn't go to the ghost aura forest that day and only heard rumors. Now that they heard a legendary witness recounting it in front of them, they were even more shocked. Even the Mountain King's eyes were sharp. He was a little surprised and even shocked. Of course, he knew the significance of the eternal weapon, but this child actually had the ability to shatter it. "The art of stars, is this it?" Yun Nuoxing murmured, and a soul image flew out from between his eyebrows. Then it was displayed in front of everyone. There was a person in the image, and he was holding an immeasurably huge formation. Then a huge pillar of starlight descended from the sky. Even though it was just an image, it still caused everyone to tremble in fear. It was as if the pillar of light was really descending on their heads. Chapter 5:20. The towering pillar of light was very dazzling even though it was standing in the star field. It was like a huge beacon that pierced through the 9 heavens and the Milky Way. No one knew where it came from. It went straight through the array and plunged downwards. No one knew where it led to. "Is this it?" Yun Nuoxing asked again. His head was still a little dizzy, and he felt like slapping himself unconscious. Everyone nodded their heads in a daze as they stared blankly at the huge pillar of light. Seeing their expressions, Yun Nuoxing could not help but roll his eyes. Although he himself was very shocked when he saw it, it was not to the extent that his soul had left his body like this. With a wave of his hand, the image disappeared in front of him. Xian and the others also recovered from the shock. When they saw Yun Nuoxing stand up, they quickly reached out to help him. "I'm fine. It's just that when I was studying the array, the star technique suddenly awakened in my mind. Go and cultivate." Seeing everyone supporting him in a flurry, Yun Nuoxing shook his head with a bitter smile. He held his dizzy head and smiled. "Are you really okay?" Everyone was doubtful. They had never heard him scream when he was injured. That mournful roar just now went straight into the sky. Was he really okay? Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and walked towards the statue of Emperor Wanfa step by step. Xian was also very careful to support him, for fear that he would fall. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Hearing that murmur, everyone was a little shocked. Then they smiled bitterly. This guy, they didn't expect him to be so crazy and crazy when he cultivated. After taking a deep breath, Yun Nuoxing smiled at Xian. Then he slowly sat down cross-legged, and his consciousness touched the statue again. Seeing that he had calmed down and seemed to be really fine, everyone went back to their seats. When Yuan, Shi, and the others were about to walk out of the hall, they still looked back worriedly. After watching for 10 minutes and making sure that nothing was wrong, they went back. The mountain lord looked at Yun Nuoxing the entire time. He stroked his little beard and looked at the 5 statues. Then he sighed and sat down cross-legged. He was very interested in this kid. Yun Nuoxing and the other 2 naturally didn't know that the mountain lord was watching them from behind. After Yun Nuoxing entered the state, he used his fastest speed to comprehend the information that was transmitted to him. The light balls that floated back now flew to Yun Nuoxing again. They were like a group of elves happily holding a party. Yun Nuoxing. Looking at the dozens of balls of light, the Mountain King's hand trembled as he tore off a strand of his mustache. It was so painful that he sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at Yun Nuoxing in bewilderment before spitting out 2 words. Monster. Time passed quickly. 2 months seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye. However, these 2 months were extremely busy for Yun Nuoxing and the others. Those who cultivated mystic skills were cultivating mystic skills, and those who comprehended them were still comprehending them. Now, the 5 statues in the hall had quietened down. Rows of light balls flowed under the statues' feet. Yun Nuoxing used half a month to comprehend the 10,000 arts Imperial Emperor to perfection. Then he used the dozens of arrays in front of the Mountain Lord. The old man was almost scared to death. The Mountain Lord didn't believe that Yun Nuoxing could comprehend all the arrays in half a day. Even if a 9th grade Divine Arts array master were here, he wouldn't be able to comprehend all the arrays in half a day, let alone Yun Nuoxing, who was just an immortal realm brat. Even a 9th grade Divine Arts array master wouldn't be able to comprehend all the arrays in half a day. Arrays at this level were already extraordinary. There was a certain level of mystery in them. If one could comprehend them from the scroll until one couldn't sense anything special, then it would be considered perfect. Therefore, Yun Nuoxing's perfect state meant that he could use all the arrays in their entirety. It was much more perfect than the evolved version of the 10,000 spirits killing array, the heaven refining array. After all, the latter was a heaven sealing array with many talismans in it. He found that in that world, his comprehension of arrays would be enhanced. Therefore, he specially used 5 days to comprehend the 10,000 spirits killing array. He made great progress. Originally, he could only use 30% of the array, but now he could use 60% of it. However, Yun Nuoxing couldn't comprehend the rest, no matter how hard he tried. He could only blame it on his insufficient realm. The Star Arts incantation was very arrogant. When he first came in, he didn't even want to integrate it into the soul-burning incantation. It even conflicted with the other profound arts. In the end, it was dismembered by the other profound arts. Then, it obediently joined the other profound arts. Yun Nuoxing found that this was a versatile incantation. Not only could it attract the power of the stars for cultivation, but it could also cultivate the soul and spirit. The power of the stars poured into the soul and spirit, making the 6 paths of reincarnation disc between his eyebrows look like it was rotating in a starry sky. Where did this magical incantation come from? Yun Nuoshing was very curious. This incantation was not only domineering, but it also had such a powerful array. The falling stars was definitely a super destructive technique. Its power was no weaker than the netherworld execution of the heavens. Moreover, it was a regional bombardment. The netherworld execution of the heavens could strike anywhere. The little girl said that Jean Wang said the name of the star arts. I think they should know about it. It can't be from the 12 star palaces. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. Why did he feel that this had something to do with the 12 star palaces? Was the eternal divine weapon broken? I wonder if the netherworld execution of the heavens can do it. After muttering to himself for a while, Yun Nuoshing finally ended his half a month of cultivation. Then he went to cultivate at the Soul Blade Great Emperor's place. He took 3 to 4 scrolls and came out after half a month. He also spent half a month cultivating at the Colored Glaze Great Emperor's place. Colored Glaze Great Emperor, what's the relationship with Heavenly God Colored Glaze? Yun Nuoshing was puzzled. Back then, he obtained something from the Heavenly God Colored Glaze's underground palace, the Glaze Treasure Mirror. It could allow Xian skills, secret arts, and even arrays to accumulate power, break through the limit, and unleash extremely powerful attacks. He had always wanted this, but he couldn't melt the glazed divine crystal to cast it. He still couldn't cultivate it, so he could only be anxious. Fortunately, Ziyi said that the melting speed could be increased with the help of the 2 divine flames, but when would it be completed? It depends on fate. If you and the glazed treasure mirror are really fated, then you'll definitely be able to cast the glaze in your lifetime. Ziyi chuckled. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. How long would he have to live? Wouldn't it take tens of thousands of years? However, Ziyi told him that the glazed divine crystal was already melting. It was melting very slowly, so slow that it was enough to make him break down. No hurry. It will melt in 10,000 years, Ziyi said calmly. Yun Nuoshing was petrified. 10,000 years would pass in the blink of an eye for old monsters like them. 1 seclusion and 1 cultivation would only take 10,000 years. However, to young people like them, 10,000 years was like a time that was difficult to surpass. It was just a number. Brat, who are you calling an old monster? Do you believe that I won't push you down? Ziyi suddenly went berserk. She strode with her long legs and knocked Yun Nuoshing to the ground. I was wrong. I was just thinking about it. I didn't mean that. No, molest. Don't pull my pants. Yun Nuoshing's handsome face was pale. He looked at Ziyi, who was sitting on him, as though he was looking at a hungry tigress. You can't even think about it. Swish! A cold laugh, accompanied by the sound of clothes being torn apart, resounded in this world of flames. Lan Xian, and the netherworld ruins, Sword glanced over curiously. Lan Xian, immediately turned her head away with a red face while the latter rushed into the sea of flames and pretended that she didn't see anything. Help! Xian, netherworld ruins. Something is going to happen. My moral integrity, and at an asterisk, Yun Nuoshing screamed in despair, but halfway through, he was stopped by a delicate little hand. The mountain emperor in the outside world watched as Yun Nuoshing's body trembled constantly while his face turned white and red. His weathered eyes flashed with astonishment and confusion. He thought that there was a problem with his cultivation. However, his breathing was very stable. It was just his body that wasn't right. What a strange child. The Mountain Emperor shook his head. Half a month later, Yun Nuoxing ended his cultivation with the colored glaze Great Emperor and took 5 scrolls. Then, he staggered towards the remaining 2 statues that had been activated. He seemed to be in a daze. After being humiliated for half an hour, Yun Nuoxing felt that he had completely lost his dignity as a young man. Although he wasn't, he felt that he had nothing left to live for. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't defeat Ziyi, he would have taken his spear and gone to battle. I swear that I won't enter the spirit world for half a year. Thinking of his tragic experience, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but shed tears of humiliation. He just wanted to find his little cotton-padded jackets to warm his heart. Unfortunately, Xian was at a crucial moment in his cultivation. The 2 little girls didn't follow him. Exine was still hiding in the spirit world and didn't dare to see him. Why is the heavens so mean to me? Yun Nuoxing cried out in grief. Then he walked towards the 4th statue in a daze. The Mountain Emperor saw that he was like a dog that had its spine pulled out. The doubt in his eyes deepened. The 4th statue was that of the Great Emperor of Destruction. The supreme technique he had mastered emphasized the power of destruction, and extermination. If this power entered one's body, one's vitality would be instantly destroyed. There was also a type of destruction array inside that could unleash the power of destruction to the extreme. When Yun Nuoxing arrived at the 5th statue, Yao Hua and the others were already cultivating in the main hall. He glanced at them. For the first time, he felt so far away from them. It was as if he was still standing in the underworld and couldn't feel any warmth. Sister Su Ming, Brother Nuoxing is so pitiful. Should I go out and comfort him? Xian hugged the Su Ming sword and hid from Ziyi. She was a little worried. Yes, and you have to comfort him for a long time. This is very suitable for you. Wait until he finishes cultivating. He's in a daze right now. It's very strange. His comprehension and cultivation speed have increased dozens of times. Let's not disturb him for now, Su Ming said. Oh. Xian blinked at Mei Mao and nodded. The 5th statue was a demon emperor. Yun Nuoxing had some impression of its original form. It was a very mysterious race, the ancient fate-devouring beast. This kind of demon emperor could devour fate, or some kind of fate. This kind of illusory thing didn't seem to exist. It couldn't be touched or seen, but some people knew of its existence. The ancient fate-devouring beast was one of them. Of course, the ancient fate-devouring beast could devour fate, and also give it to others. It had the heaven-defying ability to change one's fate. Yun Nuoxing cultivated under this demon emperor statue and cultivated under the Great Emperor of Destruction for half a month. She took 5 scrolls each time. Then she looked at Xian, who was still cultivating under the Great Empress. She sighed sadly. Looking at everyone in the main hall, Yun Nuoxing walked out and continued walking into the depths of the corridor. Chapter 5:21. Yun Nuoxing was also curious about the other doors in the 2nd corridor, so he went in to take a look. There were also cultivation techniques inside, but they were related to blacksmiths, alchemists, and seers. Yun Nuoxing was interested in seers, but he was already exhausted from just cultivating formations and cultivating himself. He had no choice but to become a blacksmith. After all, he still had to repair the Nether Void sword and the others. He had no choice but to become a blacksmith. There was a blacksmith's cultivation method here, as well as a secret room and a large pile of materials that were casually piled up in a corner. Seeing the pile of 5th or 6th rank materials, Yun Nuoxing naturally understood that this pile of broken things was used by the Mountain King for people to practice, so he conveniently borrowed it. After spending half a month and tons of materials, Ling Hongjian finally reached the third rank and forged a flame core. It glowed with the earth core, and some of the formations had already begun to repair themselves. Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing's miserable mood was slightly lifted. However, it did not last long before he was defeated by his own mentality. He was once again filled with grief and indignation. He could only turn this grief into motivation for his cultivation. Exine, don't try to persuade him. Let him be crazy for a while. He has reached the half-demon rank in the past 2 months. Let's see if he can reach the demon rank in one go. Su Ming said. Sister Su Ming, it's too early for him to reach the demon rank. We have to suppress Brother Nuoxing. We can't let him reach the 9th cycle of the half-demon rank. Once he reaches the demon rank, Lan Xian hurriedly shook her head. The Nethervoid sword was startled, then smiled bitterly. She had almost forgotten. She was too excited. Repairing the Netherworld Ruin Sword was several times more difficult than Yun Nuoxing had imagined. They had almost used up all the materials here, and only then did they succeed in upgrading it half a month later. This was even done with the tacit cooperation of the two. As for the 1,000 tempering hammer technique, Yun Nuoxing had left by himself. He did not mind and carefully put it away. Perhaps he would need it in the future. Yun Nuoxing did not enter the alchemist's room to take a look. Instead, he walked into the seer's room. The moment he stepped in, Yun Nuoxing felt as though his entire body was being scrutinized. It was as though he was invisible. After walking around inside, Yun Nuoxing looked around and didn't find anything to his liking. There was also no so-called predestined thing. Even if he wanted to cultivate it, he couldn't cultivate it. Only when this profound Method Heart Sutra automatically came to him would he allow him to cultivate it. As expected, it's not the fate of a seer. Yun Nuoxing sighed and shook her head. Just as she was about to leave, an ancient book rushed out from the corner. Its yellowed cover seemed like it would shatter with a pinch, and it gave off a very vicissitude feeling. Yun Nuoxing curiously took it in her hands. Looking at the name on the cover, she instantly understood why she was chosen. Heavenly Evolution. Yun Nuoxing used extremely strange syllables to read these 3 words. These were actually words from the mythological era. Suppressing the throbbing and curiosity in her heart, Yun Nuoxing nervously flipped to the first page. In an instant, her excited mood fell to the bottom. She even felt a little dejected. There was no doubt about it. The first page was the general outline, and only one sentence was written. The Great Fate Deduction Technique is composed of 7 types of divine powers. They are the Heavenly Evolution Technique, Destiny Technique, Divinity Deduction, Great Prophecy Technique, Great Fate Technique, Heavenly Constellation Technique, and Heavenly Fate Reincarnation Technique. Without any one of these, it would be difficult to truly deduce fate. When Yun Nuoxing saw this sentence, she felt a little pain in her heart. When she flipped to the back, she felt a sense of suffocation. This was because this yellowed ancient book was 200 pages thick, and all of them were words from the mythological era. This was nothing. She could understand it, but she was completely confused by some of the strange symbols. She couldn't understand them, nor could she feel them. This was all about comprehension, and in the Heavenly Evolution Technique, there were many things related to the Heavenly Tao, Heavenly Fate, Providence, and Fate. Yun Nuoxing felt even more confused. You're courting death. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. His handsome face collapsed. However, if it was really as described in the book, and she could finally master the true deduction of fate, she could still consider learning it. The deduction of fate mentioned in the book could completely predict the future, and not peek at the trend. 1/7 of the book is already so profound. What if all 7 books are gathered together? Will it be able to stun people? Yun Nuoshing completely lost her temper. No matter how curious she was, she could only put it at the bottom of the box. She would decide whether to learn it or not when she was interested in it in the future. After putting away the heavenly evolution technique, Yun Nuoshing walked out of the door, looking at the huge wooden door that was tightly shut at the end of the corridor. She nodded and lifted her foot to walk over. After pushing open the door, there was only darkness behind the door. It was an endless darkness without any light. Yun Nuoshing was a little hesitant. He didn't know if he should walk in. After encountering terrifying darkness several times, he was already extremely afraid of it. Let's go. Don't tell me it's going to eat me. Yun Nuoshing sighed and took a step inside. As soon as she walked in, the door behind her slammed shut with a loud bang. It made Yun Nuoshing's heart skip a beat. She was purely frightened, especially when it was so dark here. Creak, creak, a strange sound that made one's teeth chatter came from the darkness. Yun Nuoshing had goosebumps all over his body. He only felt a little flustered, especially when he felt that something was spying on him in the darkness. He subconsciously took out the Netherworld Ruin Sword, then carefully released his soul power to slightly illuminate the place. Although the weak light was only a little bit, it was able to continuously spread and eventually illuminate the entire world. However, when Yun Nuoshing illuminated the entire world, his handsome face was completely pale. It was a deathly pale white as gold paper. It was so white that it was almost transparent. The Netherworld Ruin sword in his hand was unsteady due to fear and almost slipped to the ground. He saw countless red eyes that were densely packed together, reflecting his figure. He saw a group of 8-legged animals that were from 5 to 10 feet in size. They were covered in fur. The creaking sound came from them because they were moving their huge long legs towards him. At this moment, Yun Nuoshing's heart fell from sadness to fear, from fear to fear, and from despair to darkness. The darkness spread towards anger, and in the end, it became rage. His silver-purple eyes instantly turned blood red, and divine artifacts covered the sky and earth as they shot out. That child should have already walked to the second door. The things inside should be very interesting. I wonder what he saw. At this moment, the mountain monarch had set up a small tea table in front of the statues and was drinking by himself. From time to time, he would poke his head out of the door to see if Yun Nuoshing had walked in. After watching for a while, the mountain monarch turned back to look at Xian and the others. He couldn't help but smile. These children's aptitudes should be the best of the best, the geniuses among geniuses. However, compared to that child, they are still lacking. There aren't many people like that child in the entire pantheon of gods. The mountain king sighed and poured himself a cup of tea. He lifted the cup to his nose and took a whiff. Then, a satisfied look appeared on his face. Just as he was about to drink the tea, the entire hall rumbled and shook. The tea splashed onto him, and he was caught off guard. Boom! Clang! A series of terrifying explosions came from the depths of the hall. What followed was the sound of something extremely heavy collapsing. Moreover, the tremors from the explosions were so intense that it affected the entire hall. Seal, the mountain's sovereign king, furrowed his brows. With a wave of his hand, a surge of energy sealed up the entire hall. Instantly, the tremors disappeared without a trace. However, what puzzled him was that Yun Nuoshing seemed to be the only one who had stepped into the depths of the hall. Could it be that something had happened behind the second door? With this thought in mind, the mountain lord stretched his head out. In an instant, he saw a gigantic red door streaking past him at an extremely high speed. It almost touched his nose. Clang! Boom! The giant door flew past and crashed into the first giant door, causing it to collapse. The mountain monarch's face turned pale. A few drops of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. He was so frightened, however, he continued to calmly look towards the depths of the corridor. Soon after, he saw Yun Nuoshing brandishing dozens of weapons as he fought with the air. Vast and mighty energy splashed and exploded, causing the palace to tremble. Moreover, there were several terrifying energies that caused even the great mountain sovereign king to shudder in fear as they quietly emerged. Oh no! The mountain monarch turned pale with fright. The explosion of this energy was enough to flatten the entire hall. "Child, wake up!" The mountain monarch rushed over and appeared beside Yun Nuoshing in an instant. He slapped his palm on the latter's shoulder, causing Yun Nuoshing's body to tremble violently. The shout was like a heavenly voice that penetrated his mind, causing his violent eyes to slowly calm down. After looking around in confusion, Yun Nuoshing seemed to have woken up. He was slightly stunned when he saw the mountain monarch. Especially when he saw the mountain monarch's awkward expression, he seemed to have thought of something. He quickly put away his divine weapons and clasped his hands together. "Senior Mountain, I'm sorry." The mountain monarch waved his hand and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. He smiled and shook his head. "The space behind the second door is an illusion. It will project the things you fear the most and suppress your mind. Those who have come here before can break through their limits and directly advance their cultivation to the 5th or 6th cycle. It's very effective." Yun Nuoshing laughed awkwardly. What the mountain monarch was implying was, "Why did you go berserk when it came to this child? Child, what did you see?" Even the mountain monarch couldn't help but want to ask, what did this child who stood at the peak see that made him go berserk? A swarm of giant spiders. Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly and answered truthfully. The mountain monarch was speechless. This answer was unexpected, extremely unexpected. It was hard to imagine, hard to believe. It was unprecedented and probably would never be replicated in the future. Yun Nuoshing was a powerful half-demon, the king of physiques with the spiritual, godly physique, a super-powerful existence that could kill the emperor of the underworld. Yet, he was actually afraid of spiders. This life was so dramatic. This time, the mountain monarch didn't know what to say. He felt that anything he said would be wrong. Chapter 5:22. After the illusion was broken, the place returned to its original state. It was just a simple and spacious corridor. There were no spiders or anything terrifying. The mountain sovereign's mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Yun Nuoshing's innocent and fearful eyes, he swallowed his words. In the end, he could only sigh and wave his hand helplessly. "Continue forward. This illusion couldn't stop you in the first place. Now that it has been destroyed, they don't need to test you anymore." The mountain sovereign laughed bitterly, then pointed inside and said with a smile, "Go on." Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing scratched his head in embarrassment and nodded. He then walked deeper into the corridor. Actually, he couldn't be blamed for this. Who asked him to see the thing he was most afraid of in the illusion? Under the influence of fear, he was a little violent. It wasn't a big deal. If the mountain sovereign knew what he was thinking, he would probably be petrified. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing had almost reached the door, the mountain sovereign sighed. With a wave of his sleeve, the huge door that flew out flew back. The bumpy area was restored to its original state. Then it merged with the other door and opened gently. After doing all this, the mountain sovereign slowly walked towards Yun Nuoshing. Behind the door was a very precious place. He wanted to see if the child would react in surprise. The third door was a huge celestial door. The colors of the star domains stained the huge door and flowed gently. It was as if a starry sky was rotating on the door. Yun Nuoxing's palm lightly pressed on the door. He felt a cold touch and a faintly discernible suction force, lightly sucking on his skin. He turned back to look at the mountain sovereign standing at the side. When he saw that the mountain sovereign was only looking at him with a smile, without saying a word, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. He exerted a little force with his palm, but the door didn't move at all. Yun Nuoxing gradually increased his strength until he used all his strength to barely open the heavy celestial door. Starry sky? Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Through the gap, he could see a dark area shimmering with starlight. A very pure, celestial power flowed into his body. He was very familiar with this energy, but how could there be such rich celestial power in broad daylight? This is my training ground. It's a celestial space created by a special power. It's just a small trick that every high-level god knows. Training here can increase one's speed and comprehension by a lot. The mountain sovereign smiled. Yun Nuoxing suddenly understood, but when he heard him mention the special power, his heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. He seemed to have heard of the Six Realms crystal and the Yishaoshi before, so he couldn't help but ask, the power of rules? The mountain sovereign was really surprised. The rule power was a power that only Emperor God experts could barely come into contact with. He could only come into contact with it and borrow it. But it's fine as long as you know. Don't think too much about it. It's still too early. Yun Nuoxing nodded. It wasn't beneficial for him to explain the power that only people at that level could come into contact with. He just needed to know that there was such a thing. Turning back to look at the door that was only slightly opened, Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath. His 6 wings suddenly spread out from his back. The celestial power in his body boiled with a thought, and an extremely violent power spread throughout his body. "Ha!" Yun Nuoxing opened his mouth and roared. He held the celestial door with both hands. His veins popped out. The terrifying power caused the celestial door to tremble continuously. The entire door was slowly pushed open. Seeing that there was hope, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. He used even more strength in his hands, and even the 2 divine flames in his body evaporated every inch of strength in his body. Yun Nuoxing fiercely clenched his teeth, and even a vein on his forehead protruded like an earth dragon. Hidden under his skin, there was actually a faint golden light flowing through the veins. Rumble! Seeing that the entire door was pushed open halfway by Yun Nuoxing's strength, the mountain sovereign was completely stunned. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. His heart was numb. This celestial door contains a portion of high-level energy. It needs to be activated with one's own energy to push it open. This old man is really speechless. The mountain sovereign laughed bitterly. Ever since Yun Nuoxing came in, all kinds of things had refreshed his understanding of this young man. He had seen more and more things in his long life. However, Yun Nuoxing didn't know what the mountain sovereign was thinking at this moment. If he knew, he would probably immediately release his strength and be sent flying by the door. Clang! Following a loud sound, the celestial door was pushed open violently. It slammed into both sides, causing the palace to tremble. Yun Nuoxing heaved a long sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. This broken door was really heavy and heavy. The mountain sovereign walked to his side and tilted his head to look at him. He couldn't help but say, Actually, this door can be opened by injecting energy." "Huh." Yun Nuoxing widened his eyes, as though he had heard something unbelievable. "This door contains high-level energy. It can be pushed open with energy. Furthermore, the purer the energy, the more energy, the higher the door can be opened. For someone to use pure strength to push it open like you is really rare. I thought you knew about it." The mountain sovereign sighed and shook his head. Yun Nuoshing blinked his eyes and resisted the urge to slap him. He said bitterly, "What do you mean by opening a higher door?" "It literally means that this celestial door has 9 steps. Heaven has 9 layers, and the Milky Way is also known as the 9 heavenly stars. If you can push open the door with a total of 9 steps, you will be able to cultivate at the top of the Milky Way. The effects, there are the best," the mountain sovereign said with a smile. With that said, he waved his hand and turned to walk towards the back. He said, "You can explore on your own. I'll stay behind to help your friends. They will eventually come." "Thank you, Senior." Yun Nuoshing cupped his hands and turned around. He stepped into the celestial door. As he walked through the door, the celestial door that was hundreds of meters tall closed behind him with a boom and disappeared. Yun Nuoshing could only see the celestial door when he turned around. He couldn't tell that there was a door here at all. The place where he walked in was a huge stone star. This star didn't have any signs of life. It didn't have any distinguishing features. It was just a platform for the mountain sovereign to enter. This was a celestial door, but there was air and gravity. Yun Nuoshing didn't feel any discomfort in his body, but he could feel that the celestial door in his body was very, very active here. It was a very intimate feeling, as though the celestial door was his home. This was his birthplace. This was his home. There seems to be a very strange energy in the celestial door. The elemental door is different as well. The elemental door that is mixed with the celestial door seems to be stronger than the original elemental door. Yun Nuoshing looked at the endless stars above. Some of them were very close to him, while others only flickered with light. They seemed to be quite a distance away. Looking at the stone star below his feet, Yun Nuoshing stomped his feet twice. Then he squatted down and pushed off, jumping towards the celestial door. As soon as his feet left the ground, he habitually used the wind elemental door. He didn't think that a gust of wind would really sweep over and lift him up. The higher the celestial door, the denser the celestial door. Flying in the celestial door, Yun Nuoshing felt very comfortable. His handsome face was brimming with joy. Looking at the huge, twinkling stars, he felt a little overwhelmed and didn't know where to focus his attention. Those huge fireballs and huge water balls flickered in front of his eyes. At the same time, he was overjoyed. At the same time, his heart was incomparably tranquil and filled with a sense of satisfaction. So much so that he had forgotten the humiliation from a few days ago. His long-cherished wish was to be able to travel in the celestial door. Now, he had achieved a little of it, although it wasn't the real celestial door of the outside world. It wasn't too different from it. So beautiful! His silver-purple eyes reflected the twinkling stars. Yun Nuoshing was unconsciously intoxicated. He kept flying higher until his body passed through an invisible barrier. It only stopped him for a moment, slowing him down for a moment. Then, it returned to its original state. However, he didn't think too much about it. He only hated the fact that he didn't have more eyes to look at this beautiful celestial door. What kind of power can actually achieve this? Although it made him forget to return, he still knew that this was only an illusion. But he still couldn't help but want to indulge in it, hypnotizing himself that it was real. The power of laws. Using one's own power of laws to create an illusion of an area. Using one's own power, one can create an illusion of an area. As long as it comes in contact with the power of laws, it can be recreated through the power of laws. It can even pass off the false as the real thing. A faint and clear voice echoed in Yun Nuoshing's mind, but it made his heart twitch fiercely. It almost stopped beating. A faint trace of fear emerged in his heart. Yun Nuoshing's handsome face paled slightly. He didn't dare to utter a word. He lowered his head and rushed towards the higher levels of the celestial domain, pretending that he didn't hear anything. He even released the light element, wanting to find a place to calm down and cultivate. In the cultivation celestial domain, there are many unusual stars. The most common ones are the blazing stars that flicker with brilliant flames. If you sit in a place where you can endure it and cultivate, it can cause the fire element in your body to mutate. There are also stars of other elements that fill the sky. Some special stars even contain special powers. If you can advance on those special stars, it can strengthen your willpower. You can also use those stars to transform your own energy and elements. Although Yun Nuoshing didn't want to listen, Ziyi kept explaining in a soft voice. While the former was frightened, he was also somewhat moved. Ziyi had always been very concerned about him, but when he recalled what happened half a month ago, Yun Nuoshing shuddered fiercely. The idea that had just sprung up in his mind was instantly erased in the cradle. Not long after, Yun Nuoshing crossed 8 obstacles and arrived at the 9th layer of the celestial domain. The stars here were even bigger. Standing in front of those blazing stars, he couldn't see the end of them. Yun Nuoshing felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. He found a dazzling blazing star on the 9th layer of the celestial domain. It flickered with a beautiful purple radiance, and its temperature was many times higher than the other blazing stars he had seen. Even standing a few million li away, Yun Nuoshing could feel the blazing heat. The temperature of this blazing star might not be lower than some of the divine flames ranked in the 50s or 60s. If he didn't release the power of the stars to protect himself, with his strength as a half-step demon, he might be burned to ashes when he approached a million li away. Strands of starlight quietly appeared. Yun Nuoshing looked at this blazing star, and the light element brought him with it in a flash. He rushed to a spot 500,000 miles away from the purple star. Then he slowly approached until he was 300,000 miles away. Yun Nuoshing felt an extremely powerful gravitational force pulling at him. Only then did he retreat a little and sit down cross-legged. The surging power of the stars lingered around his body, blocking the all-pervasive heat. He took out the Nethervoid sword and hung it on his back. He also took out the swirling zither and placed it between his legs. Yun Nuoshing didn't use the swirling zither or the divine flames to block the heat. He wanted to feel it himself. In this place filled with the power of laws, elemental energy, willpower, and star energy, there was nothing better than experiencing it himself. Chapter 5:23. In the pitch-black and boundless space, countless stars twinkled with resplendent light. They tried to tear the darkness apart, but to no avail. Those blazing stars, those strange rocky stars, and those filled with violent winds silently revolved in this lonely and dark star domain. It had been like this since time immemorial, and there was no change at all. In the high-level star domain, a huge purple star was extremely dazzling in the star domain. That purple light was extremely bright even from hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Even in the 9th layer of the star domain, it was still an extremely huge star. And at this moment, in front of this incomparably huge star, there was a tiny figure that didn't attract any attention sitting there. His body was wrapped in the flame energy from the purple star, causing his entire body to glow with purple light. If he was moved to a dark place from here, he would discover that this fellow was also glowing just like an extremely tiny star. At this moment, this person's body was emitting faint starlight, and a fiery red energy was churning on the surface of his body. If one looked closely, they would discover that this crimson energy was slowly absorbing the purple energy around his body, causing him to be dyed in a gorgeous shade of purple. This person was naturally Yun Nuoshing. From the day he closed his eyes, a month had already passed. In this month, he frantically extracted the star energy in the star domain and even extracted the blazing energy from the purple star in front of him. At the same time, he constantly released the star energy to resist the high temperature. Dense beads of sweat continuously dripped down from his forehead, and the black clothes on his body became wet and dry. Purple flames lingered on his body, making him look like he was on fire. This month was torture for him. He thought that with 2 divine flames, he wouldn't be afraid of the high temperature anymore. Even if he cultivated here, he would be able to adapt quickly. In the end, it was as if he was being fried in a high-temperature fire zone. No, it was as if he was being boiled in high-temperature water. With his somewhat weak willpower, he bitterly persevered for a month. Along the way, there were many times when he thought of quitting, but he stubbornly persevered. Even though he was very uncomfortable, especially when he discovered that his originally rapid cultivation speed had once again soared to the limit, he was even more desperately enduring the torment. Brother Nuashing, stop. Just as Yun Nuashing felt that he was about to break through to the next level, an anxious and pleasant voice sounded in his heart. It made him tremble violently, and his handsome face turned slightly pale. The most feared thing when cultivating was to be disturbed by others. Even if the spiritual physique diverted a bit of his attention to do some small things during cultivation, he would still be afraid of being disturbed. Lon Xien, Er's spiritual call, almost caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, even though he was slightly injured, Yun Nuashing only frowned. He didn't blame Xien. He knew that this girl wouldn't disturb him if there was nothing important. Since something could make her so anxious, something must have happened. He could only stop cultivating. The light elements suddenly swept him towards the distance, and he landed on a rocky star. After leaving that blazing hell, the surrounding temperature suddenly became much more normal. After resting for a while, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. His consciousness entered his soul with some trembling. As soon as he came out, his eyes widened. When he realized that Ziyi was not beside him, he heaved a sigh of relief. When he turned his gaze, he saw that Xien was not far away. She seemed to be very happy to see him, and she skipped over to him. Brother Nuashing, Lon Xien, suddenly threw herself into Yun Nuashing's embrace. Her 2 jade arms tightly wrapped around his waist. Yun Nuashing's heart warmed slightly. He gently pulled her into his embrace and heard her abrupt sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't break into the demonic realm, just a little bit more. Lon Xien raised her head. A trace of relief flashed across her pure and beautiful face. She looked at Yun Nuashing's puzzled eyes with lingering fear. She softly said, "Brother Nuashing, do you still remember the path of the demonic realm that we told you before?" Yun Nuashing nodded and said, "The path of the demonic realm is divided into demonic realm and demonic realm. The former is the path taken by ordinary cultivators, while the latter is very dangerous." Lon Xien nodded. She leaned her head on Yun Nuashing's shoulder and said in a very soft voice, almost as if she was talking in her sleep, "We don't want Brother Nuashing to break into the demonic realm too early. Even as long as the hidden danger in Brother Nuashing's body is not removed, Xien would rather Brother Nuashing not break into the demonic realm." Yun Nuashing's body trembled. A strange expression flashed across his face. He clenched his fists. Only then did he discover in astonishment that he did not know when he had reached the demonic realm's 9th refinement stage. The amount of star energy in his body had increased by an unknown number of times. Furthermore, it was denser. There were even more stars twinkling in the black energy. If he wanted to break into the demonic realm, it would only take a short, while the realm is so fast. Yun Nuoshing could not help but sigh. This cultivation speed was really too terrifying. In 3 months, he had reached the demonic realm's 9th refinement stage from the immortal realm's 9th refinement stage. If this news were to spread, it would probably frighten people to death. After reaching the demonic realm, in addition to accumulating a large amount of energy, one also needs to have a certain level of comprehension and cultivation. Only then can one break into the next realm. However, with Brother Nuoshing's current level of comprehension, not to mention the demonic realm or the demonic realm, even the divine realm can be easily broken through. But the demonic realm, Lan Xian, Er's soft voice made Yun Nuoshing's heart tremble slightly. This breakthrough was completely involuntary. He even felt that if he were to cultivate here for 3 years, he would be able to reach the demigod level or even the initial divine level. In this place with the endless power of the stars and the endless power of the elements, it was a paradise for the divine body with spiritual reception. And I understand. Thank you, Xian. Yun Nuoshing patted Lan Xian, Er's head, and sighed. If it were not for her, in that state, he might have really broken through to the demonic realm in one go. Lan Xian smiled happily, and then shook her head. She buried her face in Yun Nuoshing's chest and murmured softly, after dozens of eras, in the divine realm, only Brother Nuoshing is Xian family. Brother Nuoshing is Xian only one. This is the only place where Xian can stay. So, please don't say thank you to Xian okay? Yun Nuoshing was slightly stunned. After being together for so many years, he had even forgotten that Xian was a soul that had been released from the holy celestial crystal. He had even forgotten that she was an orphan from the mythological era, who had been sealed for almost 100 eras. After a long, long sleep and a long wait, she had finally met him. She had finally spoken the language of the gods and had been residing in his soul ever since. Thinking of this, Yun Nuoshing could not help but feel a lump in his throat. He hugged the person in his arms tighter and nodded heavily. Okay. Lan Xian smiled sweetly and gently extricated herself from his arms. She smiled playfully at Yun Nuoshing, which made his eyes light up. Then he heard her say, Brother Nuoshing can't continue to cultivate, but Xian has a lot of things to teach Brother Nuoshing. The Void Technique is also a holy celestial heart sutra. It can greatly enhance one's control over the power of space. In Xian's time, it was a heart sutra that was coveted by many. Even a few big countries did not hesitate to start a war. After saying that, she did not wait for Yun Nuoshing's response. She held his hand and walked out of the divine realm. Yun Nuoshing looked at the exquisite figure in front of him and smiled silently. He felt very warm in his heart. Someone depended on him. It felt so good. When the two of them arrived in the divine realm, they were not in a hurry to start cultivating. Instead, they searched the galaxy in the 9th heaven. The Void Technique was related to the cultivation of the power of space. Since there were so many stars in the galaxy, there should also be stars related to the power of space. After passing by many huge stars, Yun Nuoshing even saw a star. It was full of magic arrays. Even its core was a core formed by hundreds of billions of magic arrays. The two of them were very surprised that there was such a strange thing in this world. After secretly memorizing the location of this magic array star, Yun Nuoshing and Lan Xian continued to search. Finally, after a day, they found it. Silver blue power formed a storm that wreaked havoc on the star. The core of this star was a mass of the power of space. As for the interior of the star, it was empty. There was only an endless amount of silver blue power of space flowing inside, creating a supersonic spatial storm. Yun Nuoshing wanted to sit down cross-legged outside, this silver blue star. However, Lan Xian pulled him directly. A terrifying power of space exploded from her petite body. Yun Nuoxing almost fainted. However, a surge of silver blue power flowed into his body through her small hand, allowing him to catch his breath. Yun Nuoxing looked at Lan Xian, who was pulling him along as they flew side by side. He looked at the two hands that were holding each other. Yun Nuoxing unconsciously squeezed them. They were soft and boneless, and her skin was like congealed fat. They were so smooth that he wanted to take a bite out of them. They felt very good to the touch. Lan Xian blushed slightly. However, she did not stop him. Instead, she tightened her grip on his hand. After seeing the expression on Lan Xian's face, Yun Nuoxing laughed embarrassedly and did not move anymore. Lan Xian brought Yun Nuoxing to a place not far away from the core of the power of space. Only then did she stop. The power of space emanating from her petite body calmed down the violent power of space around her. The power of space here was so dense that it was frightening. Yun Nuoxing did not doubt that even a divine king would be torn to shreds if he entered here. If not for Lan Xian's power of space, he would not have been able to enter this place. Even with the two divine flames, it would have been very difficult. However, Lan Xian did not dare to let go of Yun Nuoxing. She was worried that if she did, the frightening power of space would kill Yun Nuoxing, who was not prepared for it at all. The two of them sat very close to each other. Their knees were pressed against each other. Lan Xian's power of space flowed through Yun Nuoxing's body. Only then did Yun Nuoxing feel relieved. Then a fragment of his soul gushed out from between his eyebrows and entered his mind. A huge amount of information flooded in like a tidal wave. At the same time, in the starry door, the Mountain King explained the matter of the starry door clearly. When he saw Xian and the others pushing the door open with all their might, his gaze softened. The younger generation would surpass the older generation. This group of people had pushed open the door to the 8th or 9th level. Huiji, in particular, saw that Yao Hua and the others had pushed open the door to the 9th level. Although he knew that his limit was the 8th level, he still pushed open the door to the 9th level with all his might. When they entered and saw the dazzling starry sky, everyone was shocked and excited. Yun Nuoxing's long-cherished wish to travel in the star region. Of course, they wanted to set foot in the star region. However, they could not go to the star region until they reached the initial god level. Now that they saw the dazzling galaxy here, they felt that they could die without regrets. It would have been great to bring my sister and the others here. Yuanshi could not help but sigh. Then he looked strangely at the Mountain King, who was chuckling beside him. He still could not understand why he had allowed them to inherit and cultivate, and even brought them to such a wonderful place. Senior Mountain, do you know where Little Star is? Xian bowed slightly and asked the Mountain King. The Mountain King smiled and nodded. Then he pointed to a spot above and smiled. That little guy is in a star that contains the power of space. He is creating a miracle. Miracle? Everyone was stunned. Then they were shocked. What kind of magnificent feat was it to make such a person say such a word? Half demonic, rank 9 transformation stage. He has begun to control the power of space. This is something that can only be achieved when one reaches the initial god level. Don't you think it's a miracle? The Mountain King chuckled. What? Everyone was stunned. They quickly dug their ears and widened their eyes, suspecting that they had heard wrongly. He has begun to control the power of space. The Mountain King added, No. The first sentence, That kid is already at the half-demonic rank 9 transformation stage. The Mountain King smiled. To reach the half-demonic rank 9 transformation stage in 3 months, and to be able to advance to the demonic rank at any time, this speed shocked him. No. Oh my God. Can this guy be any faster? Can he wait for us? Sick. Demon. Monster. Demon in human form. Chapter 5:24. Even Yun Nuwashing, who was deep in cultivation, couldn't help but sneeze loudly after being talked about by more than 10 people at the same time. He even shivered and had goosebumps. However, he was now in a very strange state. His realm wasn't high enough, so he couldn't control the power of space. This was without a doubt, and everyone agreed that this was the case. Unless he had a very special constitution, he would be born with the power of space. For example, Zero, the illusory time body. He would be born with the power of time and space. Even if he couldn't use them accurately, he was strong enough to threaten the Emperor of the Netherworld. And this special physique seemed to include the Yun Nuwa planet. The spirit-receiving divine body devoured all kinds of energy: elemental energy, immortal chi, devil chi, divine primordial spirit, 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 divine primordial spirit. These were all energy, and as long as it was energy, the spirit-receiving divine body would not reject it. The energy in this star with the power of space was very violent. It was so violent that it couldn't be any more violent. If a beginner god entered, he would be killed without hesitation. Therefore, even if Yun Nuwashing had the godly body of a receptive spirit, he didn't dare to let the violent space energy rush in. His body would be directly destroyed by the violent energy. Even though Yun Nuwashing had successfully cultivated the void technique, he didn't dare to directly swallow the power of space outside. However, he also knew that if he could really absorb a large part of the power of space and completely refine it, his control and understanding of the power of space would reach a new level. However, the two of them didn't dare to take the risk. Yun Nuwashing could only carefully refine the power of space from Lan Xian. He couldn't borrow the power of space outside, but it could help him quickly understand it. It wouldn't be long before he could show the greedy nature of the spiritual, receiving godly body. While Yun Nuwashing was immersed in cultivating the power of space, Xian, and the others had also arrived at the 9th level of the Milky Way. Xueqing had only pushed open the door to the 8th level, so Xuege and the others had stayed behind to accompany her. In the end, as soon as they said this, the 3 of them were unceremoniously thrown up to the 9th level of the Milky Way by Xueqing. Furthermore, she had kicked them up to the 9th level of the Milky Way. Everyone found the silver blue star. Although they were curious, they did not dare to get too close to it. The spatial power that was spreading out was extremely destructive. As little immortals, it would be very serious if they came into contact with it. The shop owner was about to reach the demon stage. How can I fall behind? No, I can't fall behind. I can't. Nightmare only took a glance before roaring and running away, rushing to other places in the star field. He was eager to attack the demon rank. Everyone, let's also prepare to break through. The energy here is dozens of times denser than outside. If nothing goes wrong, we will be able to reach the half-demon stage soon. Little Star is about to reach the demon stage. We can't show any weakness, right? Yuanshi shrugged and smiled. Charge. Attack the half-demon stage. That way, when we go back, those old guys can't say anything. The time has passed. Yao Hua suddenly thought of something and shuddered violently. He still remembered that Jin Jinwang had said that they would reach the half-demon stage in 10 years. Now, 10 years had passed, but they were still in the 8th level of the immortal stage. If they went back and found out, they would probably be hung up and beaten. Cultivate. Cultivate. Half-demon stage. No, I want to break through to the demon stage. King hell. I forgot that 10 years have passed a long time ago. Demon stage. Demon stage. Demon stage. Demon stage. Oh, seeing Yao Hua and the others disappear into the star field like a group of demons, Xian and the others nodded and scattered in the star field to find a suitable star to break through. Xian looked back at the silver blue star. Mei Mao smiled and said to herself, "Little star, you can do it. When we come out, I will definitely surpass you." In the distance, the great mountain king clearly saw that everyone would look at the silver blue star when they left. He couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that the child was their soul. Inside the silver blue star, Yun Nuoshing naturally didn't know that Xian and the others had arrived, but he guessed that they should be here soon. As for whether they wanted to break through to the half-demon stage or even the demon stage, he wasn't worried at all. Whether it was the energy here or the form of the energy, it was enough for everyone to cultivate until they reached the demon stage. When you reach the half-demon stage, you have to understand the energy and re-examine the existence of the energy. It's not just the form, but also the way to use the energy and the understanding of the energy. All of this directly affects your combat power. Yun Nuoshing thought to himself, but according to Lan Xian, the so-called understanding was enough for him to break through to the God stage. He didn't have to worry about it. And when it came to understanding energy, the energy carrier was a crystal. It couldn't be any worse than a solid one. As a result, he settled down and cultivated the void technique with all his might. His understanding and mastery of spatial force increased rapidly, and he even attempted to devour the spatial force outside. This cultivation speed surprised Lan Xian. Her cherry lips were slightly agape because of her surprise. She even watched as Yun Nuoshing's use of the power of space improved. She could directly observe the effect of his gradual mastery of the power of space on the power of space in this place. Did the God Spirit blood pulse create the receptive Spirit God body, or did the receptive Spirit God body affect the God Spirit blood pulse? Lan Xian kept mumbling. The God Spirit blood pulse could give birth to a strange body. From that point of view, she didn't know if the receptive Spirit God body had appeared because of the God Spirit blood pulse. Brother Nuoshing is using the power of space to refine his body. Seeing the silver blue energy enter Yun Nuoshing's body and spread through his body, it was gradually being consumed by his body. Lan Xian was shocked, but she was numb to it. It had been so many years. Whatever Yun Nuoshing did didn't surprise her, because he was a strange guy to begin with. She quietly watched for a long time. After seeing that Yun Nuoshing wasn't having any accidents, she gently nodded. Mei Mao closed her eyes and started to practice. Even though she was only left with a soul, she couldn't increase her level. She could only practice her soul power. But there was a lot of space power there. It helped her control of the power of space to another level. Cultivation was extremely dry and dull. It was a battle that wore away one's patience. Since ancient times, the Almighties had always been extraordinarily patient. They would cultivate in seclusion for months or even years in order to obtain greater power. As for gods, a single seclusion would allow them to comprehend and gain enlightenment in an instant. However, it would take them hundreds or even thousands of years. As for high-level gods, they could spend millions of years in seclusion. God spirits closed their eyes, and the world changed. In the galaxy, a yellow-robed figure gently raised his head. He had finished his comprehension. There was a smile in his eyes. He couldn't help but murmur. This group of little guys broke through to the demon level in just half a year after entering the galaxy. The figure was the Mountain King. Since Xian and the others entered the galaxy, half a year had passed. But to him, it was as if he had just closed his eyes. Huh, another one, two, ha. This group of little guys can't stand the loneliness. They want to break through as a group. The Mountain King stood up with a smile. As he stood up, he felt another 7 or 8 auras rushing to the demon level. In the galaxy, the demon aura was rolling. 2 months ago, a few of the little guys succeeded. Now, the 9 united children have succeeded. Why is that child still half demon level 9? The Mountain King's deep eyes reflected the stars and swept across the galaxy. Although he couldn't see anyone, he seemed to be able to see the group of people who were far away. When he saw Yun Nuwashing, he was a little surprised. Why didn't this girl change? The power of space. She has already condensed the origin of space. TSK, TSK, TSK. A half-demon level little guy has actually grasped the power of space that is comparable to a god underworld master. Just based on her understanding of the power of space, she is invincible among those below the initial god level. The spiritual godly physique is indeed the strongest physique in the world. The Mountain King smiled and stroked the tuft of beard on his chin. Back then, this group of little guys came for the secret realm. Unknowingly, they have been cultivating for almost a year. The Mountain King mumbled to himself. Once they have stabilized, I will send them there. I wonder if anyone has found the secret treasure inside. Now that the demon world is restless, there are many demonic cultivators in the Pantheon world. Are they planning to invade the Pantheon world again? No one heard the Mountain King's mumbling. At this moment, everyone was stabilizing their cultivation level, except for a certain someone who was cultivating in seclusion in the Silver Blue Star. Lan Xian opened her eyes from Mei Mao and looked at Yun Nuwashing with joy. In half a year, he had cultivated the void technique to such a level. Moreover, his cultivation level was not enough to control the power of space. Such talent, even in their clan, was second to none. I wonder what kind of peerless girl Brother Nuwashing will marry in the future. Lan Xian inexplicably thought of this. However, she quickly shook her head with a bitter smile. Yun Nuwashing's heartless was not a bluff. Perhaps he didn't know it himself. However, Lan Xian and the others had always lived in his soul. They knew him better than he knew himself. How could they not know what was going on? However, even if they knew, there was nothing they could do. The more I look at you, the more beautiful you look. Lan Xian blinked her eyes from Mei Mao. She smiled as she stared at Yun Nuwashing. She gently stretched out her hand and stroked his face. Then she stood up and looked at the huge solid core behind him, which was formed by the power of space. The solid core of the space origin star. It is said that if one can refine a solid crystal formed by the condensation of a type of energy, one will have a pass to that level. I wonder if it is true or not. Lan Xian whispered to herself. She was born in the mythological era and knew many secrets that the people of this era did not know. Mei Mao was a little dignified. Lan Xian could not help but lift her foot and walk towards the core. A rich power of space flowed out from her delicate body and blocked the invading power of space outside. The distance of 1,000 miles felt very long to Lan Xian. It seemed that she could not reach the end no matter how hard she walked. However, with every step she took, she would advance a large distance or retreat a large distance. She kept walking in that direction, but it was difficult for her to get close. Am I not completely aware that I cannot get close to the space origin? Or do I need to completely control the space origin? Lan Xian sighed. However, she kept walking in that direction. Her body moved forward and backward at times. If one observed carefully, it seemed that every time she moved forward, she would move back a little more. Chapter 5:25. Lon Exyon did not know how much time had passed. It could have been 10 days or half a month. She stopped in front of the space origin crystal. She looked at the space origin crystal, which was many times bigger than her. She could not help but sigh. During this period of time, she had felt that it was difficult to move such a large piece of the space origin crystal. "I want to try." Lon Exyon bit her red lips with her white teeth and nodded firmly. She slowly stretched out her jade-like hand, inch by inch, towards the space origin crystal. Boom! However, before she could touch it, a terrifying space power suddenly exploded and slammed into her jade-like hand. However, Lon Exyon was prepared. A silver blue light flowed on the surface of her jade-like hand, and the space power did not cause her any harm. The space power rolled in from all directions. It was not directed at Lon Exyon, it was just the space origin crystal that had been stimulated and was releasing its own pressure. Lon Exyon continued to wave her jade-like hand, and a strange wave swept across the void. When the wave came into contact with the violent space storm, it calmed it down. However, this storm was only a small wave in the sea of space power. The entire star is in chaos. Sensing the movement of the entire star, Mei Mao's expression changed slightly. She turned her head and looked at Yun Nuoshing, who was thousands of miles away. She saw that he was swaying around in the silver-blue sea like a rootless duckweed. However, this was not because Yun Nuoshing was being swept away, but because the chaotic space power was constantly changing the space he was in. If this continued, he did not even know where he would be thrown. Lon Exyon gritted her teeth. Her jade-like hand suddenly crossed the distance of less than half a foot and pressed directly on the space origin crystal. Buzz! At that moment, Lon Exyon felt as if the entire space was roaring and wailing. The frightening power of space had gone out of control and was rampaging within the entire planet. Streaks of chaotic power of space radiated out into the starfield. Fortunately, Xian and the others were cultivating far away from the silver-blue planet, so they were not affected. Lon Exyon's expression changed, and she quickly retracted her hand. However, the space force seemed to have locked onto her and exploded on the surface of the origin source. Like a tsunami, the space force rushed towards Lon Exyon. Even though Lon Exyon was very proficient in the power of space, she still couldn't help but turn pale. Her hands formed a seal at lightning speed, and a shout suddenly came from her mouth. Void escape! As soon as she finished speaking, a force of space wrapped around her body, causing her to become illusory in the blink of an eye. In Lon Exyon's line of sight, she saw a pitch-black void. She was directly dragged into the void by the strong force of space. Poof! However, the ferocious and concentrated spatial energy ignored the boundaries of space and distance. Even though Lon Exyon was in the empty space, she was still swept by the ferocious spatial energy, causing her delicate body to become much more illusory. A huge force hit Lon Exyon's body like a battering ram. She was knocked out of the void space. Her body appeared outside the space original crystal, and she was sent flying. Exyon, the sudden anxious voice caused Lon Exyon's beautiful eyes to be startled. Before she could stabilize her body, she felt that she had crashed into a warm embrace. At the same time, she was fiercely flying backwards with this embrace. The huge force was unable to be dispelled by the figure behind her. The two of them flew out for thousands of miles before they managed to stop in the sea of space force. Hearing the sigh of relief behind her, Mei Mao blamed herself. She quickly turned around in the embrace and looked at Yun Nuoshing. she said. Brother Nuashing, I. However, before she could finish her sentence, Yun Nuashing flicked her forehead. Lan Xian was stunned for a moment. Girl, what are you doing? Yun Nuashing could not help but roll his eyes at her. The space storm was too terrifying. It had directly awakened him from his deep seclusion. Brother Nuashing, When Lan Xian heard this, Mei Mao blamed herself. She clenched her fists tightly and trembled. After hesitating for a moment, she seemed to muster up her courage. She took a deep breath and looked straight at Yun Nuashing. She opened her mouth slightly. Just as she was about to speak, a warm palm covered her mouth. Her expression froze. The hesitation in your heart is vividly displayed. Yun Nuashing covered her mouth and shook his head helplessly. He said, if you don't want to say it, don't say it. Brother Nuashing will not force you. Everyone has their little secrets. When Lan Xian heard this, she was stunned again. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing in a daze. Suddenly, she smiled. Her smile was very charming. Yun Nuashing's eyes lit up. This smile made the surrounding silver-blue light dim. Brother Nuashing, Lan Xian smiled foolishly. Her red lips moved forward. When Yun Nuashing was not paying attention, she lightly kissed his face. Then, she quickly retracted her hand. Her face was red. She continued to smile and said, I really want to give birth to your children. Yun Nuashing was so shocked by this hand that his soul was trembling. Then, when he heard this sentence, his handsome face was so red that it was steamed. After a long time, he came back to his senses and rolled his eyes at her. He didn't know what to say. Seeing that he was embarrassed, helpless, and a little happy, Lan Xian giggled. She imitated Ziyi and pinched his handsome face. Then she said, but I still have to say it. After organizing her thoughts for a moment, Lan Xian slowly said those words. She did not hide a single word. Yun Nuashing was now the person closest to her. She did not want to hide anything from him. Crystallization of the energy source. When he heard this, Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed with surprise. Energy did not have a physical form. It was illusory, except for some elements that could become physical, such as the ice element. The rest of the elemental energies were illusory. If a strong force was used to condense it into other forms, such as Yun Nuashing's usual elemental energy, it would only last for a short period of time. Once there was no more energy to support it, it would dissipate. Do you want it? Yun Nuashing nodded. The netherworld ruins sword appeared in his hand. Ling Hongjian also appeared beside him. Brother Nuashing, forget it. You can't get it. When Lan Xian saw this action, she did not know what he was thinking. She quickly pressed Yun Nuashing's hand down and shook her head. Yun Nuashing thought about it and felt that it was true. The crystallization of the space source was as big as a large city. Without a special storage device, it would be impossible to store it. After resting for a while, Lan Xian returned to his soul. Yun Nuashing had already mastered the void technique. The power of space here would not cause him any harm. However, after being ravaged by the space storm just now, his soul had become a little transparent. Looking at the dazzling space behind him, Yun Nuashing stared at the huge core in the distance and shook his head. His body was enveloped by the silver-blue power of space. After a while, he disappeared from his original spot. Half-demon, rank 9 refinement stage. Don't advance first. Those guys should have broken through to the demon rank by now. In the star field, Yun Nuashing's figure appeared. He looked around and then flew towards a place. I don't lack mystic technique, heart sutras now. However, I don't have many mystic techniques. Fortunately, the mystic technique, Heart Sutras I have learned come with 1 or 2 sets of mystic techniques. I don't have to worry about not having a way to deal with my enemies. It's just that my mystic techniques are slightly more advanced. Yun Nuoxing lowered his head and looked at his palms. He clenched his fist slightly, and his body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already hundreds of miles away. Phew! Fortunately, I have the void technique. Using the power of space does not consume so much energy. When I can control the power of space more accurately, I should be able to use it like my elemental power. I don't need to consume the power of the stars. For now, I'll just make do with it. Seeing that he was hundreds of miles away with just a thought, Yun Nuoxing could not help but smile. However, after a while, he shook his head. He was not satisfied. If the king of the mountains knew what he was thinking, he would probably slap him unconscious. If he was not satisfied with being able to control the power of space at the half-demon rank, how could those gods endure it? I'm here. 10 minutes later, Yun Nuoxing stopped. He looked at the huge star not far in front of him that was made up of magic arrays. Without much hesitation, he rushed in. Inside the star made up of magic arrays were flickering nonstop. Magic arrays were constantly being formed, and there were also magic arrays that collapsed and dissipated. The energy nurtured inside was very special. It was very suitable to be used to weave magic arrays. Moreover, it would strengthen the magic arrays. Yun Nuoxing came to the core of the star. It was the gathering place of magic arrays. There were trillions of magic arrays wrapped around this ball that did not have a physical body. Outside the ball, there were thick energy array lines that extended out like a cocoon. Can I go in? Yun Nuoxing originally wanted to sit down and cultivate not far away from the sphere, but when he saw the incomparably huge core, his heart palpitated a little. He hesitated for a while, hesitated again and again, then nodded fiercely and walked towards the incomparably huge core. Yun Nuoxing looked up. He was standing very close to the core, so he could not see how huge it was. He took a deep breath and suddenly reached out his hand to slap the dazzling magic array. Yun Nuoxing originally thought that the palm would directly pass through, but the slender palm directly slapped on the array, causing Yun Nuoxing to be stunned. Before he could recover from his shock, this huge array ball suddenly split open a crack that was about 10 feet wide. 2 thick energy matrices shot out from within at an extremely fast speed, instantly wrapping around Yun Nuoxing's waist. Wait, Yun Nuoxing's expression changed drastically. He took a step back and wanted to retreat. However, the 2 energy matrices suddenly pulled him and rushed into the core of the formation. He was so shocked that he couldn't even say a word. When he was about to enter, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. After Yun Nuoxing was swallowed into the core, the crack that was about 10 feet wide quietly closed. There was no trace of it. If one stood far enough away, they would not even be able to see what was happening. The magic array star I saw in the depths of the star field contained a very mysterious energy. Using this energy to weave a magic array could increase its power and make it easier to weave a magic array successfully. At that time, many god-level magic array masters only cultivated outside the star. No one dared to enter it. The great mountain monarch opened his eyes and looked at the 9-layered star river. He could not help but smile. Although I imprinted it here, no one has ever touched it. What a lucky kid. I wonder what they will think. Chapter 5:26. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Yun Nuoxing and the others had already stayed in the palace for a year. They cultivated, comprehended, and battled. The flames of war were still raging in the secret realm. Today, they found a secret treasure. Tomorrow, they dug out a palace. The conflicts between the various forces were getting more and more intense. However, Yun Nuashing and the others seemed to have forgotten their purpose in coming here. In the magnificent palace, there was a courtyard that was very unique. In broad daylight, 2 stars hung high in the sky. However, starlight shone down on this place. Looking up, one could see the bright stars twinkling in the dark sky. Below this region of the starry sky, there was a very ordinary-looking tree. However, there were crystal-like fruits on the tree. When a gentle breeze blew, the crystals collided with each other and made a crisp, tinkling sound. A small river that was only 10 feet wide drew a circle around this place and then flowed into the distance. On this small island that had been divided, a dozen young boys and girls were sitting quietly in front of a stone table under a big tree. Cups of hot tea emitted a very unique tea fragrance. Just a light sniff would make one feel as if they were floating in the air. The middle-aged man sat in front of the stone table. With a wave of his hand, a crystal fell from the tree and accurately landed in the teapot. It was submerged in the boiling water and quickly disappeared. The transparent boiling water in the teapot was stained with a bit of green. The color was the same as the crystal that fell from the tree. The pleasant tinkling sound was like a swaying wind chime. The quiet river also made a soft sound. It was obviously still, but there was the sound of flowing water. Phew! After a long time, the white-robed youth came back to his senses. He looked at the big tree in front of him and then at the passage in the distance. Then he raised his teacup and took another sip. He tasted it carefully and was so comfortable that his eyes rolled back. Senior Mountain, are these tea leaves the fruits of the soul crystal tree? Yuan, she finally could not help but ask after taking another sip of tea. The middle-aged man raised his head and looked at the big tree beside him with a smile. He also raised his teacup and took a sip. He said, "Did you find anything?" Yuan, she nodded and let out a long sigh of relief. His eyes were still rolling. It seemed that he was really not far from becoming an immortal. I can feel my soul being tempered. It feels as though I have been cultivating for many years. If I cultivate now, my cultivation base might even rise to another level, Yao Hua said, intoxicated. The cultivation of the demonic rank focuses more on the control of power. Demonic chi, elemental energy, soul energy, and mental energy. For you to be able to successfully advance in one go, there's no need to talk about the purity of the elements. Furthermore, your soul energy and elemental energy have already begun to fuse. When the two powers are completely fused and can sense each other, you can step into the demigod rank. Soul crystals can temper one's soul, making it easier for one's soul power to fuse with elemental energy. They can also allow one to enter a state of enlightenment. The Mountain King's words caused everyone to open their eyes. They couldn't help but take another sip. The soul crystal tree was rare in the outside world. A soul crystal the size of 2 fingers was equivalent to 500 kilograms of premium glazed crystal, which was equivalent to 6 million gold coins. As for the soul crystals on this tree, each soul crystal was as thick as 3 fingers and as long as a palm. Who knew how much it could be sold for? When Xian heard this, she silently put down the cup in her hand. Mei Mao looked at the passage of the palace. Such a divine item should have some effect on Little Star, right? When the Mountain King saw this, he seemed to have thought of something. He couldn't help but laugh. Drink to your heart's content. There's plenty here. It's not like your little lover will miss a cup. Hearing this, a few people directly spat out their tea. Xian's pretty face was completely red. She quickly lowered her head. Mei Mao's eyes flickered slightly. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but smile bitterly in their hearts. This Mountain King even knew how to joke. Why hasn't Little Star come out yet? Jining wiped her mouth and couldn't help but ask. That child had some fortuitous encounters. He should be coming out soon. The Mountain King smiled. When he talked about Yun Nuwashing, his gaze would become somewhat gentle. It was as if he was talking about his own junior. Then he thought of something and said, "You guys have to pray that he doesn't choose to break through. Otherwise, he might be a demigod when he comes out." Uffed. This time, everyone spat out their tea. Xian and the other girls choked and coughed violently. Their pretty faces were a little red. Half a demigod. Nightmare's reaction was the most intense. She jumped up and widened her eyes as if she wanted to dig them out. Of course, it's also possible that he won't break through. Don't you guys still want to go to the mystic realm? The Mountain King smiled and looked at everyone with a teasing gaze. Everyone was stunned, and then they all laughed bitterly. After cultivating in seclusion for a year, they had forgotten about the secret realm. But fortunately, although their cultivation had improved a lot, none of them had broken through the devil rank. That way, they wouldn't be restricted from entering the secret realm. However, everyone was quite shocked just now. The Mountain King's words weren't baseless. Since he said so, it meant that Yun Nuwashing could break through to the demigod realm in a year in the most violent way. She might even be able to break through to the demigod realm before she was 100 years old. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. To become a god in 100 years, that was a little scary. How leisurely! Just as everyone was scaring themselves, a light laughter came from the space. Everyone was stunned. They found the source of the sound and turned around quickly. They saw that on the empty seat beside Xian, a handsome young man in black clothes had appeared out of nowhere. He was holding a teacup and taking a sip. Then, he couldn't help but let out a moan. He seemed to be quite comfortable. Little Star, seeing the person who appeared beside him, Ziyin cried out in joy. As for Yuan Shi and the others, they stared at him with their eyes wide open. Phew, that's good, that's good. Demigod, 9th cycle transformation. That's not right. Why haven't you broken through to the demigod realm? Could it be that you've encountered another barrier? Seeing Yun Nuwashing calmly drinking tea, Yuan Shi and the others couldn't help but ask at once. If he was still a demigod, 9th cycle transformation, then he would be the one with the lowest cultivation in the group. Their group of more than 10 people had all broken through to the demigod realm. Yes, there's a slight problem with my body. I'm currently suppressing my realm. If I break through to the demigod realm, there might be some side effects. Therefore, breaking through or not doesn't affect me that much. Yun Nuwashing smiled indifferently. To him, it didn't matter whether he broke through to the demigod realm or not. Small success in controlling the power of space. I'm afraid that with your power of space, you'll be invincible among demigods. Of course, breaking through to the demigod realm isn't that important to you. As long as you want to, you can break through to the demigod realm anytime. The Mountain Emperor's eyes were so sharp that he immediately saw through Yun Nuwashing. The moment they heard this, Yuan Shi and the others smiled bitterly. He had really managed to grasp the power of space. Furthermore, he had already achieved a small success in it. What sort of a monster was this guy? As for the problem with your body, why don't you tell me and see if I can solve it for you? The Mountain Emperor took a sip of tea and said indifferently. Hearing this, Yun Nuwashing's expression turned slightly sluggish. His silver-purple eyes turned slightly and looked at Xian and the others. He then looked at Jining and Xueqing. After pondering for a while, he nodded. Anyway, the people here were his best friends. They wouldn't expose him. Although Jining and the others might tell Jinwang and the others, they would have to say it sooner or later. Even if they didn't, Yun Nuwashing would say it himself. Thinking of this, Yun Nuoshing naturally didn't have any scruples. He directly explained the situation, but he hid a part of the reason. Little star, didn't you say that the vengeful spirit wouldn't have any effect on you? When he finished speaking, Yuan Shi was the first to react. He quickly asked, I thought it wouldn't have any effect. Ziyi and Xian Air's seal shouldn't have any problems. Yin Nuoshing shook his head with a bitter smile. But now, Qin Yen said in a low voice, a grim expression appearing on her face. Now that the evil spirit has broken free from your shadow, it's attacking you instead. The demon qi in your soul and mind is getting stronger and stronger. Compared to the shock and surprise of the others, Xian was relatively calm. She had seen Yun Nuoshing's seal a long time ago. It was very scary and ferocious. Can I see the seal mark? The Mountain Emperor asked softly. He was very casual and didn't put on airs at all. Therefore, he got along very well with everyone in the past year. Yun Nuoshing was stunned when he heard that. He looked deeply at the Mountain Emperor. The Mountain Emperor also looked at him and revealed a very amiable smile. Yun Nuoshing sighed, helplessly. You guys can leave first. Yun Nuoshing turned his head and said to Xian and the others. However, he really didn't want Xian and the others to see him. He thought that everyone would be very cooperative, but Yuan Shi's gaze froze. He glared fiercely at Yun Nuoshing and roared, Men, suppress him! Oh, everyone sneered. The demonic aura on their bodies went berserk. The elemental energy in their hands surged out violently, causing Yun Nuoshing to shiver. Stop, stop, stop. Sai, I'm afraid of you. Just don't say that you're scared later. Yun Nuoshing laughed bitterly and quickly raised his hands in surrender. He couldn't be too heavy-handed, could he? After laughing bitterly for a while, Shui Yan gently wiped his handsome face with his palm. The blue light on Shui Yan's skin flashed and disappeared. His original face was revealed. Half of his beautiful face was now covered in black runes. His eyes had become a very ferocious, blood-red color. Even the whites of his eyes were gone. There was only a red light that flickered. Even though everyone was mentally prepared, they couldn't help but gasp. Even the mountain monarch's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. It can be used to intimidate the enemy, the Mountain Emperor said calmly. Everyone, the Mountain Emperor looked at it for a long time but was helpless. Half of that thing was sealed in Yun Nuoshing's soul, and the other half was sealed in his shadow. Even though he was an emperor god, he had never seen such a seal before. He tried to use energy to break the seal, but Yun Nuoshing felt that the slumbering chaos in his body seemed to have become active. He quickly stopped the Mountain Emperor. Maybe an expert of that level can help you solve it. In the end, the Mountain Emperor could only say this helplessly. That level, Yun Nuoshing and the others immediately understood what level it was. They couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Yun Nuoshing was even more disheartened. It seemed like he could only wait until he saw Xian Yin, but he didn't even know where Xian Yin was. Go back and rest for a day. Understand it well. I'll get someone to bring you to the secret realm tomorrow. After sitting for a while, the Mountain Emperor said, everyone understood that they had been here for a year. They stood up and bowed to the Mountain Emperor, then walked out of the hall. Chapter 5:27. After watching Yun Nuoshing and the others leave the hall, the Mountain Sovereign Emperor smiled inexplicably. With a wave of his hand, he put away the cups on the table and took out 6 more teacups. He took out a soul crystal and brewed a pot of strong tea. After pouring the tea into the 6 teacups, he took a sip from one of the teacups and heaved a sigh of relief. What do you think of these children? The Mountain Sovereign Emperor suddenly laughed and rubbed his fingers on the stone table as if he was talking to himself. However, just as he finished speaking, The door to the passageway was pushed open again. Soon after, 5 people walked in slowly and sat beside the mountain sovereign emperor. They took a sip from their teacups and heaved a long sigh of relief. If Yun Nuashing and the others were still here, they would see that the 5 people who just walked in were the people on the 5 statues. I think they're pretty good. Those 9 children are from the 9 sacred halls, right? And those 4 should be from the Morone clan. Their auras are a little similar. The 2 little girls are very suitable for cultivating the fairy power. The little guy from the Yuan clan is pretty good too. The little guy with purple hair barely qualifies. He's about there. You're just short of teaching him everything you know. Not bad. You're a hypocrite. The 5 people looked at this guy with disdain. Don't say that. The 4 of you aren't any better. I took a liking to him first, but you've already taught him half of what you've learned in your lifetime. Huh. Are you trying to snatch him from me? That person was choked and retorted fiercely. Everyone appreciates talent. Old F.A., calm down. The mountain sovereign emperor couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Calm down. You duck. The mountain sovereign emperor took a sip of tea and rolled his eyes at the 5 people, causing them to laugh evilly. The beautiful and holy woman curled her lips into a smile that could bring chaos to the world. She couldn't help but chuckle and say, "That little guy might be my junior brother." Uffed. Old witch, who are you talking about? Spiritual, godly body? The mountain sovereign emperor couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of tea and glare at her. Heavenly God Glaze's inheritance? The great emperor of the colored glazes' inheritance came from that high and mighty God. It was a very secretive force in the myriad god world. It was passed down by the colored glaze god. However, this force had always been hidden in the dark. Even those who weren't at their level wouldn't know of its existence. I can feel the fluctuations of the glazed treasure mirror, and it's even more complete than mine. However, I don't think that little fellow has mastered it yet. Maybe it's because he doesn't have the glazed divine crystal. The beautiful woman smiled, her face filled with gratification. She was extremely happy to be able to see her junior brother. What? You want to help him? A strange smile appeared on Emperor Wanfa's face as he stroked his mustache. There was a smug look in his eyes. You guessed it right. It's rare to meet such an outstanding junior brother. And he's also so cute. How can I not give him a push? Back then, Master had said that we must unite and help each other. The beautiful woman's smile was extremely stunning as she nodded. Liuli, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to that brat. A man with a long saber on his back couldn't help but tease her. Even if I'm not 20 million years old, I'm at least 18 million years old, right? What's in your head? The beautiful woman glared at him and couldn't help but kick him into the water. After all, Soul Saber is almost 30 million years old. Mountain King laughed. Great Emperor Colored Glaze rolled her eyes at him. She took out a ring and placed it on the table. Then she said softly, "Mountain, give this to him." Mountain King raised his eyebrows and picked up the ring. He took a look at it with his consciousness and couldn't help but open his eyes wide. With a strange expression, he asked, "Colored Glaze, where did you get this glazed divine crystal that's as tall as a mountain?" Of course it's... The Empress covered her mouth and chuckled. Before she could finish her sentence, there was an ear-piercing shriek. D*MN. I searched the entire world for the glazed divine crystal, and you just gave it to that brat. The young man with a row of comb-like bangs stood up abruptly and couldn't help but shout. You gave him the art of annihilation and the great formation of annihilation. Don't King compare. The 4 of them roared. Emperor of Annihilation curled up in his chair and trembled. He looked at them innocently. The glazed divine court has very few people. Even in the entire realm of the gods, there are only 50 of them. That's even fewer than the Temple of Light. No matter what, I have to take care of this cute little junior. The Empress took the ring and gently stroked it with her slender fingers. She couldn't help but sigh. Do you think he can refine the glazed divine crystal? Back then, when you asked us to help you refine the glazed divine crystal, it took the 6 of us a total of 20 years to help you cultivate the glazed mirror to the 2nd stage. The mountain sovereign couldn't help but say, I think so. The Empress paused for a moment. Then, she couldn't help but cough dryly. That brat has 2 types of divine flames. I should be able to refine it if I borrow it. Wait, what did you say? 2 types. 2 types of divine flames. You're not joking, are you, old witch? Emperor of Annihilation was immediately energized. If you call me old witch again, I'll slap you to death. Black lines appeared on the Empress' forehead. She raised her hand and was about to slap them. What? You want to refine something? Mountain King looked at him with a smile. Of course. Divine flames. Divine weapons for refining. I've been looking for them my entire life, but I haven't found even one. Why is that brat breaking the rules? Wouldn't it be great if he could just give me one? I'd even go bankrupt and buy it. Emperor of Annihilation said viciously. Divine flames? I'd like to borrow them too. Soul Saber Emperor crawled out of the water, leaving a trail of water behind him. His eyes lit up when he heard this. Refine medicine? The Empress rolled her eyes. Yes, yes, yes. Soul Saber Emperor nodded vigorously. I know what went wrong the last time. I refined the immortal grade pill. That's right. I need divine flames. With so many god emperors appearing together, are you trying to scare my little junior brother to death? The female Empress shook her head helplessly. Emperor Myriad Arts raised his hand. Scram, what do you need divine flames for? The Empress, Emperor of Annihilation, and Soul Saber Emperor roared in unison. The Empress's throat felt a little itchy from all the shouting. She elegantly drank a mouthful of tea and glanced at the white-haired old man who had been silent all this while. She couldn't help but say, Old Yuan, say something as well. Mountain King and the others turned to look at the white-haired old man. He was the last statue that Yun Nuoshing had seen, the primordial devouring fate beast. Old Fate's eyebrows twitched, and he opened his eyes. His left eye was very strange. It was bluish-green, and there was a cross imprinted in it. Lapis lazuli and the little guy are fated, and this fate was established a long time ago. Maybe it's because of the lapis lazuli. As for the 5 of us, the line of fate that was originally illusory has finally become real. The old man took a sip of tea, closed his left eye, and opened his right eye. The little guy's luck is unbelievable. What do you mean? Is my junior brother's luck bad? The Empress asked with a frown. No, his fate is very strong, and it was changed by someone. He was given a very strong fate, but I can't see how it was changed. Maybe the person who changed his fate. Old Fate paused and couldn't continue. I understand. You don't have to say any more. The Empress trembled and nodded quickly. Mountain King was also surprised. He believed that there were experts of that level in the god realm, but no one knew where they were. This kid has a lot of secrets. Mountain King couldn't help but laugh. What? Are you tempted? Do you want to rob him? Emperor Wanfa couldn't help but laugh. Why would I be so ungentlemanly? Besides, Old Fate also said that the child is a person with great luck. The demon realm is ready to make a move, and we still need these little guys to resist them. The great mountain monarch rolled his eyes. Is there a lack of experts in the god realm? There must be a lot of hell kings and hell emperors and even god emperors. There shouldn't be a big problem. Soul's saber emperor curled his lips. He had entered and left the demon world 7 times in the past, so he wasn't afraid of them. 25 million years ago, the demonic world had invaded once. However, that was just a small-scale invasion. This time around, it's hard to say. Do you guys still remember when the last Great War was? The Mountain King shook his head. 2 billion years ago. Old Fate said slowly. 2 billion years ago, that was at the end of the last era. Excluding the invasion 25 million years ago, how much power has the demon world accumulated this time? Mountain King couldn't help but sigh. The star of calamity shines, and the stars bow. In the future, there will be a violent storm that will sweep across the entire god realm. Old Fate looked at the dark sky and said, when the star of calamity is stable, the god realm will be stable. Star of calamity, Old Fate, you said those words many years ago. Can't you be more precise? The great emperors were anxious. The star of calamity has appeared, and when the time comes, Old Fate shook his head and sighed. In the end, he didn't say it clearly. The great emperors couldn't help but want to slap him. He had been thinking about it for hundreds of thousands of years, but he still refused to say it. I think you're just an old faker. Emperor Wanfa couldn't help but roll his eyes. Looks like it's about to come out. I wonder how the other old fellows are doing. Mountain King smiled. His gaze seemed to pierce through space and see other places in the god realm. The 9 deity temples have all moved to the northern wilderness. Even the light temple has left. I wonder what big move they're making. Will the demon world invade the northern wilderness? The Empress couldn't help but mutter. The 9 deity temples are one of the protectors of the god realm. If the demon world invades, they won't just sit still. I wonder if the 9 deity temples have reached that level. Mountain King said, Xiao, AI, didn't you say you were going to give the colored glass divine crystal to that little guy? I'll deliver it to you, Emperor of Destruction chuckled, his eyes glittering. Scram, I'll give it to him myself. You 5 old things are unreliable. The Empress glared fiercely at this fellow. Then she kept the ring, snorted softly, and said, I have a bold idea. The 5 of them looked at the stunning smile on her face and looked at each other. Then they laughed bitterly. This little guy was going to suffer. How would the pitiful Yun Nuwa planet know that the moment they left, 6 god emperors would be discussing their matters behind them? Chapter 5:28. When everyone returned to the attic that they had been away from for a year, they were all a little absent-minded. A year had passed little by little in the midst of cultivation. It seemed that they had only opened and closed their eyes a few times. It was unbelievably fast. If I can become a god in the future, does it mean that each closed-door cultivation will last for thousands or even tens of thousands of years? Thinking of the closed-door cultivation of people at that level, Yuanshi couldn't help but sigh. However, he still found it hard to believe that the closed-door cultivation could last for thousands of years. He had never experienced it before, so he couldn't believe it. I'm not sure if the closed-door cultivation will last for 10,000 years or 100,000 years. I only know that it will be a little troublesome for me to enter the door. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, he smiled bitterly and pushed the door of the attic open with force. Walking into the hall before Yuan Shi and the others could rush to the sofa, 2 messy footsteps suddenly sounded from the stairs, making Yun Nuoshing shudder violently. As soon as he turned his gaze, he saw a pink figure rushing over and flying into his arms. He was so anxious that he quickly reached out and hugged her. However, he was a little stunned. This size didn't seem to be right. Xing, you left me and Yishi here for a year. Where did you take everyone to play? A coquettish voice sounded from his arms. The tone of the voice was a little unfamiliar, and it didn't have that childish feeling. Even Xian and the others were a little stunned when they heard it. Feng, or could speak clearly? Everyone turned their gazes in unison, and then Yun Nuoxing heard a few heavy sounds of chins hitting the floor. He smiled bitterly and lowered his head to take a look. This glance made him dizzy. At this moment, this seductive beauty with a devilish figure threw herself into his arms and buried her face in his chest had nothing to do with that lively 13-year-old girl. Brother Nu, you're back. On the stairs, Yishi smiled slightly when she saw Yun Nuoxing and the others return. However, Yun Nuoxing saw a trace of resentment in her large eyes, as if she was blaming him for running away without a word. Next time, tell us when you go out. Feng, has been muttering, the stars are gone for half a year. Yishi walked to Yun Nuoxing's side and patted his arm. She couldn't help but sigh. I thought I would be back soon. I never thought I would be gone for so long. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. He rubbed Yishi's little head and said, I'll bring you along wherever I go in the future. That's more like it. Yishi raised her head, rolled her eyes at him, and snorted softly. Feng, this is... Yun Nuoxing patted her little head and smiled. She then looked at the tall beauty, who was still hugging her tightly and couldn't help but ask. She muttered for half a year and turned into a cocoon once. After she came out, she became like this. Yishi shrugged. As she spoke, she couldn't help but shiver. She looked at Feng, with lingering fear. She thought about the past year. It was really unbearable to look back on the past. She was hugged like a doll, and her hair was played with. Feng, Yun Nuoxing patted the beauty's back and called out softly. The tenderness and doting in his voice caused Xian and the others to have goosebumps. Oh my, I'm not looking anymore. It's so sour, so boring. I'm going to cultivate. Yao Hua and the others shivered and directly walked upstairs. They all rolled their eyes at Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes back and lowered his head. His expression was a little strange. Why wasn't Feng saying anything? She fell asleep. She didn't rest or cultivate for a year. Instead, she cried for a year. Yishi shook Feng's long dress, then sighed softly and said, seeing that you're back, she should be relieved. She finally calmed down, like a baby who found her mother. Yun Nuoxing blinked and suddenly felt a little guilty. He rubbed Feng's head and sighed softly. He looked back at Xian, nodded, and carried Feng up. The three of them walked back to the rooms side by side. After settling the two of them, Yun Nuoxing wanted to change rooms, but he was stopped by Xian and Yishi. He was speechless. They should at least avoid the taboo. It's not like they didn't have a room to make do with when they were traveling. Brother Nuo, let me tell you, someone may come to make trouble later. Yishi pulled Yun Nuoxing's sleeve and said, Make trouble. Yun Nuoxing frowned slightly. Yishi and Feng hadn't left the house for a year, and they had also been cultivating for a year. Why would someone come to make trouble? It is said that they are from the demon realm. They are from a big clan, and the people in this clan have the blood of the phoenix. They are a top force in the demon realm. In terms of status, they are similar to the temple, but although they have the blood of the phoenix, it is definitely not as thick as Feng's real phoenix god blood. It is the blood of a pure, godly beast, the same as the blood of a god spirit. Yishi said slowly, when Feng broke out of the cocoon last time, the fluctuating aura might have attracted those guys with fake phoenix blood. They want to take Feng back to the clan, but those people haven't done anything violent, so I can't chase them away directly. Yishi spread her hands. If they didn't do anything, she wouldn't do anything. If they did, she would have thrown a god-level magic array at them. She didn't care if they were a top force in the demon realm or something else, but they just didn't do anything. They just kept talking and persuading her. They had been talking for 3 months, and she was going crazy. She had chased them away countless times, but they just kept coming. They were so shameless. Did they know that Fonger was a phoenix? Yun Nuoxing frowned. No. In this world, only the God King can recognize that she is a godly beast. Or maybe some people who have seen godly beasts before can recognize her. The others just think that Fong is a bird with very pure phoenix blood, or a descendant. Yishi shook her head. She was no exception. If they hadn't been in the soul together for so long and seen her hatch, they wouldn't have recognized her, either. Yun Nuoxing was silent for a while. He turned his head and looked softly at the sleeping Fong. He looked at her cute and charming face, and he couldn't help but stroke it. Those people will come again later. Brother Nuo, what do you plan to do? Yishi asked softly. Yun Nuoxing turned his gaze and looked out the window. He just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Yishi understood when she saw this smile. She sat on the bed and stopped talking about this matter. She started to talk about other things with Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing wasn't good at dealing with people. He didn't have a sharp tongue. Most of the time, he just kept silent and intimidated people. Other than that, he didn't do anything else. However, if someone really wanted to negotiate or something, he would have to give it a try even if he wasn't good at it, especially when it was related to Fong. Yishi only hoped that those people wouldn't say anything. Yun Nuoxing was very peaceful when he was in a peaceful state. Once someone said something that hurt his heart or made him unhappy, he would draw his sword and kill them in the next second. Yun Nuoxing transmitted his voice to everyone. Then he sat on the edge of the bed and organized the things that he had learned in the past year. He didn't go far and sat beside Fong. He felt that if this girl woke up and saw that he wasn't around, she would panic. Not long after, the small hand that was held in the palm of his hand suddenly trembled. Fong Er's pair of beautiful crimson pink eyes suddenly opened, and 2 rays of light that contained a terrifying pressure shot out from her eyes, causing Yun Nuoxing and the others to be shocked. They quickly woke up, and their gazes focused as they saw Fong Er directly jump up from the bed. Xing, those people are here again. Fong Er's brows furrowed slightly as she squeezed Yun Nuoxing's hand tightly. She seemed a little unhappy. Yun Nuoxing nodded. Just as he was about to comfort her, a gentle voice suddenly came from outside the loft. Miss Yi, do you have time for a chat? The gentle voice made those who heard it feel like spring breeze. Although they didn't see the person, they could guess that this was a very beautiful person just by listening to this beautiful voice. However, when this voice fell into Yishi's ears, it made her so angry that she directly threw the blanket away. This old lady's 800,000 years of self-restraint have all been ruined in these 3 months. Yishi didn't care about anything else. She was almost hysterically roaring. Yun Nuoxing and Zian couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when they saw her frantically rolling on the bed and kicking it. Yao Hua, Yuan Shi Shuega, it's time to receive guests. Dress up a little more seriously, Yun Nuoxing said in the jade slip shared by the group. Then he straightened his clothes, turned around, and walked downstairs while holding Fong Er's hand. Yishi angrily followed behind, and Zian also straightened his clothes before following them out. As soon as they went downstairs, Yun Nuoxing saw that Yuan Shi and the others were all dressed to the nines. They looked dignified and solemn. Moreover, they were all dressed very formally. Their clothes were covered up, and they were folded up. They looked like they were going on a blind date. Yun Nuoxing pulled Fong to sit on the main seat, and Zian sat on the side. Yishi looked at everyone very disdainfully. Then she indifferently transmitted her voice to the outside. "Come in." As soon as she said that, a few figures walked in from the door. The person in the lead was wearing a phoenix robe. She was graceful and elegant, noble and holy. The people behind her all had a very noble aura. However, their heads were slightly raised. It was more like they were arrogant than noble. The person in the lead is a half-demon rank 7-cycle realm cultivator. The 4 men behind her are around the demon rank 7-cycle realm cultivator. There are also 2 old men who are God King level cultivators. Fortunately, they didn't use force. Yun Nuoshing slightly sensed and transmitted his voice to everyone. With his 6 paths of reincarnation technique, he could see through anyone's cultivation as long as they weren't at the divine underworld level or above. The woman led the way in. When she saw such a large group of people, and all of them had solemn expressions, she couldn't help but be startled. The men behind her also trembled slightly. Their arrogant auras were completely suppressed. The beautiful woman, Mei Mao, turned slightly, relying on her bloodline. She immediately found Feng. However, when she saw Feng, curled up beside Yun Nuoshing, she frowned slightly. "Friends from afar, have a seat." Yun Nuoshing didn't stand up. She just raised her arm and made a gesture of invitation, smiling faintly. The woman and the others frowned slightly. Putting on such a big show, was she trying to show off her power? However, when they sensed that there wasn't a single god here, they heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that there weren't any gods. They didn't stand on ceremony and directly sat opposite Yao Hua and the others. In the hall, more than 20 people were stuffed. The atmosphere was so heavy that it made people feel a little depressed. Let's get straight to the point, Miss Yi. Miss Feng has a more noble phoenix bloodline than our clan. She can receive better training in our clan. She can also receive the inheritance of our ancestors and receive the baptism of the holy altar to improve her bloodline. She will even be treated as a phoenix girl by our clansmen. These are all things that can't be done in the outside world. The inheritance ceremony left behind by our ancestors can only be done in the demon realm. The noble woman said calmly. Her gentle voice was convincing. Yuan Shi and the others nodded every time they heard her words. However, their expressions were still very solemn. "Then what's the price?" Yun Nuoshing raised her eyebrows. She calmly took a sip of tea and asked calmly. The young men frowned. They wanted to scold her, but the woman stretched out her hand and stopped them. Then they heard her say, "Who is this young master?" "My brother, the decision-maker, and also Feng, Er's parents," Yishi said calmly. Yin Nuoshing almost spat out a mouthful of tea. What was this girl talking about? Why did it sound so strange? "Young master, since you are the one who raised Miss Feng, you naturally hope that she can receive better treatment. You are all humans. To be honest, if you don't have the means to raise a demon, it will limit her growth." The woman was halfway through her sentence when she saw Yun Nuoshing waving her hand. "The price?" Yun Nuoshing directly said. The woman frowned slightly and said, "If Miss Feng enters our clan, she will become a part of our clan and will be treated as a phoenix girl. She can even become an elder and make decisions about our clan's affairs. On the other hand, you will completely cut off Feng, Er's connection with us. You will even brainwash her so that she will forget about us mortals and completely become one of your clansmen." As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Nuoshing immediately spoke again, especially the word mortal, which was especially emphasized. Yun Nuoshing sneered in her heart. How could there be such a good thing in the world? With Feng Er's current strength and bloodline, she would most likely be brainwashed and misled. Her mind was not very mature yet. If she left with them, she might not be able to recognize who he was in the future. That's right. If Miss Fong comes to our Sky Phoenix clan, she will not be able to leave. As for brainwashing, we will not do such despicable means. It is also her business whether she recognizes you or not, the woman said calmly without getting angry. Yun Nuoshing smiled and sipped his tea. Then he said, "Let's put it this way. Although I'm Fong Er's boyfriend, when it comes to making decisions, my family is very democratic. Everything is decided by Fong. If she agrees, please treat her well. If she shakes her head," Yun Nuoshing pointed at the door. "Then, Miss Fong, are you willing to come back to the Sky Phoenix clan with us?" The woman, Mei Mao, turned to Fong. A red light flashed in her eyes. Feeling her invasive gaze, Fong frowned slightly. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoshing. The latter just smiled and rubbed her head. She said, "Fong, follow your heart. No one can force you here. If you want to go, then go. If you don't want to go, then stay. I will take care of you." Mei Mao gently flapped her fan. Fong directly held Yun Nuoshing's arm. This seemed to be the best answer. Then, distinguished guests of the Sky Phoenix clan, please. Yun Nuoshing smiled silently. There was not much emotion on his handsome face. If Fong really went to the Sky Phoenix clan, then something was wrong. Mei Mao's eyes flashed coldly, but she quickly concealed it. She said calmly, "Leaving Miss Fong by your side is really harming her. You can't even give her anything. The cultivation of the human race and the demon race are completely different." Oh, hearing this, Yun Nuoshing, Yuan Shi, Yao Hua, Shui Ge, and the others all laughed disdainfully. Dozens of pairs of eyes glowed as they all looked up. The cultivation of the demon race. Are you sure you are talking to us about resources? Or is there no one to guide her? What about demon kings? What about demon emperors? I can even find a demon emperor to be her teacher. If Fong says she doesn't want to leave today, then no one can take her away. Could it be that you want to kidnap Fong? Seeing that everyone who had been quiet suddenly became interested and looked at them with ridicule, their soul-stirring eyes made the hearts of the woman and the others tremble slightly. Even the two god kings were no exception. At this moment, everyone finally revealed their extraordinary temperament. They all had extraordinary backgrounds and were on good terms with each other. Fong was one of the 4 ancient divine beasts, the phoenix. She was an existence comparable to a god. As long as they wanted to, they could go back and ask any elder, and a god emperor would jump out. Oh, by the way, Fong, and I have a soul contract. Yun Nuoshing knocked on his forehead, and a scarlet-pink flame symbol flickered between his eyebrows. Then, distinguished guests of the Heavenly Phoenix clan, please leave. Don't think about it every day. Everything depends on fate. If you want to be friends, why don't you restrain your temperament one day? It won't be too late to talk about it then. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand again, ordering them to leave for the second time. I guess you must be thinking about who these impudent humans are. Go ahead and ask around. If you can't find out anything, then it's our loss. Yuanshi said indifferently. The noble woman clenched her fists tightly. Staring at Yun Nuoshing, Mei Mao was a little unhappy. However, just as Yuanshi said, she couldn't act recklessly before finding out the ins and outs of this group of people. She could only sigh and said, "Now that the god realm is in chaos, we won't be the only ones to come out of the demon realm. There will be others coming to find us. I hope you can protect her well." Of course. Yun Nuoshing nodded with a smile. With his evil spirit eye, he could see that this woman didn't have any evil intentions. She was just unhappy because she couldn't bring Fong back. Chapter 529. After coming out of the pavilion, the woman didn't stay for long. She directly flew away with her people and transmitted her voice to the people behind her. Go, investigate the identity of this group of people. Keep a low profile. Maybe they are not to be trifled with. And, of course, but young miss, are we going to let them go just like that? I'm sure that the phoenix bloodline in that woman's body is very pure. She might even be a great demon with a noble phoenix bloodline. The young man behind her frowned and couldn't help but say, "What else can we do? Fight with them? Let's not talk about Feng heir suppressing our bloodline, that group of people. Although they are only at the 7th or 8th rank, you didn't see the eyes of the man at the head. You will know when you look into his eyes." The woman sighed and shook her head. If they could fight, they would have done it already. What was the point of negotiating? They could have just captured Feng heir and brought her back. Moreover, what if they really come from some big faction? Regardless of whether we succeed or not, we will still incur the hatred of the faction behind them. Now that the divine world is in chaos, the divine world is not our main territory. The demon world is far away in the divine land. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire. Don't cause trouble. The woman's cold voice warned. Understood. The few of them nodded, and then returned to a courtyard. Not long after they landed, a few more figures rushed out and flew in all directions. The same scene happened in the pavilion. After those people left, Feng heir leaned on Yun Nuoxing's shoulder and fell asleep. However, they didn't say anything too special. They were natives of the divine world. How could they be suppressed by people from other places? I didn't expect that the demon world would appear one step ahead of time. The demon world is also about to appear. This time, the divine world might really be in big trouble. Yuan Shi received some information from the Jade Slip and understood a little bit. The human race, demon race, and monster race. These 3 races are enemies, but there might be a situation where the demon world and demon world join hands to fight against the divine world. The human race only has one race, but the demon race and the demon race have countless races. This time, there are really tens of thousands of races. I don't know if it's good or bad that we're caught up in such an era. The entrance to the demon world is in a primitive mountain in the southern plains, not far from the Golden Forest. According to this calculation, could the demon world be in the northern wilderness or the western regions? No matter how you look at it, this is already a direct attack. Yao Hua and the others couldn't help but sigh. Even they, who had always been lazy, felt a sense of urgency. If it's the demon world, they'll show up as a whole. If they show up in the northern wasteland, they'll take over the entire northern wasteland, or half of the northern wasteland, including the northern ice realm, Yishi said softly. Why? Everyone was puzzled. The demon world's last full-scale invasion was at the end of the last era. Roughly 2 billion years ago, there was a small probing invasion 25 million years ago. If you're from the demon world, then you've been conserving your strength for 2 billion years. Yishi said indifferently. Then I think they'll go straight to the god world and start killing. Thunder nodded. But in reality, there are ancient scrolls that point to the beginning of this era, which is the 120th era, when the 4 races of the god world were living in peace. Perhaps things will be different. Yishi waved her wide sleeves. Wait, for races? Yun Nuoxing was shocked. Weren't there only 3 races? Of course, the 3 races were different from the 10,000 races. The 3 races were just a general name: human, demon, and demon. It could be said that they were the 3 realms of the god world, the demon world, and the demon world. In the latter 2 realms, there were many races that were collectively called 10,000 races. Human, demon, and demon. What's the last one? Yuan Shi counted with his fingers. Yishi put down her teacup and sighed. She looked at Yun Nuoxing, and said, "The god race." Brother Nuwa, you can actually be considered one of the god race, although your god spirit blood pulse has not fully awakened, Yishi said softly. Everyone knew he had a god spirit blood pulse, but no one had ever told anyone about it. What shocked Yuan Shi and the others was the fact that there was a god spirit blood pulse. The god race is very unified. Humans with god spirit blood pulse are called god race. Humans and god race are obviously on the same side, but the god race disappeared because of a disaster. They have been gone for 15 eras. Then, if a god spirit's family has god spirit blood pulse, does that mean they are all god race? Yuan Shi raised his hand. He was acting like a good student. The super factions today all had god spirits in ancient times. Yishi said, "The god spirit blood pulse is very hard to dilute, and it is very overbearing. If a god spirit marries an ordinary human, the child will have the god spirit blood pulse. Over time, the child will be eroded and changed by the god spirit blood pulse. It will become a normal god spirit blood pulse, but it will not be the same as the god spirit. It will change the other half of the human blood pulse into a god spirit blood pulse. It is very hard to dilute a god spirit blood pulse." Yishi said, "Even if a god spirit's family marries ordinary humans for generations, even if it is passed down for 10,000 or 10,000 generations, the god spirit blood pulse will still be there forever." Then, Yuan Shi wanted to say something. Yishi sighed. When it reaches a certain limit, the god spirit blood pulse is very hard to change. Ordinary blood pulses will be changed. Ordinary blood pulses will cover up the god spirit blood pulse. This process is done slowly, generation after generation. One day, the god spirit blood pulse is completely covered. Only a weak effect is left. When that happens, the god spirit blood pulse will become a better blood pulse than ordinary blood pulses. There was a way to unlock a god spirit blood pulse, but that method disappeared in the river of time. Yishi paused. She pointed at everyone there and said, "That means you all may have a hidden god spirit blood pulse, but you cannot unlock it. That requires a special method. The only one who is sure to have a god spirit blood pulse and is awakening it is Brother Nuwa." "What happens if it is completely awakened?" Yuan Shi asked. "I don't know. Perhaps you can reach that level." Yishi shook her head. She raised her head and looked at the darkening sky. Yun Nuoxing stood up with foam in her arms. She looked at everyone and said, "Let's get some rest. We have to go to the secret area tomorrow. If anything happens, we have to wait until we claim the mountain spirit and earth fire." Everyone nodded and returned to their rooms. After returning to the room, Yun Nuoxing put foam on Xian's bed. She sat on the edge of the bed, near the balcony. "Are you not going to rest? That is not like you." Xian looked at the back of the tired man. He walked over and sat down next to him. I don't know why, but I feel a lot of pressure." Yun Nuoxing nodded. She turned around and looked at Xian. She softly said, "You sleep first. I will meditate tonight. Do you want me to create a dream for you?" Yun Nuoxing had already told them about the 1,000 Dreams mantra. "Can you create a dream for that star field?" Xian stuck out her tongue and smiled. "Yes, I have already imprinted it when I was cultivating there." Yun Nuoxing nodded. Hearing that, Xian smiled sweetly. Her red lips curled up slightly. She looked both stunning and provocative. Then she lay down next to Foam, hugged her, and winked at Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing walked over. She smiled and teased, creating a dream in exchange for a beauty's smile. "It is worth it." "Cheeky." Xian rolled her eyes. Yun Nuoxing leaned over and pressed her forehead against Xian's. The 1,000 Dreams mantra began to operate in her body. The 6-colored wheel between her eyebrows also began to operate. Then, a green energy gushed out and entered Xian's mind. She instantly felt drowsy. "Good night." Rubbing her head, Yun Nuoxing said with a gentle smile. Xian's Maymao trembled. She nodded and fell asleep. Returning to the balcony, Yun Nuoxing gently closed his eyes and sorted out the mess of information in his head. Yishi held her chin and stared at him from the side. Her wine-red eyes were calm and quick-witted. No one knew what was going on in her little head. Yishi's eyes flickered slightly. She stared at the spot between Yun Nuoxing's eyebrows. It had become slightly transparent. Through that transparency, she could see a 6-colored wheel rotating. On this wheel, there were many tiny talismans floating there. They were shining brightly under the light of the 6-colored wheel. The product of the previous experiment. Other than other types, there are other variations. As expected of Brother Nuo, you are really capable. Yishi smiled. She turned around and walked towards the bed. Yun Nuoxing was left alone outside the balcony. The next morning, someone appeared outside the loft. He then sat cross-legged at the door without making a sound. However, he revealed some of his aura so that others could sense it. Yun Nuoxing understood and led the group outside. "Young Master Yun, I am under the orders of the Emperor to bring you and your friends to the secret realm. Are you ready?" The person who came was a divine underworld expert. He cupped his hands and said to Yun Nuoxing and the others, "We have troubled you. Let's set off now." Yun Nuoxing also replied, "No need." The divine underworld expert smiled. With a wave of his hand, he led Yun Nuoxing and the others and flew out of the mountain range. The divine underworld expert's speed was very fast. Even if he was carrying a group of soy sauce bottles, it only took 10 minutes to go from the mountain range to the depths of the mountain range. Arriving in front of the barrier, the divine underworld expert used his hand to draw a line on his index finger. A trace of blood appeared. Soon after, he drew a very strange symbol on the barrier. It looked like a word, but it was difficult to recognize. After the symbol appeared, the barrier in front of them squirmed slightly. A moment later, a hole about 10 feet in size appeared in front of them. With the help of this small hole, they could see the situation inside. It was completely different from the outside. There are many native demonic beasts and demonic beasts in the secret realm. You must be careful in this trip. There are no restrictions in the secret realm. You can even kill people without a problem. The only restriction is that you can't enter after surpassing the 9th transformation stage. Of course, you won't be expelled after advancing in there, the divine underworld expert said quickly. "Many thanks." Yun Nuoxing cupped his hands and nodded to the others. Xiao Feng had already entered his soul and wasn't worried about being blocked outside. "Send my regards to Senior Mountain." Yun Nuoxing was the last to enter and said to the divine underworld expert, "N." The divine underworld expert nodded. With a wave of his hand, the spatial hole slowly closed. Looking from the outside, it was still a quiet forest. However, everyone knew that the inside was already turned upside down. "Fourth brother, why are you here too?" The divine underworld expert had just closed the door when a voice came from behind, causing him to turn his head. When he saw that the person who spoke was leading a large group of people here, he couldn't help but be startled. Then he said, "The Emperor asked me to send a few little guys here. I miscalculated the time. If I had known, I would have brought them here in one go." The people that the Emperor ordered to be sent here. When the person and the people behind him heard this, they were a little surprised. Among them, a group of people from the Heavenly Phoenix clan was also here. "And let's not talk about it. I have to go back and report. I'll leave this place to you." The divine underworld expert waved his hand and flew back to the group of mountains. The person who came later didn't say much. He did the same action and opened the door. Chapter 5:30. After entering the silver blue spatial door, the space in front of them seemed to swirl up into a huge whirlpool. Many images flashed and flowed in front of Yun Nuoshing and the others. Those were the things that happened in the secret realm. It was extremely chaotic. There were people killing people to steal treasures, and there were people who were killed while cultivating. The mystic realm was very big, and there were many people inside. 3 batches of people would stay in the mystic realm every year. However, if they had special opportunities, they could continue to stay. There were more people coming in than coming in, so there were also many treasure hunting teams left in the mystic realm. The whirlpool in front of them suddenly shook, throwing Yun Nuoshing and the others out. Everyone cried out in panic. And then their hands that were holding each other's hands were broken free, and they were forcibly dragged into the center of the whirlpool. Star Waymark! Yun Nuoshing only had time to shout when he was about to be swallowed by the whirlpool. Then he was swallowed by the huge blue whirlpool. He was not worried, and everyone knew what those words meant. Plop! A crack suddenly opened in space. Then a black shadow was thrown out of the crack like a piece of trash. It hit a black ancient tree and rolled to the ground. A cold wind blew in the gloomy air, causing Yun Nuoshing to shiver violently. His nose twitched, and the disgusting smell of rot and blood rushed into his lungs like a thief. He almost vomited. This is like a rotten corpse that has been exposed to the sun for 180 days, and then some indescribable liquid is poured on it. What the hell is the smell? Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes, resisting the dizziness and nausea as he stood up. He was thrown out of the spatial vortex, and now he still felt a little muddle-headed. After standing up, Yun Nuoshing finally had a clear look at this place. This was a cemetery. The atmosphere was gloomy and cold. The whistling wind was like the cries of the dead. It was sorrowful about their deaths, their unfortunate experiences, and their failures. The gloomy sky set off the darkness of this area. The tombstones, ancient trees, the ground, and the sky were all black and gray. The sunken ground not far away had not cracked open. It seemed like a clear river had once flowed there. Now, there was only the darkness of death left here. No one listened to the sorrowful cries of the dead. Resentment surged. Scram! A cold shout rang out in the distance. Soon after, a majestic demonic chi rushed out, accompanied by a series of muffled groans. It seemed that someone had been sent flying by the demonic chi. Yun Nuoshing turned around and walked around the side of the small hill. Soon after, she saw many human figures surrounding a huge tombstone. A human figure stood at the front of the tombstone. He was wearing a black cloak. He was not very tall, but he was extremely tall. Waves of dense demonic chi lingered around him, causing the dark and cold atmosphere to become even colder. Sir, aren't you being too overbearing? We all found this place together, yet you want to take it all for yourself. A young man crawled up from the ground. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to have been slightly injured. Ants should have the awareness of ants. Your value has already been used up. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being impolite. The black figure abruptly turned around and stared at the person on the ground with his black eyes that were filled with a dense demonic aura. A murderous aura emanated from him. You. Forget it. Let's go. There are still many places in this secret realm. It's not worth it to lose your life here. The young man jumped up and wanted to resist, but he was pulled back by his companions. They hurriedly advised him. This black-clothed, black-faced, black-eyed fellow was obviously not a good person. It was already good enough that he was able to survive. Let's go. The man directly pulled the young man and soared into the sky. The people behind him followed unwillingly. One of the people at the back glared fiercely at the black-clothed man. Murderous intent surged in his eyes. You dare to have murderous intent towards me. The black-clothed man coldly glanced at him. A majestic demonic chi once again soared into the sky. He suddenly punched out, with his right hand, a black fist mark that was about 10 feet long soared into the sky with a gloomy demonic chi and violently charged towards the man behind him. The black fist mark appeared in front of the man in a flash. It was so fast that no one could react. The man fiercely gritted his teeth. A low roar came from his throat. Both of his fists suddenly shot out. Faint demonic chi-formed palm prints that continuously slammed against the fist mark. Chi. The fist mark directly shattered the palm prints that filled the sky and solidly landed on the man's chest. The man violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backwards and was caught by one of his companions. He stretched out his hand to check the man's pulse. His expression was somewhat gloomy. We will remember this punch. Our skills are not as good as yours. Goodbye. The person who caught the young man at the beginning said in a low voice. He led his men and flew into the distance without looking back. He was afraid that, if he stayed any longer, the demonic chi would explode and hurt them again. So domineering, watching the group of people gradually disappear, Yun Nuoxing withdrew his gaze from the distance and looked at the black-clothed man. He secretly muttered in his heart. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. He was not in a hurry to leave this place. He leaned against the ancient tree behind him and looked at the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man with demonic chi came to the huge tombstone behind the small hill with his hands behind his back. He seriously studied it and did not continue to speak. The two of them were at peace. One looked at the person, the other looked at the tombstone. Have you seen enough? An ice-cold voice rang out. It was the black-clothed man. With his hands behind his back, he looked at Yun Nuoxing from the corner of his eyes. You look at yours. I will stand mine. Yun Nuoxing did not even glance at him. He stood where he was. However, he also shifted his gaze away. His spiritual strength merged into the void and explored this place. I should have said earlier that if you don't leave, I will not be polite. The black-clothed man narrowed his eyes slightly. He turned his ice-cold gaze and finally looked at Yun Nuoxing. Demonic chi surged from his body. Unfamiliar human language. The density of demonic chi far surpasses that of a beginner demonic chi cultivator. Yun Nuoxing turned his gaze in surprise. A smile flashed through his silver-purple eyes. He said, "Could it be that you are from the demonic chi?" Boom. In response to Yun Nuoxing's question, the black-clothed man suddenly stomped his foot on the ground. His body shot towards Yun Nuoxing like a black arrow. A huge palm rapidly condensed on his right hand and slammed towards him. Yun Nuoxing's eyes were smiling. He did not panic and continued to lean against the ancient black tree. A silver-blue light quietly condensed into a barrier in front of him. Bang! The palm violently slammed against the barrier, sending layers of the surrounding floor flying. The withered ancient black tree was also snapped. A huge palm print directly appeared on the ground. However, Yun Nuoxing was still leaning against half of the ancient tree at the center of the palm. She looked at the demonic chi cultivator with a smile. The demonic chi cultivator frowned slightly when he saw that Yun Nuoxing was unharmed. He suddenly took a step back and retreated, The violent wind blew his cloak up, revealing a delicate and handsome face. However, half of his face was covered in black lines. His left eye emitted a cold black light. There was not a single trace of white or eyeball. There was only a black light. Demonic tyrant fist. The demonic chi cultivator's hands formed a seal with lightning speed. Waves of demonic chi condensed on his hands. A moment later, a huge black fist condensed on his right hand. He glanced at his right hand that had condensed into a deathly black color. With a thought, his body was pushed into the sky by a surge of demonic chi. After that, the fist violently smashed down. The black fist carried a domineering force. Wherever it passed, even the air was pushed away. A vacuum tunnel was formed in front of the fist. The black fist continued to expand in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it fell from the sky and landed on Yun Nuoxing's head. The violent wind caused his windbreaker to flap loudly. The ground beside him even trembled. However, he continued to smile. Boom! With a muffled sound, a fist print that was hundreds of meters wide appeared on the ground. The ground caved in by a few meters, cracks that were as thick as a thumb extended outwards. However, at the middle finger of the fist print, there was a half-broken ancient black tree and a shadow leaning against it. There was no change at all. Even the ground around it did not cave in. The demonic chi cultivator's expression froze. His eyes seemed to spit fire as he stared fixedly at Yun Nuoxing below. His heart was filled with killing intent, but he only felt powerless. Yun Nuoxing had maintained the same posture from the beginning to the end. She had a smile on her face. He could not hit her even if he wanted to. He only felt that his lungs were about to explode from anger. "Are you done?" Yun Nuoxing straightened her body and stretched. She looked at the demonic chi cultivator in the sky and smiled. "It's my turn after you're done." The demonic chi cultivator sensed danger the moment he finished speaking. Just as he was about to move his feet, he felt a large hand suddenly patting him on the shoulder. The power contained in the palm caused a drop of cold sweat to roll down the black half of his face. "All right, you've lost. I've just entered the secret realm and need a tour guide. It just so happens that you're a demonic chi cultivator. It'll be more troublesome for you to find a human." Yun Nuoxing laughed softly. The demonic chi cultivator looked at the handsome youth in shock. He looked down in disbelief. The ancient black tree was still there, but there was no one there. However, Yun Nuoxing had appeared behind him. He could be killed in an instant. Come. Let's sit down and talk slowly." Yun Nuoxing pulled the demonic chi cultivator to the ground, then pressed him down to sit cross-legged. She smiled and said, "Let's start with the basics. Your name, interests, hobbies, what race you're from. Why are you here? Tell me everything. I have patience, so I don't mind a long explanation." The demonic chi cultivator's body stiffened. He looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was smiling warmly in front of him. As a member of the demonic chi cultivator, he was born as a demonic chi cultivator. He had spent 50 years strengthening his body, casting his demonic chi, and refining his demonic chi. Although he wasn't a core member of a powerful race, he was still a powerful cultivator. He had just left the demon world and traveled the divine world for 5 years. Yet he was defeated by this extremely young youth. "Damn it, you won't kill me if I don't tell you." Thinking of this, the demonic chi cultivator shuddered and opened his mouth to speak. Wait a moment. Before the male from the Devil Clan could reveal everything, Yun Nuoxing raised his hand and stopped him, causing black lines to appear on his face. Before he could close his mouth, he saw an extremely thick pillar of starlight suddenly erupt from the body of the young man in front of him. It shot straight into the sky, tearing apart the black sky. It could be clearly seen from thousands of miles away. The extremely dense energy caused the male from the Devil clan to be dumbstruck, and fear involuntarily rose in his heart. The power of the stars shot into the sky and condensed into a huge star beacon. After 10 minutes, Yun Nuoxing stopped and waved her hand. She smiled and said, "Please begin your speech." The demonic Qi cultivator's heart was in chaos. Chapter 531. The gigantic pillar of starlight shot up into the sky, allowing countless people within a radius of 10,000 miles to see it clearly. Xian and the others were no exception. Although everyone was alone, they all rushed towards the gigantic pillar of starlight. No matter what, they had to gather together first. Let's go and take a look. Maybe some great treasure has appeared. It might be a high-grade magic weapon. Maybe it's a semi-divine tool. Along the way, Xian heard the most talk about how everyone believed that there was some kind of treasure unearthed there. It seemed that many people were flying in that direction, which made her feel a little helpless. It seemed that there would be some trouble to meet up with them. On Yun Nuoxing's side, after catching the demon man, she began to interrogate him. She wanted to get some information not only about the divine flame, but also about the demon race. She didn't know anything about this race. "The race I'm from is a very ordinary race, the Sky Demon race. The territory that we rule is only 100,000 miles. The demon man's eyes flickered as he stammered. "When you want to hide something, at least do a good job on the surface. By the way, I can see through your heart. I can tell if you're lying or not. If I find out that you're lying—" Yun Nuoxing twirled a silver needle in her hand and looked at the man in front of her with a smile that wasn't a smile. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly threw the silver needle back. The small needle directly pierced the gigantic tombstone. The two were completely disproportionate in size, but the tombstone and the small hill suddenly shattered. "You probably don't want to see this." Yun Nuoxing smiled brightly, but her forehead was a little dark. The demon man was so scared that his snot was about to flow out. He hurriedly nodded and almost swore to prove that he wouldn't hide anything. "How big is the demon world? What's the distribution of forces inside? How strong are they? How many races are there? Are there any upper-class demons, nobles, or royalty? Why are you here?" Yun Nuoxing asked in one breath. "I don't know how big the demon world is, but according to the information left behind by some seniors, the demon world might be bigger than the god realm. But in the past, the demon race only had a piece of black land, but after years of civil war and invasion of the god realm, the entire demon world was torn apart. Now it's all floating islands. Plus, it's constantly developing, so it might be bigger than the god realm. But that's for the entire demon world. If it's separated, there's no place that's bigger than the god realm. And in the demon world, a transcendent force or race would rule over a part of the demon world. The biggest part of the demon world is the demon world, and its territory is as wide as 1 trillion li. Moreover, these areas aren't grouped together, but are all floating islands of various sizes. In the demon world, the strong are respected. Whoever you want to take over, you just have to defeat or kill them to replace them. Therefore, the whole demon world has a martial spirit, and wars happen frequently. Races. In terms of races, there are a few demon god clans that have given birth to gods, and many high-level demon clans. Among the demon god clans, the most famous ones are known by the whole demon world: the six-winged divine demon clan, the soul demon clan, the blood demon clan, the firmament demon clan, and the eternal demon god clan. Our sky demon clan is just a subsidiary of the firmament demon clan. There are also some demon god clans that keep a low profile. I'm in a remote corner of the demon world, so I don't know much about them. As for why we're here, the God realm is the place where all the gods became gods. Not to mention the demon race and the human race, even the demon race and people from other star fields yearn for it. It's a sacred place. When the male demon said this, he straightened his back a little. Becoming a god was the greatest wish of all living beings in the God realm. Is there no demon king or demon god that everyone respects? Yun Nuoxing asked. No, this is also the reason why the demon race is so chaotic. Moreover, this time's invasion, there are some demon clans that don't agree with starting a war. They think that all the races should live together as equals. However, more of them want to invade and kill the human race. This is also due to the accumulated hatred from history. The male demon said in a low voice, "Who don't agree with starting a war? Who are the ones that want to be beaten?" Yun Nuoxing asked bluntly. The male demon almost spat out a mouthful of water. His face kept twitching. This guy was really fierce. So his classification of the demon race was only those that didn't want to start a war and those that wanted to be beaten. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll know when the demon monarchs arrive. Do you have any information about the six-winged demon race? For example, what they cultivate, and do they have any secret techniques? Yun Nuoxing asked again. The term six-winged demon race was a secret technique that was commonly used by the demon race. However, it had been lost for a long time. Only God knew when he would habitually use it one day. Would the demon race bring him back to the clan and torture him? The six-winged divine demon race is a member of a six-winged demon god. I'm not sure about the specifics of their cultivation. The heavenly demon race is in the heavenly south, while the heavenly demon race is in the earthly north. They are completely unrelated to each other. Only their reputation has spread here. The male demon shook his head. Yun Nuoxing wrinkled his nose and snorted softly. This caused the demon to tremble all over and break out in cold sweat. After asking a few more questions and confirming that this guy had nothing to hide, Yun Nuoxing could only sigh softly. He had barely figured out what kind of place the demon world was. Wasn't it just a place where a group of drunken hooligans occupied a territory in the middle of the night? Hearing this, the male demon finally couldn't help but cough. His cheeks twitched uncontrollably. How many demon monarchs in the demon race could stir up a storm with a wave of their hands? In the end, they were dismissed by the description of a drunken hooligan. Chi! The sound of wind breaking came from afar. The two of them raised their heads and turned towards the source of the sound. Then they saw a dense mass of black dots appearing from the distant horizon and flying towards their direction. The only thing that isn't lacking in this world is people who just want to join in the fun. Seeing the dense crowd, Yun Nuoxing shook his head helplessly. He released the star waymark, only to gather Xian and the others. He didn't expect that he would also call over some extra people. Those people must have thought that some treasure had appeared, right? How long have you been in the secret realm? Do you know where there are fewer people? Yun Nuoxing turned his head and looked at the male demon. It's been 4 months. If you want to talk about places with fewer people, besides the nearest place where the group of great demons reside, there are a few places that are further away. The male demon thought for a while and said, "The place where the great demons reside. Okay, take me there now." Yun Nuoxing nodded. A jade slip appeared in his hand, and he sent a message. Then he grabbed the male beside him and rushed into the distance, leaving a faint golden light in the sky. In the distant sky, Xian suddenly took out the jade slip. After receiving the message, Mei Mao flickered slightly. She looked at the faint golden mark in the sky and sighed. Her delicate body shook slightly, and her speed increased a little. When the people who came here saw a gloomy graveyard with more than a dozen corpses lying there, their expressions changed slightly. The star waymark had disappeared long ago, and even the golden mark had disappeared when the crowd arrived. For a moment, the crowd was leaderless. Unwilling to give up, the crowd landed on the graveyard and dug 3 feet into the ground, turning the entire graveyard upside down. In the sky hundreds of miles away, a golden light suddenly flickered and appeared. Then, the golden light receded, and 2 figures emerged from it and landed on the mountain peak below. Not long after the 2 people landed, the sound of rushing wind could be heard in the distance. It was Xian and the others. When they saw that there was an additional person beside Yun Nuoxing, they couldn't help but be surprised. They had only separated for a short while, but they had made friends so quickly. "Can I go now?" Seeing the group of people coming over, especially when he felt that each of their auras was much stronger than his, the male demon's face immediately turned pale. He only wanted to escape immediately. "Where can I find a guide if I leave?" Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. "You still want to imprison me?" The male demon's expression changed greatly. "Don't make it sound so bad. It's not too late to walk 2 rounds before leaving." Yun Nuoxing fiercely slapped him, causing him to see stars. He felt extremely sullen in his heart and could only curse himself for being unlucky to have met this ancestor. This is a member of the demon clan. Seeing Xian and the others land, Yun Nuoxing pointed at him and laughed. Hearing this, Yuan Shi and the others' eyes lit up. They looked as if they wanted to dissect him. The male demon was a little dizzy. He was a dignified and noble member of the demon clan, but he was actually being looked at as if he was an object after telling everyone about the news that they had just received. Yao Hua asked the male demon to tell them about the situation in the secret realm. After that, Yao Hua and the others directly pressed him to the ground and searched his body. They found a bunch of inexplicable magic weapons and scrolls, but they threw them aside without even looking at them. "Demon King's Cave? Netherworld King Expert? Where are you talking about?" Yun Nuoxing squatted down and looked at the humiliated male demon. She couldn't help but ask while he was being searched. "It's here, damn. Men shouldn't touch each other. Don't touch me." The male demon was angry and resentful after being searched, but his demon aura was sealed and he couldn't flare up. He could only finish his sentence in humiliation. "It's in the Great Demon Mountain Forest. There's a restriction. Don't tell me you want to trick us into the mountain and let the beasts tear us apart," Yun Nuoxing said with a smile that didn't look like a smile. "That's not true." The male demon's eyes flickered, and he gritted his teeth. "It's under that mountain. It's up to you whether to believe it or not." After saying that, he pointed at a place with his chin. There was a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds, and the peak couldn't be seen. Under the devilish torture of Yuan Shi and the others, the demon race man finished his business. Seeing this, Yao Hua took out a sturdy iron chain and tied him up like a dumpling. Then he placed a few layers of seals on him before clapping his hands. "Won't you suffocate him by tying him up like this? Do you want to leave a gap for him to breathe?" Yun Nuoxing looked at the mummy with pity and couldn't help but ask. "No need, no need. The seal can be undone in 10 hours. After the seal is undone, there's still a demon sealing chain. There are many of these metal chains. They're specially used to bind the people of the demon race. As long as it's suppressed, it can even bind a divine underworld expert. When the time comes, I'll get 1,000 chains for you." Yao Hua grinned. Yun Nuoxing observed a moment of silence for the male demon and said, "I wish you good luck. We'll be leaving first." The male demon was tied up and couldn't even speak. He wriggled on the ground like a worm. At this moment, he really felt like crying. 10 hours? and the addition of the demon sealing chain. This mountain range was filled with demonic beasts and demonic beasts. He was afraid that he would be swallowed into their stomachs along with the chains. Not long after, Yun Nuoshing and the others arrived at the foot of the mountain peak dozens of miles away. Not far from here, there was a lake filled with red liquid. Multicolored light submerged the entire forest. Thin smoke lingered in the air. It was like a paradise. However, in that beautiful place, there were piles of corpses. There wasn't a trace of blood. All of them died, silently, causing this sacred place to be filled with an evil feeling. That place is empty. It's just for decoration. Yun Nuoshing used her evil spirit eye to see the colorful lake clearly and said, "There's poisonous gas. In any case, it's not a good place." At the foot of the mountain peak, there was a cave entrance. There was a mysterious light flowing through it. Under the ground, a huge dragon vein ran across it. Dragon chi gushed out and submerged this place. It was as if a layer of gauze was draped over it. Walking into it was like walking on clouds. Chapter 5:32. The cave was surrounded by a few huge rocks, as if it had been dug out by someone. The terrain 10 meters around the cave did not match the terrain 10 meters away. There were even cracks on the ground that were covered, as if they had been forcefully inlaid here by someone. "It's so quiet. No one has been here." Yun Nuoshing sensed the surrounding situation. Other than the large number of corpses in front of the lake, there were no signs of life, nor were there any footprints. It seemed that this place had just appeared not too long ago. "Shall we go in and take a look?" Yuanshi raised his eyebrows, pointed at the cave, and said. Yun Nuoshing nodded, waved his hand, and walked towards the cave. The cave was not very large. It was only 20 feet tall, and was able to allow 3 people to walk side by side. Although there was a faint fog lingering around it, this place was unusually dry. The steaming dragon aura pounced on their bodies, causing everyone to feel extremely comfortable. The blood in their bodies began to flow swiftly as they greedily absorbed the essence. After walking a few dozen meters into the cave, an ancient stone door abruptly appeared in front of them, blocking the entrance to the cave. There were many runes engraved on the stone door, as well as some imprints that formed a hole. Every once in a while, they could see a dim light flickering on the stone door. This door. Seeing the door, Yishi's eyebrows lightly knitted together, and a reminiscing expression appeared on her face, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Yun Nuoshing reached out his hand to gently touch the ancient stone door, wiping away the layers of dust on the surface, revealing the runes even more clearly. There were also some ancient words on it, but he could not understand them. Opening his evil spirit eye, Yun Nuoshing saw the runes and imprints light up in his eyes. After observing for a while, he understood what to do. A large array appeared in his hand, and he imprinted it into the stone door. Ka! It was as if a mechanism had been activated. After the formation entered the stone door, the runes and markings on the stone door lit up. A moment later, a heavy sound came from the stone door, shaking off a cloud of sand and dust from the ceiling. Then, the sand and dust slowly shrank into the stone walls on both sides. The evil spirit eye is a cheat. Even if you don't understand it, you can solve it. Seeing this, Yishi couldn't help but sigh, her tone filled with envy. However, Yun Nuoshing still hadn't finished cultivating, and a portion of the evil spirit eye's cultivation content was still locked in his mind, so he hadn't passed it on to her. "Wait here for a moment. I'll go in and take a look." Her evil spirit eye saw that there were many glowing things inside. They were all arrays, charms, or runic markings. Yun Nuoshing planned to go in and take a look. "Be careful. Come back if you can't handle it," Xian said softly. Mei Mao stared at him. "Yes." Yun Nuoshing nodded. With a flash, she charged into the cave behind the stone door. With every step she took, a formation slowly expanded and enveloped the entire tunnel. It removed some of the things hidden in the walls and illuminated the cave. He should be fine, right? Everyone looked at the tunnel covered in formations and couldn't help but wipe their sweat. A formation with every step. Just how high was his attainment in formations? Looks like Big Brother Nua's year of cultivation has already brought his attainments in formations to an extremely high level. Now, he should be able to weave deity-level formations more easily. Yishi said softly in her heart, seeing Yun Nuoxing's attainments in formations getting higher and higher. She was naturally very happy. Within the tunnel, there were bursts of immortal light. Dense dragon chi rose from the ground and flooded the entire tunnel. It was as if they were walking in clouds. After walking for a short distance, they arrived at a white flight of stairs. Below the stairs was a spacious area that looked like a stone platform. There were 5 flights of stairs in several directions around the stone platform. Including the one that Yun Nuoxing was currently on, there were 6. At the top of the stairs, there was still a cave entrance. However, at the bottom of the stairs, there was a circle of darkness. A circle had been hollowed out to isolate the stone platform. Even with her evil spirit eye, Yun Nuoxing couldn't see how deep it was. The footsteps covered in formations landed on the white jade stairs. Formation after formation spread out, sticking to the stairs and spreading to the stone walls below. When the footsteps landed in the center of the stone platform, Yun Nuoxing sent a transmission for everyone to come in. Then she began to examine this strange place. The back of the stairs was made of white jade. The other 5 stairs were made of 5 different colors. From left to right, they were red, purple, black, green, and yellow. The platform was quiet, and the 5 stone steps that were emitting a faint light were also emitting a faint light quietly. It was so quiet that Yun Nuoxing could hear his own heartbeat. It was not until a gust of wind came from behind, and Ziyan and the others walked over that the silence here was broken. "The door is closed," Ziyan hurriedly said as soon as he came in. "Closed? It's fine. We can open it after we go out." Yun Nuoxing was slightly startled. However, she didn't mind. She could just open it after closing it. 5 colors, where do you want to go? Yun Nuoxing pointed at the 5 stairs, looked at everyone, and said with a smile, "Black is your representative color. Let's go to the black one first." Yuanqi smiled. It didn't matter. It was the same, no matter where they went. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. Actually, compared to the black one, she wanted to go to the purple one first. However, she didn't say anything. It was just a matter of order. Looking at the black stairs, Yun Nuoxing took a step forward. As usual, she created a formation with every step. Her spiritual force and mental strength were very boundless. She didn't have the slightest worry that she would run out. Everyone was speechless when they saw that she seemed to have inexhaustible energy. However, they had no choice but to follow her. The flowing mist and draconic aura disappeared after entering the black passage. However, this place was much brighter. Yun Nuoxing used the light element to bring everyone into the depths of the cave. Not long after, everyone rushed out of the passage. The space and their line of sight suddenly widened by dozens of times. Outside the cave, they were connected to a vast underground cave. It was at least 300 meters tall. The most shocking thing was that at the end of their line of sight, there was a huge altar. Is this the place where a ceremony is being held? Yun Nuoxing and the others were a little shocked. The altar was very big. They could see it from far away. It was as big as a small mountain. There was a path under their feet that led straight to the altar. Many things were placed on both sides of the path. They saw a field full of unknown plants. The color of the field was suffused with a black light. As for the plants, they were emitting a black light. They were very rich in vitality. These medicinal ingredients have grown for who knows how many years. And this place, no wonder the draconic aura couldn't come up. It turned out that they were all gathered in this field. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but gasp. Yishi took small steps and ran towards the medicinal field. She approached the black plant and extended her small hand. She touched it lightly. She instantly understood. This medicinal ingredient has a history of 1,000,000 years. PFFF, Yun Nuoshing, and the others spat out a mouthful of water. A medicinal ingredient with a history of 1,000,000 years. Just one stalk could help refine a saint or even a peerless pill. Even if it wasn't refined, it could extend one's lifespan by hundreds of thousands of years. That's not right. This medicinal ingredient should have already been extinct. Yishi frowned. I have a prescription that needs this medicinal ingredient. If it's refined, it will definitely be a saint pill. However, the core medicinal ingredient of this pill, the demonic dragon vine, has already been extinct since ancient times. How can there be a demonic dragon vine that has grown for 1,000,000 years here? Yishi frowned. Her small face was full of doubt. Who cares? Let's put it away first. If we sell this ancient medicinal ingredient, we can buy a city. Yuanshi's eyes lit up. It was a medicinal ingredient that had grown for 1,000,000 years, and it was also extinct. Its value was beyond precious. Don't. We can't use it now. If we keep it for nourishment, it can still grow. Who knows? It might even grow into a divine medicine. It won't be too late to harvest it when it can be put to use in the future. Yishi hurriedly waved her small hand. Then, should we move the entire field away? Yuanshi asked. Yishi gritted her teeth. She shook her head and said, although my spiritual world has become an evolved world, it hasn't been forged into a real world by me. Foreign plants won't take root and grow in it. Is there anything? Yishi seemed to be a little anxious. However, she saw Yun Nuoshing waving at her. She couldn't help but be startled. She hurriedly ran back. She raised her head and asked doubtfully, Brother Nuo? Yun Nuoshing smiled. With a flip of her right hand, a small emerald mountain wrapped in a red crystal appeared on her palm. This was the Godhead weapon core of the Azure Flame meteor. It contained a world inside. It could even merge with other regions. Last time, she used this to take away 2 regions in the Tana's water god temple. This, Yi Shi, who used to be an underworld emperor, was even more sensitive to this thing. She could feel the enormous power contained in this thing. It was so powerful that it made her divine soul tremble. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand. A world suddenly appeared in front of everyone. However, this world was only 100 zhang wide halo. As soon as this world appeared, it was smashed downwards by Yun Nuoshing. It smashed into the 100-meter long and wide medicinal field. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Just when they thought they would see the medicinal field being smashed, they saw the halo wrap around the medicinal field. Then, with a sudden pull, the entire medicinal field was uprooted, along with a large piece of land, and taken back into the red crystal. Could this be a realm power stone? Qin Yan and the others saw this for the first time. They couldn't help but ask, in astonishment, "What's that?" Yun Nuoshing turned around and asked doubtfully. This was a Godhead weapon core, but he obviously hadn't heard of a realm power stone. A realm power stone contains a chaotic space that hasn't been opened yet. With a thought, the realm power will spread out. It can take an entire region into the crystal, Qin Yan explained softly. However, the success rate of an alchemist refining a realm power stone is extremely low. As a result, realm power stones are extremely expensive on the market. When Yun Nuoshing heard this, he opened his mouth slightly and laughed bitterly. Then he shook his head and said, "I don't know either. I found it by accident one day, but according to what you said, it should be after putting away the medicinal field." Yun Nuoshing directly turned her gaze towards the altar. The altar was divided into 4 levels. A flight of stairs led from the center to the very top of the altar. At the top of the altar, there were 2 stone pillars that stood upright. The stone pillars were engraved with strange birds and beasts like 2 totems. An altar, a black altar. Why would an altar be placed here, in this dark dwelling? Yun Nuoshing could not help but mutter inside. She felt more or less frightened. However, she was still thinking about something else. The black stairs led to a black altar. Could there be several other altars in other places? Chapter 5:33. The 100-meter-tall black altar was as tall as the cave. It was tightly pressed against the mountain wall, and 2 long pillars were even inserted into the rocks at the top. At first glance, it was just a black stone, and it was impossible to tell that it had 4 levels. Unlike the other altars that were solemn and dignified, this black altar only gave Yun Nuoshing and the others a gloomy feeling. Over a dozen pairs of footsteps staggered up and down the stairs, and a series of slow and heavy footsteps sounded. Yi Shi, who had just stepped onto the altar, felt her heart inexplicably thump. Her little hand reflexively grabbed onto Yun Nuoshing's windbreaker, causing his footsteps to stop. Everyone else also stopped and followed his line of sight to look at the former. They saw Yi Shi using her sleeve to grab onto Yun Nuoshing, and their gazes were somewhat puzzled as they looked at the dark altar. "It's nothing. Let's go." Seeing that everyone was looking over, Yi Shi shook her head. After speaking, she walked around Yun Nuoshing and walked in front. Everyone was also a little confused, but they didn't ask much and directly followed her. After walking halfway, there was a staircase that was as high as their knees. Everyone could only step up. Yi Shi jumped into Yun Nuoshing's arms. Facing the indescribably tall staircase, with her height, she still had to climb it. There was nothing at the top of the altar except for 2 slender pillars and a circular platform. Other than that, there was nothing else. Turning around and looking down from the altar, one could overlook the entire cave. Other than the dug-out medicinal field, there was nothing else worth seeing here. "Little star," Xian called out softly. Yin softly called out. Everyone turned their heads and saw her pointing at a place with her slender finger. That was the direction of the pillar on the left side of the altar. Everyone quickly turned their heads to look at her. At first glance, there was nothing, but Yun Nuoshing's expression changed slightly. Her expression stiffened. There was a person sitting cross-legged under the pillar. There was no aura at all. That person was also dressed in black and blended in with the altar. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to see it. Their skin is all black. Could they be from the demon race? Yuanxi was astonished. This was a person who had already passed away many years ago. His skin and face were all black, and he looked like a powerful god of the devil race. He had died many years ago, but his body was still intact. The insight of the evil spirit, I made Yun Nuoshing's hair stand on end. Looking at the skeleton, she was even more certain that this cave had existed for at least 10 million years. The skeleton that was a mixture of black jade and gold indicated that this person was at least a god emperor expert. Adding the layout of this cave, if there were no accidents, this person should be the owner of this cave. However, would a god emperor expert pass away in a place like this? An emperor god expert, if there were no accidents, could live for at least 1 trillion years. What's more, those with strong life source could extend their lifespan greatly. It wouldn't be difficult for them to live for 1 or 2 eras. There's a god emperor expert who passed away here. He must have existed for many years. Hearing Yun Nuoxing's words, Yuanshi couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Could this be a god emperor cave? However, why was there only one herb field? Could it be that the other things were left in the other 4 places? Boom! A soft rumble came from within the cave. The altar beneath their feet shook slightly, causing everyone's expression to change slightly. More than 10 pairs of eyes wandered around. Finally, all of them were fixed on the 2 giant pillars. The 2 stone pillars that had been silent for an unknown number of years lit up at this moment. Rays of light spiraled up from the bottom of the stone pillars, flowing through the images of birds and beasts and rune markings. Finally, they connected directly to the top. When the 2 stone pillars lit up completely, then rays of light shot out from the 2 stone pillars and entangled with each other. In the center of the altar, a huge circle was formed. It was a picture. The picture was divided into 5 areas. In each area, there was an altar. The 5 altars were the same color as the 5 stairs that Yun Nuoxing and the others had seen: red, purple, black, green, and yellow. After the 5 altars appeared, 5 different colors of energy gathered from afar. They gathered in the center of the altars like a whirlpool. Then the 5 altars seemed to come alive. They lit up with brilliant light. A crystal appeared in the center of the top of each altar. The scene changed to a spacious area. Each of the 5 types of crystals emitted a beam of light. Finally, the light gathered in the middle of the 5 altars. After that, a boundless palace floated in the sky. It was majestic and solemn, like the palace of an ancient god. It had the aura of divine authority that the 5 of them could shake. God Spirit Palace or God Emperor Palace? Everyone's eyes froze. They stared at the illusory palace in the picture. Even though it wasn't real, it still gave them a terrifying pressure. Just the illusory palace alone seemed to be able to pierce through space. The power of death. As everyone stared at the picture, a low voice suddenly rumbled in the sky above the altar. Then, everyone's expression changed. Yun Nuoxing and Yishi looked at each other. The power of death. However, before they could recover from their shock, Yishi's expression changed abruptly. An enormous suction force had descended upon her, and the extraordinary pressure caused her to be unable to resist at all. She felt like her soul was about to be sucked out by this terrifying suction force. Little she. Yun Nuoxing's expression changed drastically. Seeing the pain on Yishi's face, the netherworld ruins sword appeared in her hand in an instant. Swoosh. However, before Yun Nuoxing could do anything, the suction force suddenly increased several times. It pulled out a huge amount of black energy from Yishi's body. It turned into a black whirlwind and finally merged with the circular platform on the altar. Yun Nuoxing was shocked. After the black energy was pulled out of Yishi's body, the latter's pretty face turned pale. Her small body collapsed weakly. The light element brought him to her side in a flash. He picked her up and placed his palm on Yishi's chest. After sensing it slightly, his expression changed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? Yuan Shi and the others' expressions changed slightly. From the sound to Yishi's collapse, the whole process took less than 5 seconds. They didn't even have time to react. Little Shi, how are you? Xian hurriedly rushed over and grabbed Yishi's wrist. A strange expression flashed across her pretty face as she examined her. She's fine. It's just that her energy of death has been sucked dry. Everything else is fine. Her mind suffered a little from the forceful extraction of her energy of death, but it's nothing serious. She just fainted. Yun Nuoxing shook his head gently. His pale face slowly recovered, but there was a hint of self-blame in his eyes. Little she was just 5 meters away from him, but something like this had happened. Boom! In the sky outside, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying sound of thunder. It was as if millions of lightning dragons were roaring in the clouds. It shook the entire cave, and the ground began to shake. Gravel kept falling from the top of the mountain. Yun Nuoxing was startled. He turned around and looked at the altar. There, a black crystal was slowly condensing. It was condensed from Yishi's death energy. Thinking back to the scene he had just seen, he instantly understood what was going on. Go, let's get out of here first. Gritting her teeth, Yun Nuoxing carried Yishi. With a roar, she flew down the tunnel they came from. Behind her, everyone screamed and hurriedly followed. When they rushed out of the tunnel and arrived at the platform, Yun Nuoxing saw that the other 4 stairs had disappeared. However, she couldn't care less about that at this time. The cave was shaking more and more violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Huge rocks kept falling from the sky, so she could only rush out. She used the most violent method to send the huge door in front of her flying with her sword. She led everyone out of the cave. Before she could stand firm, she saw the gloomy, thunderous sky. In the sky, under the huge dark clouds, a chain of palaces suddenly appeared. They were like lofty divine palaces. They were vast, majestic, solemn, sacred, and inviolable. The palaces seemed to suppress the 9 heavens and the galaxy, causing the space to show signs of exploding. There was also an aura of supremacy descending from the sky. Under this aura, Yun Nuoxing and the others felt a little scared. It's that palace, that divine palace. 5 altars. Could it be that the other 4 altars had been activated? Yun Nuoxing looked at the palaces in the sky and couldn't help but murmur, "This isn't the place we entered. I'm afraid that when we entered the door, or when we stepped on the black stairs, we were already transported to the corresponding location of the black altar." Xian Meimao looked around, then looked at Yun Nuoxing and said. Yun Nuoxing hurriedly glanced around when he heard this, and he couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, they were standing at the entrance of a cave, and an enormous black altar stood towering on the mountain range behind them. At the top of the altar was a dazzling black crystal, and it was a crystal condensed from all of Yishi's death energy. Buzz. Not long after Yun Nuoxing and the others came out, the huge black crystal suddenly shot out a thick black light beam, shooting towards the bottom of the palace. And at the same time as this beam of light shot out, Yun Nuoxing, with the help of the evil spirit Ai, saw 4 other beams of light shooting out from several other places. They streaked across the distant space, and under everyone's nervous gazes, they gathered together. Then, they shot straight into the palace in the sky. As the 5 light pillars entered, the huge projection of the palace gradually solidified under the watchful eyes of everyone in the secret realm. At the same time, an extremely powerful pressure also became extremely strong. After a few minutes, under the intense gazes of everyone, the palace in the sky was no longer illusory. It stood in the sky, and 5-colored light flowed on the golden palace walls. A vast pressure spread throughout the secret realm like an explosive energy wave, causing everyone to bow slightly. Those who were still flying in the sky were violently slapped down from the sky by this pressure, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Bang, bang, bang! A terrifying force descended from the sky, causing the surrounding terrain to sink a few meters. The space rippled like water, and cracks as thick as thighs appeared. Those who were weaker were forced to their knees by the pressure, causing cracks to appear on the ground. Buzz. The whirlpool zither rushed out of the heart due to the pressure, and a circle of silver-blue light quickly spread out, enveloping the group of people from Yun Nuo planet. The pressure that was like a huge mountain pressing down on them also disappeared, but it pressed down on the barrier of the whirlpool zither, causing the ground at the edge of the barrier to sink. Divine pressure. Yun Nuoshing had already experienced this kind of pressure before. Only a pressure of the same level, a pressure of that level, could make the swirling zither automatically jump out to defend itself. We're in big trouble. Did we release something that shouldn't have been released? Yun Nuoshing laughed bitterly.